Let's get this Alabama party started. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gorgeous Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Perfect afternoon for thoroughbred racing. Big crowd, enthusiastic crowd for one of the biggest days of the meet. About to get started. You're just in time. That's a live look. Horses on the track for the first of 11 races at Saratoga. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This is one of those days you circle on the calendar as soon as the schedule comes out. It's Alabama Day. Now, the Alabama's in about 5 hours. That first race is in about 3 minutes, so we have to move. Take a look at today's schedule, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Early pick 5 starts in moments. 3 stakes races in succession. Lake Placid, Smart and Fancy, Alabama Race 10, post time 5:35 Eastern. As I welcome in my colleagues, champion jockey Richie Migliori, Paul LaDuca. We would love to start the show like waxing poetic about the Alabama. We don't have the time. Horses are on the track. Paulie, who takes down the first of 11 on Alabama Day?
I thought it was a difficult race. It's a mile and a 16th of Maiden. So what that means, these are horses that have never won a race. I do like the horse on the screen, Floki's Flight, a horse for Rudy Rodriguez, a trainer that's had a tough meet, but I think the drop to 40 might help this son of Kozan. And when you look at the races, this horse was in Maiden 75, and not a lot of 3-year-old geldings are going to get claimed for 75 MIG, so I think the drop to 40 fits for this horse.
Yeah, it just seems like an appropriate drop. Rudy Rodriguez looking for his second win of the meet. I wound up on the 7 Pistol or Shotgun, and not just because that's what I'd ask myself when a boy would come to date my daughter, because I like this horse stretching out on the turf. I thought he showed ability last time.
Pistol or Shotgun? Nice to meet you, Mr. Migliori.
Got to keep a little levity, guys.
Tell her we'll call her next week.
Oh, my God.
Alabama Day, in case you haven't signed up. Travers next week. Get signed up. Join us at Naira Bets, Toga 200. Use that promo code. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Go ahead.
Remind me not to trick-or-treat at the Migliori residence.
Pistol or Shotgun. $40,000 maiden claimer, mile and a 16th with a $52,000 purse. And a look there at Floki's Flight. Couple of rider changes. Jose Gomez is off his mounts. Fazaro, number 1, make the rider Eric Cancel. He's not feeling well. Joel Rosario, off his mounts. He's still under the weather. Several live mounts throughout the program. Flavian Pratt on the 2. See right here.
Yeah, talking with Ron Anderson, Joel Rosario's agent, though, he tested negative for COVID, probably more just like a summer cold we all go through. But immediately everybody's mind runs to the worst ever since the pandemic.
Yeah, and hopefully everything's okay with Jose as well. He came in today and just, he's an apprentice jockey that's hungry, so he has to be under the weather too as well, not to be riding. So Cancel picks up the mountain. And listen, we talked about the 4, we talked about the 7. The 2 and 6 are the other players in here. Flavian picks up a live mount with the 2 in here.
Filing into the gate, first of 11 on this Alabama Stakes Saturday. John Imbrial, the voice of New York racing, standing by, all set for the opener.
Waiting for Street Vendor and Pistol or Shotgun. There in the gate. And they're off, and Fazaro is set right out for the early lead. Moving up is Billy Price along with Floki's Flight and Pistol or Shotgun from the extreme outside as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. And from that inside post position, Fazaro has the early lead. Floki's Flight is running in second. And then down at the rail, it is Billy Price right alongside Pistol or Shotgun. Seabury is next in fifth, followed by Street Vendor in sixth, and a break of 3 lengths to My Playa Linda, who trails the field in 7th, and they've straightened away and are heading up the backstretch after an opening quarter mile in 24 and 2/5 seconds. And it is Fazaro setting the pace here and leading by a length over the favorite, Faloki's Flight, who tracks in 2nd. Down on the inside is Billy Price in 3rd by a head. On the outside is Pistol or Shotgun, who's in 4th. Then comes Seaburay and Street Vendor. Those two are right together, 5th and 6th. And My Playa Linda continues to trail. Half mile in 49 and 1. Fazaro leads the field into the far turn, in front now by a length and a quarter. Faloki's Flight still in 2nd. Down on the inside is Billy Price in 3rd as they race midway on the turn. It is Fazaro, and now Faloki's Flight's getting closer on the outside. It is Fazaro by a neck. Faloki's Flight on the outside running in 2nd. Then Pistol or Shotgun, followed by Seaburay, who is now coming on. And the field is in the stretch. Here comes Faloki's Flight up to challenge Fazaro, and Seaburay is a close 3rd as they pass the 8th pole. It is Fazaro down at the rail, Faloki's Flight in between, Seaburay's on the outside. Seaburay and Faloki's Flight, those two will battle it out to the finish. Late run from Street Vendor. It was Seaburay to take the opener on Alabama Day at Saratoga.
Wrong lead, right result. Seaburay, Flavian Pratt, originally supposed to be Joel Rosario. Pratt winds up in the cockpit, and Seaburay will wind up in the winner's circle for the first time.
Picked up a really live mount here and delivered a real nice ride. Very busy on him, keeping him going forward. He switched his right lead, his proper lead when he turned for home. He's under heavy pressure here, and he's going to jump back to his left lead just as he's hitting the front paw. I think it almost like he was reaching for everything he had, and he just out of desperation went back to his left lead.
Yeah, you can see that the 4 Faloki's Flight went back to his wrong lead deep in stretch. I thought Luis Saez did a tremendous job. As you look at Ray Handel, who's been hot as a pistol, that new haircut's got him rolling. But this
a
was
shotgun or a pistol,
right? This was the horse that, if you look back, he had closed into slower fractions. He was going to get faster fractions today. I thought Louis played the race perfect because he thought to himself, okay, I'll let the one go and let's turn this into a 2-horse race. The 2 just outkicked him.
Yeah, he did. And then the 6 finished fastest of all when he finally settled into the stretch. And you talk about musical jockeys. Dylan Davis has been riding this horse. He's serving a suspension.
Yeah.
Joel Rosario picks him up. He doesn't feel well. Flavian Pratt. But that gives you a window into how deep this colony is. If you don't have one guy, you've got a very able substitute.
I'm not trying to rub salt in the wound. I can't imagine it's a lot of fun sitting at home watching another jockey ride the horse you were supposed to ride and win. Like, what's that like? You've been there.
The worst. Hated it. You know, watching guys ride your horses, and you guard your horses and your business jealously. There's only so many good horses to go around, and every time one gets away, you're like, man, how am I going to get that one back?
You can relate to this as well.
Well, I guess the only relation could be is like when there's been a couple times where you win 17-0 and you're the one guy that went 0 for 5. And everybody's in there celebrating, and you're supposed to celebrate. I get it, it's a win, but I just went 0 for 5 and we scored 17 runs. How did that happen?
And again, Rosario had several live mounts this afternoon. All right, so now that we're not so pressed for time, we can focus on today's marquee event. And naturally, it is the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, Grade 1, Alabama. Here's the field. 3-year-old fillies, 1.25 miles. Number 4, Nest, 1-2, morning line favorite. Number 7, Secret Oath. Third choice, 4-1. They know each other very, very well. Let's get you caught up. This was the Kentucky Oaks. First Friday in May, Richie. Their first meeting. Secret Oath leaves Nest behind, who was favorite at post time.
Yeah, Nest had a good trip. She was in behind horses. Maybe she had to wait a little bit for clear running, but take nothing away from Secret Oath, who made that big, wide, seemingly almost premature sweeping move to the front, but it allowed her to use her stride. And Ness, when she finally got out from behind horses completely, kind of lost that pressure from the outside. I thought she leveled off and ran on well, but Secret Oath was the better horse on this day.
She was completely was. I just thought that Ness showed everybody that she was very, very courageous, because at the top of the lane, Secret Oath was the winner. You didn't know who was going to run second. Ness could have been 7th or 8th, but the way she battled to get into second really set her up for the Belmont, and then this happened.
Yeah, the last month, Paulie, the quoting the rematch, a little different in the Coaching Club American Oaks than the Kentucky Oaks.
Well, let's take it to Secret Oath a little bit earlier. Let's not make her get the first jump on us. And, you know, Richie before this race hit the nail on the head. He didn't really love the way Secret Oath was working. Before the race, she had been lugging out a little bit, and Nest had been working straight as an arrow. And then when your trainer says after the horse ran a 1.5 mile race, a filly is put on weight, we all knew that Nest was going to be really tough to beat. Now, can Secret Oath close that gap? I think the works have been a lot better, but that's a 12 3/4 length gap.
That's a big gap to close. Devastating. CCA Oaks. What'll happen in round 3 feels like a heavyweight fight. That's how we're going to treat it. Tail of the tape. It's about as close as it gets. Look, wins even. Earnings very close. Head-to-head, one for Nest, one for Secret Oath. Today, the rubber match in the Alabama. For more on today's main event, we say hello to Acacia Clement.
Standing here at the barn of Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher, who's getting ready to send out the super talented 3-year-old filly Nest in today's Grade 1 Alabama. She comes off of an absolute romp in the Coaching Club American Oaks, which was not the race that the team had originally been pointing for this summer. After her valiant second-place finish against males in the Belmont Stakes, Todd Pletcher said that she was just training so well. They decided to take a shot in the CCA Oaks, and she rewarded them with a big victory. And once again, out of that race, she's just been attacking her training leading into this Alabama, which was the race that they had circled on the calendar all along. She was nominated to potentially try males again in the Run Happy Travers, but Todd Pletcher saying it just didn't make any sense to wait an additional week when she was training so well. So she'll stay against her own sex in the Alabama today at 1.25 miles, a distance that he says she should absolutely flourish running over, as Todd Pletcher looks for his 4th win in this historic Alabama, looking to take the race in back-to-back years after he won it last year in 2021 with Malathot, another daughter of curling.
Todd Pletcher trying to become the first trainer to win back-to-back Alabama since Todd Pletcher, and his 4th overall with Nest. Richie, strictly the one to beat going into the Alabama, but how, like, no such thing as a sure thing, how might she be vulnerable?
Well, I mean, I have a hard time seeing her be vulnerable. I think the 1.25 miles actually enhances her chances. She's a better horse than she was leading into the Kentucky Oaks. She's matured. Horses change, just like, you know, children. They develop and mature at different stages. She's definitely gone forward. Now, it was a big effort. You know, she won easily, but it was a big effort in the Coaching Club. So if she regresses a little, I will say this. Secret Oath has trained considerably better into the Alabama than she did into the Coaching Club. Now, 12 lengths difference to make up, I don't see it, but I do think she's going to run her A race.
Yeah, Paul mentioned it. You called that before the Coaching Club American Oaks. You could say, yeah, I didn't really like the way she was kind of drifting on the turn during her works, and now training better. Perhaps we'll see her A game, Secret Oath, but is that good enough to be competitive with Nest at 1.25 miles? We'll find out this evening. This champion making event, 17 fillies that have won the Alabama and gone on to be crowned 3-year-old filly champion. First race, pickup mount, Flavian Pratt-Pauly Seabray graduates in his 5th, and Rudy Rodriguez just I can't say he can't buy one because he did get 1 win, but he cannot buy a 2nd win.
No, he got a little unlucky. Floki's Flight ran a really good race, but Flavian Pratt sometimes can make the difference. And again, Ray Handel having a great meet. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Malibu Moon out of Colonial Fair mare. Gonna be a nice little old mare, Lady Malisi. Congratulations to Alonzo Racing. Good job there by Ray Handel. And like I said, if you're at the racetrack, check out his haircut. It's aerodynamic, and his horses are running aerodynamic.
Superstition. Only stupid if it doesn't work. It's working. Keep it up, Ray Handel. Turn the page, race 2. Start of the early pick 4, just a $16,000 claimer. Non-winners to Lifetime Fillies and Mares, a mile out of the Wilson Chute, Spooky Road, 6-5. When we come back, she just won't leave. With the Moonlight, arrived in June for the Belmont Oaks, ran 2nd, hung around for the Saratoga Oaks, won that, still here, and favored today in the Grade 2 Lake Placid. Just getting started on Alabama Day on Fox Sports 2.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, in all weathers.
Happy Gal is in front. Late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Gorgeous shot, Lake Placid. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NairaBets.com. You believe in miracles? You know the story, Richie. Site of one of the biggest upsets in sports history. If not, Google it, kids. Field for today's Lake Placid. 3-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. Couple of scratches, numbers 7 and 8. Canasee, Koala Princess out. Godolphins with the Moonlight in, the 9-5 morning line favorite. This was the Saratoga Oaks, Paul, with the Moonlight, turning the tables on McCulloch, who had defeated her in the Belmont Oaks.
Yeah, it was a brilliant ride by William Buick, only a 5-horse field, and was able to get into position, was able to secure the rail, and then swung out in the middle of the racetrack and just kept on going. And you could see McCulloch trying to make up some ground with the red and white hat on, and just cannot. With the Moonlights, it's got these horses that come over from Europe, and especially out of the Appleby barn, Charles Appleby barn. They're fit, and they're going to be tough to go by when they hit the front end. And now this horse wheels back in less than 2 weeks. Can she repeat that? And this is normal in Europe. Sometimes they'll wheel them back, and you're dealing with a guy in Charlie Appleby that is 48% in graded stakes here in North America. So I'm not going to argue with this decision.
I want to ask you, Richie, about the turnaround with the Moonlight, but Paul touched on Charlie Appleby. You just look at the damage he has done in North America over the last 2 years. 10 graded stakes wins, 9 of the grade 1 variety, 3 Breeders' Cup wins last year. Like, if there's a formula to shipping and winning grade 1 races from overseas, Charlie Appleby has figured it out. So, yeah, does that alone negate any concerns we might have otherwise about the 13-day turnaround for With the Moonlight?
Well, I think it does negate it. You know, they don't go by any sort of a cookie cutter mentality in Europe. They go by what the horses tell them. And if a horse is ready to come back in a week, 2 weeks, or 6 months, that's what they do. They go by what the horse dictates. And he has just got such a great ability at identifying what horses will adapt to American racing. I think that's why he's been so successful. We race our races or run stronger paces. What horses will put themselves more in the game? What horses will handle tighter turns? And obviously the ability to identify that is what's made him as good at it.
Well, if you remember the interview that he did with Maggie after the race was, I try to pick out horses that are horses that will like flat racing, because this horse sort of struggles when races are the undulating courses that they have over in Europe. Most of ours, besides a couple, we don't really have any races that you go uphill. Maybe Woodbine, maybe the Santa Anita Old Track, but all of ours are flat. So Charlie even says this horse likes flat racing. So I'm thinking, you know what? He wants to get another race at this racetrack here because this horse must love this place.
He just wanted to say undulating. Did Paul. With the moonlight, Charlie Appleby, look out, very dangerous. And by the way, her like profuse sweating, that's just her.
That's
Don't
her.
freak when you see it today. Lake George Stakes, another key prep for this Lake Placid. The top three are back, including Chad Brown stablemates, a Dolce Zell and Eminent Victor. This was a thrilling finish here, Richie.
Yeah, it really was, and I honestly didn't deserve a loser between them. I mean, you saw the winner there. She was kind of jammed back in behind horses. They was trying to come out, and then the hole presented itself on the inside, and you saw she had to kind of squeak through, jump back to her left lead to fit through that spot. So she did get stymied at a critical point.
Yeah, she really did. I love horses that you can actually see they're fish-eyeing, because you could see she was trying to cut through that one spot. She got shut off, and then when she hit the rail, she started fish-eyeing all of the rest of her runners. And so I thought that was a courageous ride, first of all, and I thought it was a courageous run by that filly to go up that rail, stave off that other runner that's come. That's hard to do, to stave off another runner coming from the outside when you've lost the momentum a little bit.
Yep.
Don't sleep on consumer spending. Real good addition of this Grade 2 Lake Placid, first of 3 stakes races on this Alabama Saturday. When we come back, she was such a good mare, 2017 Alabama winner, and now such a good mom. Late, we're on Foal Patrol. That's next on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2.
The best.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
This August, Monmouth Park has the perfect cure for a case of the Mondays. With live racing every Monday starting at 2 p.m., extend your summer weekends and wager on action-packed racing from the Jersey Shore. Plus, play the new 50-cent Monday Mid-Atlantic Pick 4, pairing 2 races from Monmouth and Colonial into Monday's featured bet. It's Monday racing all August long at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Like a broken record these days. It's a gorgeous afternoon in upstate New York. Welcome back to Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years, doing the usual, unusually well. Horses in the paddock, race 2. Jockeys have just arrived. $16,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. We mentioned a couple of riders not riding today. Star jockey Joel Rosario and apprentice Jose Gomez. Richie, this is interesting because Trevor McCarthy picks up the mount on You Can't Handle This. How does this work in terms of weight?
So Jose Gomez was claiming a 5-pound apprentice allowance. So You Can't Handle This was in with 120 pounds. Now that he's not riding and they go to a journeyman, Trevor McCarthy, who was on the other Rudy Rodriguez trainee who scratched Ice Cream Sunday, the weight now is 125. They have to waive that apprentice allowance. So she is carrying more weight, but she has won under 125 pounds before. And I think that's significant because there's usually a point where horses can carry weight too. It's an individual thing. But she's already proven she can carry at least 125.
And if you're looking at Trevor McCarthy and thinking, that's a tall jockey, you're absolutely right. That is a tall jockey.
He's a tall rider, but a rider that really folds up well on horses, manages his height well. It's not a matter how tall you are. It's a matter what weight you can make. And I'm just a touch resentful because I used to be the center on the jockey basketball team, and now that goes to Trevor.
I'm resentful because you're a jockey and your son's like 6 foot. My old man was a jockey. I'm no 6 foot.
And it's just proof that the female side of any family, whether it be human or equine, the mother is more important than the sire.
Guess I'll have to settle for 5'11", Paul. How are you treating?
Well, 5'11" in the program, but number one in your heart. Yeah.
Right. How are you? There's Rudy Rodriguez. We know what a good trainer he is and how many races he typically wins as a handicapper. He didn't forget how to train. He's just in a slump. But as a handicapper, how are you treating horses trained by Rodriguez at this point?
I treat him the same. I get it. Some people will look and say, hey, I'm going to let Rudy Rod beat me. But, you know, at the end of the day, if the horse looks like she or he is the best horse, and I actually think the 6 in here, you can handle this, could take this field gate to wire. There's not a lot of quality, let's be honest, in this field. And if somebody gets in front of this field, a lot of these other fillies don't look like they like to pass anybody.
We have a moment. Riders up, 7 minutes out. We touched on Elate, a former Alabama winner. We know how good she was on the racetrack. Now, her life as a mother.
Elate has moved away to a 4-length lead in mid-stretch. It as well clings to second, and then it's Salty. Elate has won the Alabama.
Fans of 2-time Grade 1 winner Elate have had the chance this past winter and spring to watch her every move as a broodmare thanks to a project called Foal Patrol.
So Foal Patrol is a 24/7 camera that's on a foaling mare. The time that we have her on video starts late in her pregnancy, and the viewers can follow her through the end of that pregnancy, through her labor, and then through the first stages of the foal's life, usually the first few months.
An important initiative for Claiborne President Walker Hancock has been finding ways for racing fans to still follow their favorite and future equine stars away from the racetrack.
It's a cool way to reach a new audience and get people a little closer to the action of the mares, something that they don't really get to see. Obviously, maybe the racehorses are a little more forward-facing than the brood mares here at the farm, but these obviously racing stars go on to become brood mares. It's fun that the fans can still follow their second careers.
You're just around her, and she just has this presence about her, and you can just feel the class and feel that she is a superior mare. I mean, she just has this presence about her. She was just an absolutely incredible mare on the track, and with any incredible mare, it's exciting to see them go on and be brood mares and kind of pass on that legacy. And he is, kind of a spitting image of her. Her filly from last year is also a spitting image of her, so it's really exciting to see her pass on her legacy, and hopefully she can also pass that on to the track. So we're really excited. I think this program is just absolutely fantastic. I think it gives viewers a chance to kind of learn the foaling process and what it takes to get a horse to the racetrack, the first parts of it. I feel like it's spread knowledge to the general public, and I think that that's a very powerful thing.
This was Foal Patrol's 5th season. Elate was one of 5 broodmares the cameras have followed. You can find all 5 seasons archived on the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame website under the banner Education.
Really great stuff. Elate, as good as she was on the racetrack, it might be just as good as a mother, and that's saying a lot.
Yeah, I love that feature. What a beautiful foal. That horse was solid.
Hey, can we purchase that foal? You,
No, we can't.
we'll stick him on Mig's farm and we'll race him. We'll break Mig out of
We
retirement.
can't afford it. Holiday Jazz Post Parade first after the claim, Brittany Russell.
Yeah.
I'm
sorry.
Paul.
Go ahead.
No,
Richie.
Paul, go.
No, Richie. I'm sorry.
Paul.
No, Richie, you go.
No, first time off the claim, 25 down in for 16.
Yeah, Gelato goes through. This is a horse that's going to be way back. The one that is probably going to have to circle everybody.
After you, sir. No, after you, sir. When did this crew get polite? Spooky Road, a cheap as she's raced for, 8-5 favorite with Luis Saez.
Yeah, a horse that's making a first start in the dirt that since last February. We got to get our odds and evens right.
You zig, I zag. Starship Precious, it's been all Finger Lakes and Tampa for her.
Well, you know, the Finger Lakes form hasn't really translated down here. You know, they finally are dropping this horse into a reasonable price, and the race at Tampa was good for 20.
You can't handle this. Trevor McCarthy picks up the mount.
I think Paul made a great, comment. Some horses, lower-level horses, get discouraged easily. She might be the one they all have to catch.
Field for the second post time, 3 minutes, and of course the showdown is going down on this Alabama Stakes Saturday. You play against your friends for real prizes. Another benefit of joining us at Naira Bets, the showdown every day here at Saratoga. As we check in with Acacia.
I'm here from the Turf Terrace, Lafitte, a new location on the show with a very special guest, America's Best Racing Ambassador Danielle Monet. You may know her as a model from WWE. And Danielle, you've had a great relationship with ABR. Can you tell us a little bit about how that happened and what brought you to the racetrack?
Yeah, so it's my second season with America's Best Racing, and it's been a lot of fun. I've learned a lot about racing and gambling and betting, and that the races are for everyone here at Saratoga. And it kind of was thrown into it, but last year it was nice just by, I guess, osmosis and being at the races. I've definitely learned a lot about the jockeys and the trainers.
There's a lot of excitement, especially on days like today. How can you compare the excitement of wrestling and the fandom with maybe what you've experienced at the racetrack?
For sure. The excitement is 10 out of 10, same with WWE. Just being here, it's such an entertaining sport. I think it's a very underlooked, underrated sport as well. And it's exciting, the glitz and the glam, and the fans are so passionate, and that's how I feel like WWE fans were as well.
What are some of the most special experiences that you've gotten to have at the racetrack so far?
Well, my first race, I won $1,300. I got the pick 6, which I didn't realize was extremely hard to do. I've barely won $20 since, so that was really great. And this year was my first Derby, so it was freezing this year. It was like 45 degrees, but the Kentucky Derby was really special. Being in the infield, we went live for 4 hours on America's Best Racing, and that was just special.
Well, it's nice and warm for you today at Saratoga. Enjoy. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Danielle Monet, enjoying a great day here at the races, Lafitte.
That's how we hook them. Beginner's luck.
Yeah.
Pick 6 right off the bat. You bring somebody who's never been to a racetrack, Polly, on a day just like this, and this experience, forget about the form and the past performances and the handicapping, just the atmosphere in itself. The next time I do that with somebody and they say, oh, no, I don't want to come back again,
Yeah,
would
right.
be a first.
No, it's true. And somebody like Danielle, when she first got into the game, she really didn't know a lot. She's really cut her teeth in the last 2 years, has really learned. I was at the Pegasus Cup with her, and she was asking questions and trying to soak a lot in, and she's starting to learn the game and really learn it well. So, yeah, when you bring in people like that, and influencers, and it's going to bring more people to the racetrack, and Bernie Williams is going to be here tomorrow. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be here. And don't realize that Bernie's one of the better musicians and has cut a ton of albums.
Bernie Williams, I'm sure he won't get stopped every 5 feet he walks.
I know, right? He's a legend.
No, he's such a huge part of those championship teams in the mid-'90s. Here at Saratoga, where they're getting ready for the second race out of that Wilson Chute $16,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime. In case you're just joining us, you want to play the races, don't have past performances, Equibase has you covered. Follow along at all the stats, horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free past performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races. On today's show, Holiday Jazz currently 7-5 Acacia. They're betting it like a 2-horse race. What can you tell us about Holiday Jazz first after the claim, Brittany Russell?
Well, I said that Holiday Jazz was my pick while it was up in the turf terrace and couldn't see that it was such a short price, so I'll blame that, Lafitte. But this is a horse that I do think shorter is better, as he'll cut back just a little bit or stretch out a little bit to the mile in here today. So that's a little bit of a concern for me. But one thing that I have noticed about him and what prompted me to pick him versus his foes in here today is that he's so much more defined and tucked up in here with Brittany Russell. He comes from a terrific horseman in Dave Duggan, but sometimes just a change of scenery for horses a little bit can help them to kind of find their best stride and their best peak fitness, so to speak. And that's what I'm seeing from Holiday Jazz. He's also very, very focused on track in here today. I like that from him. He had to go from a wide trip last time out. Kendrick Carmouche, I would imagine, will be a little bit more aggressive with him from that inside post out of the Wilson chute. Physically, I like the progression that I've seen from Holiday Jazz. We'll see if he can handle the distance, Lafitte.
Kendrick Carmouche with an 11-1 winner yesterday. Acacia, Holiday Jazz, Pauly, Spooky Road 8-5 with Luis Saez.
The thing about Holiday Jazz, out of this Wilson chute, this horse has gotten left the last 3 times that she has ran. She's got to get out of the gate or she's not going to be forwardly placed. And then that puts, you know, the candles sort of in Trevor McCarthy's hand with the 6 and see if he can slow down this pace. Now, if the 1 gets out of the gate, the 1 and 6 could be battling up front, and that changes the whole dynamic.
You can't handle this, Richie, as they file in?
Yeah, I like the way she warmed up. She was aggressively warmed up by Trevor McCarthy. That's usually an indicator that they're going to look for speed, and she has natural speed.
Filing in, Johnny I standing by, race 2 on Alabama Saturday, post time.
And we are set for race 2. And they're off. From the outside, You Can't Handle This. Now moving up is Starship Precious as they leave the Wilson chute and go on to the main track. And it is a battle up front. You Can't Handle This is on the outside. Down at the rail, Holiday Jazz has now moved up. Spooky Road sits just off them in third. Then comes Starship Precious, and farther back in the field is Gelato. They're moving up the backstretch now. And the quarter went in 24 3/5 seconds. And from the inside, it is Holiday Jazz who has a neck in front of You Can't Handle This. Then it's a break of 1.5 lengths to Spooky Road, along with Starship Precious, and 4 lengths back to Gelato, who trails the field in 5th as they head for the half-mile pole. It is Holiday Jazz leading here by a 1/2 length. You Can't Handle This on the outside in second. Half mile, 48 4/5 seconds as they go around the far turn. You Can't Handle This is on the outside, and Holiday Jazz is down at the rail, and the 2 of them now are heads apart for the lead. Starship Precious just off of them in third. Gelato is making up some ground from the back of the pack, and Spooky Road is down at the rail, so the race is wide open with a 1/4 mile to the finish. And on the inside, it is still Holiday Jazz trying to hold off the oncomers. You Can't Handle This is now right alongside. 3/4 up in 1:15. And here is Spooky Road, who's gaining ground. And Spooky Road has now taken the lead. Holiday Jazz down at the rail runs in second. It is Spooky Road who steps away here in deep stretch. Spooky Road, much the best. Won by 7 lengths. Holiday Jazz was second, and Gelato came on to get third.
Softest company she's faced, just her second race on dirt. Spooky Road by several with Luis Saez in the second at Saratoga.
Really set the right kind of trip, just off the duel that ensued when Holiday Jazz rushed up the inside of You Can't Handle This, and she was the only one that kind of had her legs under her a little bit the last 1/8 of a mile.
Yeah, you know, Holiday Jazz was just put in a no-win situation in this race, just drawing the 1 hole, because if she got out of the gate, she was going to be in a speed duel. If she didn't get out of the gate, she was going to get put behind the 8 ball. But that she got out of the gate, and the 1 and the 6 went at it, and you could see they're both basically out of the picture. You got to give the 1 a lot of credit to even hold on to second, but there was no doubt about the winner of the drop and pop here for Luis Saez and Michael Maker. No doubt about it, wins very, very easily. And they actually did not run that fast to the 6 furlongs. And wasn't too pretty coming home, but the 4 got it done easy.
Track's so tiring. It just seems like it really shows up, particularly on lower level horses. And the 3, Galliano, who was trying to rally from well off the pace under Jackie Davis, was just so erratic, trying to bear out with her. If she had been easier to handle, she would have been closer, but no doubt about the winner, Spooky
You
Road.
could tell right about here it's going to be a battle of attrition. Where Spooky Road, though, she's still going well enough and able to draw clear. Luis Saez uncocks the crop, shows her the crop, looks behind her. Nobody coming, doesn't need the crop, and cruises to victory. Jordan Wyckoff, Spooky Road, her sire, Quality Road, runner-up in that Whitney to Blame. That was a thriller of a Whitney and a sign of things to come for Blame. This Quality Road filly back to the main track, and she strikes. Spooky Road in the second at Saratoga. 4, 1, 3, 5. Results, reaction when we come back. And time to meet the Alabama contenders. Nest. She's the star of this show. Secret Oath. Pivotal race for her. Kentucky Oaks winner. And Gerrymander. Mother Goose winner. Fresh and dangerous. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of War Front proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That Paddock Treehouse, brand new this year. Perfect spot to spend the afternoon. Amazing view overlooking the paddock and the fans here at Saratoga. And for Spooky Road, by Quality Road out of Spooky Woods, you get Spooky Road, who was claimed along with the second place finisher, Holiday Jazz. Spooky Road with Luis Saez standing by with Acacia in the winner's circle.
And it could be a very big day for Luis Saez, and starting it off right with Spooky Road, a winner. Louis, you had ridden this filly on the turf the last couple of starts. What did you feel from her as she switched surfaces today?
Yeah, I always thought she was better in the dirt. She ran one time in the dirt, she did pretty good. So we was waiting for, for running in the dirt. Today it was her day. She did it pretty easy, broke from there, good spot, and when we came to the top of the straight, we had plenty horse, so she did it by her own.
Glass drop really helping her to find the winner's circle here, but you've got a very classy filly coming up later in the Alabama, Secret Oath, who's going to be posted to the outside. You said you've loved the way she's been training coming into this.
Oh yeah, definitely. She's doing super. She's doing unbelievable. We're pretty happy for her. And we have a good pole. We have to break from there and save more ground we can and just be, I don't know, behind, follow Ness, and I think she's going to be pretty good, so it's going to be an exciting race.
We've seen you in the past in the Kentucky Oaks, for instance, kind of put her into the race a little bit earlier, making that middle move. Where do you expect her to be placed in the Alabama today?
I don't know. It seems like they have a little speed from the outside and inside too, so we're going to try to like follow the speed. Last time, definitely no speed in the race. We have to be pretty close, but we feel like that's not her style. But today we're gonna try to follow the speed and make the move when we have to.
Well, we can't wait to see her today. Best of luck later. Congratulations on starting the day outright.
Thank you so much, guys.
Race 2, a winner, but of course the big one yet to come for Louis Saez Lafitte.
Secret Oath, Acacia. You're watching a horse race. There's certain things you look for early on from a horse in particular. So you say, okay, wait, that's where he or she needs to be. They're going to be effective today. What will you be looking for early that would lead you to believe this is not going to be the Coaching Club American Oaks and Secret Oath is going to be competitive?
That should be traveling in the bridle, whether she's laying second, third, fourth, as long as she's traveling in the bridle. Louis just said something that really kind of put it all in clarity for me. In the Coaching Club, he was riding the race, the style of the race, no speed in the race. He wasn't riding his filly. And I think that's where Wayne Lucas's criticism of the ride came. He wants him to ride the filly to her strength, which is getting her basically into a good rhythm, a good stride in hand, instead of kind of hustling her along to match strides with Ness. So I think you got Gerrymander in here. You got a bit more speed signed on. I think she's going to get a chance to get her feet under her and get in that rhythm that she needs to be in.
Because we know she's better than what she showed us in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
I'm with Richie completely. And Louis, I think, was trying to be smart because he knew in the Coaching Club, I have to be close to Ness. There's not a lot of speed in here to try to compete. Now, did he take his filly out of the game? Maybe, but it was to me, it was his only chance of winning the race the way he rode the race. So now this is a different dynamic. I'm kind of with Richie. I wouldn't be surprised if she drops way back to last and just tries to circle the field like she kind of sort of did in the Preakness. Maybe that's the way she wants to run. She wants to that like quarter of a mile kick. You know what I mean?
142nd running of the Alabama. Perfect segue shortly. First results in race number 3. You just saw it with field for the third. A lucrative allowance sprint, $115,000 purse, 3/4 of a mile dash with the early favorite Outlaw 2-1, about 21 minutes to post. We hope you like history and numbers. If so, this is your segment by the numbers of the story. Prestigious Alabama. Let's start with records. Who was fastest? This incredibly brilliant filly. Go for One in 1990. 2 minutes and 4/5. Smoke. Most wins by an owner. Bel Air Stud. 5 wins from 1924 to 53. All-time leading trainer. Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons. 8-time winner. And nobody's close. And these jockeys that have stockpiled wins. Hall of Famers George Velasquez, Jerry Bailey, Mike Smith, each with 5 Alabama victories. That elusive Alabama Breeders' Cup Distaff sweep completed only once, Royal Delta, 2011. And this is why they call the Alabama a champion producer. 17 winners have been crowned 3-year-old filly champion. The Alabama by the numbers. So much history, so much tradition. Richie, 141 to choose from. Do you have an all-time favorite Alabama moment?
You know, over the years, it's always been a great race. We showed one the other day that really stood out. It was It's in the Air, defeating Devona Dale, and it was those Harborview colors beating the Calumet colors, and that was a year after Affirmed and Aladar. So, you know, that was one that stood out, and that was my first full summer up here. So I got to see a lot of great racing.
That's pretty cool.
17 winners crowned champion. As for this year's edition, with all eyes on Ness, the field, another look, 1.25 miles, $600,000 purse. 7 deep, no defections. Number 4, Nest, 1-2. On the morning line, our crew spent some time on the backside. Let's meet these fillies. Post position order, number 1 is Scratch Cat. comes in from Kentucky, trained by Phil Bauer, owned by Rigney Racing.
The white-hot Phil Bauer, his horses are running lights out here, but this filly's going to have to find another level to compete with this. But it's a grade 1 for a lot of money. If you can hit the board here, it certainly enhances your filly's value.
Graded stakes debut. Then number 2, Goddess of Fire. Second in the opening day, Wilton Stakes. Water gets deeper this evening.
Yeah, 21 on the line for a horse that's been grade 2 placed twice, and the blinkers go on. Been behind Gerrymander and Secret Oath, was in the Kentucky Oaks. Needs to improve. The blinkers go on for Todd Pletcher. That's actually a good move, 24% for him.
You mentioned the back class, Goddess of Fire. Number 3, Gerrymander, Mother Goose winner at Belmont late June. She comes in fresh and dangerous.
Hey, impressive in that Mother Goose going a mile and a 16th. I actually questioned if she wanted a mile and a 16th, so I'm going to question if she really wants a mile and a quarter, although I was wrong about the Mother Goose. Gets Flavian Pratt here as Joel Rosario is off his mounts.
And Nest, division leader, 2-time grade 1 winner, strictly the one to beat.
Yeah, she really is. Her coming out party obviously was in the Demoiselle, then she came at 2, then the Ashland, a good second in the Kentucky Oaks, a great second in the Belmont, and then Dynamite in the CCA Oaks and the one to beat.
Number 5, Nostalgic, Godolphin Homebred, distant third in the CCA Oaks.
Yeah, finished beating nearly 16 lengths to Nest, and but only 3 lengths behind Secret Oath, and trained by Hall of Famer Bill Mott, who's having a terrific Saratoga meeting.
You saw Elate earlier. Ortiz Mott teamed up with Elate 2017. She's Keen, Brad Kelly's Calumet Farm. They're not afraid to run in the big races.
Oh, well, Keen Ice wasn't afraid, right? He beat American Pharoah on the biggest day of the Travers Day. So, listen, we've had an 81-1 shot in the Kentucky Derby, a 51-1 shot in the Hamiltonian. So I'm not counting anything out anymore. She's Keen, a filly that does have to improve.
Secret Oath, Breland Farm Homebred, Kentucky Oaks winner.
Really like the way she's training up to the Alabama, much better than she was to the Coaching Cup American Oaks. She's going to have to improve, and Nest is going to have to take a little step backwards, or maybe more than a little step backwards, for to close that 12-length gap. But I do think Secret Oath is going to give her best effort today.
Wayne Lucas, 2-time Alabama winner, going back to Life's Magic, Open Mind in 1989. Paulie, how much of a threat, in your opinion, is Gerrymander?
It's really tough to tell because you're looking at a horse that does have a ton of ability. I get where you're going, but the horse has never been around 2 turns. So for a lot of people out there that will look at the mile in the 16th race at Belmont, it's almost tiny bit like the Wilson shoot that we saw. It's kind of like a hook mile in the 16th. So this horse has never been around 2 turns. Now has to go a mile and a quarter against Nest. It's not like she's racing against nobody. And then you also have another quality filly in there, and Secret Oath, who won the Kentucky Oaks. It's a tall order.
Grade 1 Alabama later today right here on Saratoga Live. Next Saturday, the Run Happy Travers. You got to build that bankroll, right? Earn $20 this bonus and the Run Happy Travers. There's the canoe, Godolphin Blue for now. To qualify, bet $50 to win on 1 horse in the Alabama and score a $20 bonus. Win or lose. Play the bankroll builder each Saturday and Sunday through August 21st. And you'll save up to $160. You got to opt in. Visit NiraBets.com. Get the full bankroll builder schedule. When we come back on Saratoga Live, the Alabama Week edition of Card Talk. Big week, big guest, A-listers only, world-renowned chef Bobby Flay joins JK. Pizza, horses, and the love of the sport. Stay tuned.
Standing at Gainesway.
It will be McCulloch, and in Italian wins the Diana Ocean Road State of Rest to win it here by a length. Domestic Spending and Triple Man, and here is Domestic Spending to take the lead in deep stretch and win.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
McLean's music, I mean, faster than horses are built to go.
Into the turn they go, and McLean's music has the advantage.
I mean, he is. It's just plain and simple.
And now it's McLean's music finding more. McLean's music opening up through the lane. 4, 5, going to be 6 by the time he hits the wire. Very, very impressive debut here by McLean's music.
You know, 1 start and 114 Beyer.
Unofficial result, winner number 6, McLean's music.
Unfortunately, an injury would end the racing career of McLean's music after just one breathtaking race.
Easy to define. He's just faster than all other horses. His mother, Horse Music, was the same way. Stone Street and their unbelievable record of not risking anything. And then, you know, John Sakura stepping up and giving him the stallion opportunity that he deserved. Could not possibly give people more credit than how they've handled the horse and what they've accomplished with him.
McLean's music just it means so much to me. It's the first horse I did with Barbara Banke. I always say about soundness, you know, if a horse has an unfortunate injury, then I don't think that reflects soundness or unsoundness. You know, it can be. Somebody can pull out of nowhere and hit your car, doesn't make you a bad driver. Remarkable horse, did it on his own. Very proud of him.
Fortunately, a decade later, McLean's music's progeny, like Jackie's Warrior, is exhibiting that same brilliance he showed on the track.
We have Jackie's Warrior because he was a son of McLean's music, and knowing that brilliance was there and trying to get a chance to do it again.
And Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season. Returning now is number 4, Jackie's Warrior, a 4-year-old bay colt by McLean's music.
Blinding speed, if not for one race, but his legacy continues. As always, our coverage on Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Hill & Dale, Adelapa. And there is Favorite Outlaw, who is by McLean's music, that career debut, one of the fastest ever. As for Favorite Outlaw, he is a contender, currently 9-5. We check in with Acacia, standing by with his race 3 paddock report.
And Lafitte, I'm a huge fan of the progeny of McLean's music, and Favorite Outlaw, a big player in here, as he does make his 3rd start off the layoff for trainer Steve Asmussen. And while I liked what I saw from him in the paddock last time, I think he looks even more fit today. And typically, 3rd start of their form cycle, that is where you'll see the best races. He's dappled out from head to toe. He's been ultra professional here in the paddock. And just one note, I noticed that last time they saddled him outside, and today they saddled him regularly inside the saddling stall. Maybe it speaks to his maturity, the way that he's relaxed, the way that he's more focused. Now, last time out, he was kind of stalking in the 2 path. He went inside the pace setter, just didn't really have quite enough to offer. But again, the fact that it is his 3rd start off the bench and his 3rd start of his form cycle, physically, I love what I see from him. A new face is the One Risk Profile, who hasn't raced since March for Linda Rice, and it was a poor performance at Laurel that day. He broke out, hit the gate, was squeezed back, and then got a little headstrong, and then just had no rally. But I do think it's interesting that he comes back at this spot, and he looks very fit coming off of the layoff. He's a horse that I've always had some interest in and a bit of an affinity for, because he is a really good-looking type. He can be one that's a little bit quirky, though. So far, so good in the paddock. He's handled himself really well, striding out beautifully. I'd be curious to see what kind of warm-up he gets on the racetrack, too. The number 3, Peaceful Waters, will rematch with Favorite Outlaws. He set the pace in that July 23rd race, but one concern I have about him is that last race and 2 back at Churchill as well. He hasn't switched leads, and you noticed Luis Saez last time asking him, imploring him to switch over, and as a result, he was drifting off the rail, allowing space for Favorite Outlaw inside of him. So that's something that I'd be curious to see if has been rectified, as it does seem to be something that's holding him back. He's a very athletic type. He has that natural early speed, though he didn't break the fastest last time out. Lafitte?
Something to watch with Peaceful Waters when the real running starts. Post-parade, risk profile, idle since March. Last win did take place from the rail.
Yeah, and this is a horse that's coming off a freshening with a good steady work tab. I like the spacing of the works, and he's making a nice physical appearance on the racetrack.
Number 2, Ryan's Cat, and a solid meet for trainer Gustavo Rodriguez.
Yeah, blinkers went on this Son of Kitten's Joy 2 back and hasn't really done much. He's interesting because he's getting bet on the board.
Peaceful Waters, quick Ridgeling, Luis Saez rides.
Yeah, got the measure of Favorite Outlaw last time. Should be in front. Looks like that's his style.
Favorite Outlaw and make the rider Flavian Pratt.
You know, I thought this horse really had no excuses. It's good to hear that Acacia thinks this horse has gotten a little bit better, because I thought Peaceful Waters just outran him on the square last time.
That guy's been busy. 14th start this year, striking speed.
Yeah, and he just finds himself in a tough spot. He seems he's more effective when he runs against lesser company.
Malibu SS, 4th track, and as many starts for Tom Amoss.
Yeah, put the blinkers on last time with his main man, Edgar Morales, aboard and got the job done at Indiana Downs. Now Julian Leperoux will be in the irons.
Steinbeck and Johnny Velasquez, 3 wins yesterday, 3 shy of 1,000 at Saratoga.
Incredible milestone. Johnny Velasquez is inching up on Steinbeck. Looks like he landed in a pretty tough spot here, but he does lure the Hall of Famer, Johnny V.
Field for the upcoming 3rd in 7 minutes. Alabama today, Travers next week. Get signed up if you haven't. Join us at Naira Bets. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com. Fans hanging out in the 1863 Club. One of the biggest days of the summer. Alabama Saturday. You feel the energy building. You get closer to this trio of stakes races. Alabama, race 10 with all eyes on Nest. There is Peaceful Waters at 3-1. Favorite Outlaw, Peaceful Waters, when they last hooked up, and essentially why this felt like a 2-horse race coming in, Richie.
Yeah, no, and it did, and we see what Acacia was talking about with Peaceful Waters, lingering on that inside lead, that left lead. Horses find more energy when they jump to their right lead. They were both, blown away by Stage Left, who came back subpar effort yesterday or the day before, I believe it was. But really no excuses here for Favorite Outlaw as he came up the inside. Looked like he had every opportunity to go by the 3 Peaceful Waters and just wasn't able to do so. But I agree with Acacia as well. Wow, what a physical appearance the 4 Favorite Outlaw has made.
As for Peaceful Waters, trained by Al Stahl, standing by with Acacia.
And we're seeing Luis Saez give Peaceful Waters a big warm-up. Al, we noticed in the last couple of races that Peaceful Waters hasn't switched to his outside lead. Is that something that you've been focusing on bringing him in here?
Very frustrating to us. He's great in the mornings galloping, he's great in the morning during his breezes, and he just refuses to do it in the afternoon. We've done bits, we've done everything, and I just hope he one day picks it up, but I don't think there's much more we can really do, So Louis knows all about it. He's worked him before, so he's going to give him a chance to switch at the head of the lane, and hopefully he kind of re-breaks a little bit. He's been very frustrating, though.
How much of a benefit do you think that is, having a rider that's now gotten familiar with him and his quirkiness?
Yeah, well, I thought they'd be a match made in heaven. He's a speed rider, and he's a strong rider, and this horse is a speed horse, and he needs some strength on his back, so I thought it was a good match. Hope it is in a few minutes.
He's such a good-looking, athletic type of horse, too. He looks like he could even, handle more ground, but that speed is deadly going short.
Right. We didn't realize he was that fast as a horse. He's got unusual. He'll go the first quarter kind of near the pack, and from the half-a-mile pole to the quarter pole, just under a tug, he'll open up on him. He does it all the time without being asked. Then he weakens on us. So he's a study right now. He's still frustrating us.
Well, we always appreciate your time and your openness. Best of luck, Al.
Thank you.
Al Stahl sending out Peaceful Waters. We'll see if he can put things together today, Lafitte.
Really have to appreciate his candor, Al Stahl.
Yeah, and talking about Peaceful Waters not changing leads in the afternoon and doing it in the morning. And when a horse, can do it in the morning, he's capable of it. But they're also not under the same pressure in the morning as they are in the afternoon, Paul.
Yeah, and, when Stage Left went by those horses, I think he kind of discouraged Peaceful Waters too, and that made him like even swap to his wrong lead. But you know what I did like, if you go back and you look at that, he kind of re-rallied when he saw Favorite Outlaw on the inside of him to re-rally for second, even though Stage Left already won the race. I thought the 2 is the interesting horse near Ryan's Cat, because he's a horse that they put the blinkers on. When he was in the Rudy Rodriguez's barn, this horse has got numbers that absolutely compete here, actually beat this field. Has not gotten back to those numbers in the Gustavo Rodriguez barn, but the blinkers have gone on. And I'm wondering if they press from the inside or they're going to try to sit today, because this horse does possess speed, but has come from off the pace.
Does have those back races that you're talking about to go back to, making a nice physical impression on the racetrack. To me, honestly, Favorite Outlaw is the horse to beat. He's taking all the money. He looks fabulous on the racetrack. You and I were talking, and we were watching the 6 Malibu SS warm up. Now, this is a horse that races look too slow on paper. But look at some of the workouts. July 16th, 5 furlongs in a minute flat. That's essentially 12 seconds every furlong. Comes back with a sub-47 half a mile. This is a horse coming back off a layoff from Mr. 4000, our colleague Tom Amos. And at 5-1, I'm going to take a little swing there with a horse that he kind of backed up and slowed down his workouts the last couple. I like that pattern.
No, I'm with you. This horse is live as can be. You get Julian aboard, 8-1 down to 5-1. I thought made a great appearance, and you're right. That July 24th work, 2 out of 128. Mr. Amos, I didn't get a phone call this morning.
Motoring right along. Acacia circling back to Ryan's Cat and Manny Franco at 5-1.
We've seen some big warm-ups out there on the track. Ryan's Cat, one of them. Malibu S was very sharp. Peaceful Waters got a big warm-up. There's a lot of horses really stretching their legs out there, which is fun to see as well. I thought Ryan's Cat framed himself up beautifully out on the racetrack. And as Paul mentioned, the blinkers going back on for Gustavo Rodriguez in the last couple of races, I think have helped him to maybe kind of have a little bit more focus. Last time out, he was in that chasing spot, and he just never really re-rallied at all, and Peaceful Waters and Favorite Outlaw ran much better than he did. He is a big, robust son of the late Kitten's Joy, and he's a horse that he stacked up, I thought, against his foes last time out. He just didn't run that way. So maybe he's one that can just kind of fool you, but I've been very impressed with the horses that Gus Rodriguez has brought up to this Saratoga meet and opting to run here with a limited number of starters. They've been placed in the right spots. He could have had the opportunity off of that last effort to try a drop in class for Ryan's Cat. They come back here once again. He had a lovely warm-up under Manny Franco, and I think that we're going to see Manny not let them get too far away from him out there today, because he really was moving well out on the track, Lafitte.
Over a year, Acacia, since his last win, Ryan's Cat, but with Manny Franco and the kind of, not just summer at Saratoga, but last year or so that he has had, the confidence that you've touched on, and just riding at a top level.
Yeah, just getting more and more opportunities with higher profile connections, and it gives a young rider confidence that they know they can compete at that level. They know that they can get it done. Obviously, Tiz the Law went a long way to instilling that confidence into Manny Franco.
100%. When you win a classic race, or I put it into somewhat like a Jim Leyritz. He hit one big home run, but it made his career about 7 years longer. So if you can get that one big win, it's giant on your resume.
For Favorite Outlaw, has that one giant race at Oaklawn on his resume, the 3-2 favorite, and Flavian Pratt taking over, already won on one horse who was supposed to be ridden by Joel Rosario this afternoon.
Yeah, just being available is sometimes you're better off not being committed to a slow horse when who knows what can happen. You could pick up a good horse. And this horse, McLean's Music, Coco Bell, a multiple stakes winner out in Southern California, nice sprinting mare herself, and horse really made a nice physical appearance.
Not a bad seat or place to stand in the house, especially on an afternoon like this, one of the biggest of the summer, with the 142nd Alabama later this afternoon on the backstretch. They have an up-close and personal look right from the start. All set for the third from Saratoga. Here's Johnny I.
And they're off. And it is Peaceful Waters who goes out for the early lead. As they move up the backstretch, Peaceful Waters quickly gets away to lead by 2 lengths. Favorite Outlaw is running in second. And then in between horses is Striking Speed, who is next in third. And now moving up is Malibu SS. Far outside, it is Steinbeck. At the back of the pack are Risk Profile and Ryan's Cat. The quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds as they begin the run around the far turn. And it is Peaceful Waters who has stepped away here to lead by 3. Favorite Outlaw in pursuit in second. It's another 3 lengths back to the rest of the field as they come for the top of the stretch. Peaceful Waters is the leader, and Favorite Outlaw is chasing in second. The half mile went in 45 seconds. Peaceful Waters with the lead. Down on the inside is Favorite Outlaw next in second. And farther back is Risk Profile, who has moved into third. But it is Peaceful Waters who's in command right from the start and is drawing away here at the end. Peaceful Waters is going to win by the length of the stretch. Peaceful Waters by 10 lengths or so. Favorite Outlaw was second. Risk Profile finished third. And the final time was 1 minute 9 and 3/5 seconds.
Yeah, maybe changing leads is overrated. Al Stall's not going to be frustrated with that. Peaceful Waters never did switch, and it never mattered.
Until after the wire. Luis Saez got him to switch his right lead after the wire when it was all over. This horse just got so comfortable, and you could see clear example of a horse leading with their left foreleg. This is when a horse is on his left or improper lead through the stretch, but it did not matter. He's a southpaw.
Yeah, right? I mean, 109 and change, that's stopping the clock fast. I don't care what lead you're on. And you go back and you look, Lafitte in the company, obviously stage left can flat out run. Happy Jack, Cyberknife. He's run against some good ones, and he found a field today that was going to let him go 22.45, but no one could go 22.45. No one was going 109 and change. This horse was not getting beat, and that replay was key because we showed you the 3 was better than the 4 than in the last race.
He was. There are no excuses again for the 4 who ran okay. I mean, he finished second best, but this horse, I just get a kick out of watching Luis Saez and riders in general, Lafitte, because they all look to the infield board to kind of assess where everybody else is at. So you saw him took a peek under his right shoulder. Then he started peeking at the board. Where is everybody? I never had the presence of mind to look at that board. Well, I mean, it wasn't around till later in my career anyway, but
I think it would have helped or hindered you.
I just put my head down and rode.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Saez looking for competition. There was none. Allied Racing Stable, winning owner, Al Stall, talked about how frustrating it had been. Still the same mechanics thing, not switch. It did not matter. Affirmed won a Triple Crown on his wrong lead. 3-4-1-6, well-deserved bath shortly thereafter. Peaceful Waters runs them off their feet in the third at Saratoga. Results reaction when we return. Opened up late. Peaceful Waters, Luis Saez back-to-back wins on the Alabama program.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Alabama Day at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, any place, any time. Join us at NairaBets.com. Fans at Saratoga, they bring the energy, especially on days like this. Over 1 million of them last year, and right on target this year. And for Luis Saez, back-to-back victories here. Just too fast right out of the gate, flashing that speed. Peaceful Waters, a second lifetime win. Trained by Al Stahl, standing by with Acacia in the winner's circle.
The post-race interviews after a win, I know, are always a lot more fun. Lafitte, Al, we saw Peaceful Waters still didn't switch leads, but it didn't matter today. He was so comfortable on the front end.
He was a different horse today. I guess a race over the track, some time spent in Saratoga did him well.
Talk a little bit about that, as we've heard a lot of horsemen saying that the track is very deep and demanding here at Saratoga. From a fitness standpoint, do you think that kind of legged him up coming in here?
Well, it can't hurt. Coming from where he's coming from, we were running, every race like this would be in the 9s, 109 and change and stuff. So I think a little just galloping, a couple breezes and a race puts you right where you want to be.
And we saw your cart talk with Jonathan Kinchin with Tom Amis at the start of the meet.
I was in the front, remember?
So I heard, and you beat Tom in this race. I have to ask, is there's still kind of a sense of pride and excitement when you finish ahead of your old roommate?
Well, we had fun in the paddock. My brother called me. I said, how do you like your horse? I said, I don't know. I'm worried about him in the leads and all that. And I told Tom, I said, my brother likes your horse. And Tom was like, oh, no, bad luck. So we just joke around like that.
I love that. Congratulations on the win here, Al.
Thank you. Thank you.
Al Stahl with Peaceful Waters going to wire and besting Tom Amis, Lafitte.
Best of all, Amos just got his 4,000th. And for Peaceful Waters, that race over the track, as quick as he is, touting himself beforehand and running accordingly.
Yeah, it's so important, I think, to have a race over the track. And I feel like the track has definitely gotten tighter and faster over the last few days. They couldn't run sub 3/4 and 10, 9 and change like they are now. And we're seeing it a little bit more consistently at this point.
And still, even with the 2-year-olds, Paulie, you have those come in with a big reputation, with a big pedigree, expensive training. Well, you still now are leaning towards the horses with experience over the first-time starters.
Yeah, I mean, it's let's go with Chocolate Gelato for Todd Pletcher. The whole world had like 7 different horses in that race, and Chocolate Gelato sort of disappointed and then came out and blew a field away. It's kind of like Peaceful Waters. Everybody's looking at Peaceful Waters going, well, you know what? He stops all the time. He stops all the time. Well, today he didn't stop.
Yeah. 3 down, 8 left on the Alabama program. Turning the page, race number 4 coming up next. First look at grass racing, turf sprint, New York bred maidens, fillies, and mares. Road to Remember contender 5-2, My Cara Mia Mine, the 2-1 favorite. About 22 minutes to post. When we return, the Travers preview, the Travers Trophy, Man of War Cup it's called, designed by Tiffany. In case you were wondering, Richie, Travers canoe, not designed by Tiffany. But someone will paint it. Next Sunday morning remains Godolphin Blue. For now, you're watching Saratoga Live.
Consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the New Orleans Classic.
Churls fight running on. Mason in front. Churls fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The November sale has become literally a Star of Stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares foaled to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
all of the top broodmare prospects will be converging on a stage that you will literally have buyers from all over the world fighting it out while those horses are standing in the auction ring.
You can barely move inside the pavilion. There's so many people here, and the buzz is electric. You can't replicate that anywhere in the world, in my opinion.
To have horses in this phasing-tipped in November sale is what all owners dream of. It means that your mare was one of the best racing on the racetrack. It's the night of the stars.
9-5, give me 10 million. 9-5, now to 9-5, 9-7, give me 59.
Gorgeous afternoon, upstate New York. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by Run Happy. #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. Saratoga Lake. An option perhaps on a day not Alabama Saturday. Near Saratoga Springs. Next Saturday, even more so. The Run Happy Travers is on Fox. Saratoga's signature race, the Midsummer Derby. Who is the nation's best 3-year-old? We're going to find out in 7 days. The Run Happy Travers only on Fox. Probables look like this. It's big name after big name, much like today's Alabama. Championship implications, very real. Epicenter, division leader, but not by much, and it won't be easy. For example, let's revisit the Kentucky Derby, Paul. Top 3 finishers. We get to do this all over again next Saturday.
Yeah, we do. At the top of the lane, it looked like Zandon was home. And then, you know, you got to give Epicenter a ton of credit because he was able to put away Zandon. He won the battle, but he did not win the war as Rich Strike. I mean, and you can see all the rest of the jockeys they're out in the middle of the racetrack because not one horse had come up the rail, but Sonny Leon did not know that. And you can see Joel Rosario look to his left like, what just happened?
Yeah, I think I blacked out at the wire. He arrived on Sunday, Rich Strike, and he's made an impression. This is yesterday. Rich Strike blazing 5 furlongs over the Saratoga Strip.
He got off the van when he shipped in with an amazing amount of energy. He has shown an incredible enthusiasm in his workouts here, his gallops, but this work, he jumped off. He busted off. He rolled. He was bowling along. 22 and change, 34 and change. This is like the way a sprinter would blow out for a race. And even when he didn't finish the work as fast as he started the work, but his stride was still strong. He didn't deteriorate. He is trained extremely well here, Paul. This is by far and away the best workout I've ever seen from this horse.
Yeah, he's letting him roll. Did Eric Reed was saying it wasn't, I guess, according to plan, but. You know, I take the word of Richie. You know, Richie, you're telling me this horse is moving well. I believe it. And he looks like it, too. And like you said, he's been full of vigor ever since he's been up here.
5 furlongs, 59.82. Great stuff as always from our friends at XBTV. So to trainer Eric Reed, what has to happen for Rich Strike to be successful in the Travers?
He's got to have everything go just so good because he's going to leave there and he can 22-2 in a workout. I mean, he could go to the lead in any race he chooses. He just doesn't want to do it. So he's going to put himself behind the 8 ball again, and he's going to need a trip again. And he's matching himself against the best 3-year-olds in the country. It's a tough task that he gives himself. The talent's there. One day he might leave the gate and decide he wants to run the way he's capable of and not spot him and give them a head start. And if he does that, I think we're all going to be dancing in the streets. But until that day, we got to sit and sweat the whole race and hope he finds the trip and finds the holes to get through. But I'm super, super stoked at the work today because, you know, I know it went a lot faster than planned, but he did it so easy and came back like he hadn't done it.
Eric Reed, Kentucky Derby, winning trainer. Can Rich Strike do it again? He's surprised us before, Paulie. Like, what are you expecting from him?
I don't know. You know, and even I think Eric doesn't even know either, Meg. And the thing that worries me, I think he should be taken back like he was and make one run. And if he makes that one run and it's successful, it's successful. My worry is this horse is working straight bullets, and Eric says this horse can go 22-2 and might be a handful for Sonny Leon.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't shown that kind of exuberance in the afternoons in the past, but that being said, I don't know that it would be a bad thing. I just think that if he's got run on his mind Get out of his way. Let him do what he wants to do.
Epicenter was dead last in the Jim Dandy. Why not Rich Strike and the Travers on the lead? What the heck? Let's go for it.
That's an honest answer, by the way.
Right.
Like general consensus. What do you? I don't know. We don't know what he's going to do.
No.
What about Cyberknife, Richie? And the Haskell winner, breezing for the Travers on the outside. This was this morning at Saratoga, 5 furlongs in a minute flat.
I like everything I've seen from Cyberknife, watching him train up here in Saratoga since the Haskell. He's a horse with a world of ability, has a tendency to want to pull up or wait on horses when he hits the front. You see they're using a workmate, a target, to keep his interest. And the reason he's kind of like, when he won the Haskell, he came through on the inside and it kind of kept him focused, it kept him interested. So you would think that Florent Giroux is going to try to get that kind of inside trip with him again to keep his interest. Does things very, very easily, Paul.
You know, again, I've repeated this multiple times. When he won at Churchill Downs, he was on the outside of horses. And I remember I did an interview with Flo right after the race, and he goes, when he's outside of horses, for some reason, he's looking in the stands. He's still green. He wants to pull himself up. When he's inside of horses and he can see another horse in front of him, he will chase and go through. And that's what happened in the Haskell. You know, this horse has got, his resume is starting to get a little bit better and better. You know, you got to forget, you don't forget, he won the Arkansas Derby in the Haskell. So he's talented.
We can overcomplicate these things. You get into the deep dive and the analytics. I think for Cyberknife, it's pretty simple. Like now that the mental catching up with the physical, and that's what we're seeing, and the improvement, and ready perhaps for a breakout primetime performance.
Well, and what I liked is he caught his workmate there, and he continued on. He galloped out. He wasn't waiting on his workmate there.
Brad Cox said from the beginning he was difficult, just difficult to train. Now he's figuring it out. Now he's becoming a pro, and he's 7 days out from the run-happy Travers. We're moments away from this mandatory pout in the pick 5, and this packed house at Saratoga. These energetic fans on one of the biggest days of the summer, Alabama Saturday at the Spa. We'll be right back.
Catholic Boy. This dual-surface star defeated a strong field in the Travers Stakes at Saratoga and became one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4 and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. One of the most accomplished sons of More Than Ready, he earned over $2 million on the track. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
That Saratoga fan base, they bring the energy on days like this. Absolutely rock Saratoga. And with the horses in the paddock for the 4th race, live look there at My Cara Mia Mine Acacia. She ran well at 31-1 in her latest. What do you think? Is she looking like she's ready to pull off the, well, she's the favorite this time. What are you seeing?
She is. You're not getting a price today on her, Luffy, and she looks terrific. Second off the layoff. Ran a good 4th last time out. My Cara Mia Mine. I'm sure John and Brielle loves this name. A little bit of a tongue twister, but that was her first time on the turf in a while. It was off of a couple-month layoff. She was off slow that day, too, and she has had the tendency in the past to get out of the gate a little bit slow, but she's sharp in here today, too. She can be a little bit too revved up in the paddock prior to her races, but while she's forward, she's not doing too much, which I like to see a little bit more focus. Hopefully she breaks a bit cleaner. The number 4, Royal Currency, is trying the turf for the first time. She does have a work over the turf on the Oklahoma track. Unfortunately not on XVTV, but obviously Charlie Baker liked what he saw. There's no turf pedigree to speak of on the bottom side. She does have a little bit of a turf hoof for what it's worth. The blinkers come on. She still does wear that hood. She used to always wear a hood with blinkers attached and that her ears are fully covered. And you see her escorted by the pony. That's also typical of her because she's another one that can get really hot, really revved up prior to her races. She's doing pretty well today by her standards. An intriguing one with that last turf workout, though pedigree wouldn't suggest it. The 5, Shinful, aggressive spot last time in the New York Stallion series, but you can understand off of the race 2 starts back. Well, she does have some good leg to her, and I could see why they believe 7/8 would be the right run. Her early speed, I think, makes her dangerous in this spot. She was a little vocal, a little chatty when she first came into the paddock. They saddled her outside the stall, and once they got the tack on her, she settled quite nicely, and this could maybe be the right spot for her to break her maiden as she does cut back in distance, making her 4th career start. Lafitte?
Nothing wrong with a little chatty. Shinful, who has now emerged as the favorite, 5-2. Offer still stands. So does the incentive. Join us at Naira Bets. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match. After your first deposit, any track, anywhere, anytime, join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. First look at grass racing this afternoon. This 5.5 furlong turf sprint. New York bred maidens. Called to post. Who'd you wind up with here, Paul?
The 1, Road to Remember.
And right on cue, 10-race maiden. And make the rider Kendrick Carmouche taking over for Jose Gomez.
Gets blinkers back on. Good energy level here on the racetrack. And with Kendrick, you can count on him trying to keep and hold forward position.
Key scratch. Rent Control is out. Number 3, My Cara Mia Mine at 5-2.
Yeah, it was beaten 4.5 lengths in the same race that Road to Remember was beaten 6 lengths. I thought Road to Remember had a tougher trip.
Royal Currency, do not leave her out of your exacta. 5 second-place finishes.
Yeah, first time on turf, and they take the blinkers off, so I'm wondering if they're going to take back here.
Shinful, 2-1 choice.
By a shin forward. Good miler over in Japan. New York bred that was bred by Vivian Malloy, who celebrated her 90th birthday here last week.
Scratch Ardmaka, number 7, Bunty Windermere. She's quick, and Paula Duke is a big downtown Abbey fan.
Yeah, a horse that should be another one that should at least be pressing the pace.
Pomme Sauvage, I guess it's a wild apple, or so says the internet.
A Pomme Sauvage? Is it good for you, Lafitte?
I don't know. I didn't read that much.
12-1 with Trevor McCarthy and Mark Gorey, a filly by Speightster. I want to say we had a filly by Speightster win the other day, as you see people hanging out over the 1863 Club. Jealous. I'm jealous.
That's a great spot to watch the races from 1863 Club. Another look at Shinful. Circle back to her race 2 back, June 4th, where she makes the lead, Richie, clinging to the lead, and eventually going to be worn down on the stretch.
Yeah, and that was going 7 furlongs. She gets Irad Ortiz Jr. back aboard today on the turn back to 5.5. Last time, going 7 furlongs was in the New York Stallion Stakes, and she kind of got bumped, and I thought ran off a little bit, didn't use herself efficiently. I like the turn back to 5.5. I like the story. Mrs. Malloy bringing a shin forward back from Japan, standing herself in the Hudson Valley, and I think she makes a lot of sense.
That was a good effort. The horse that Lisa's Vision was loaded behind her the whole way and always had her, but so for me, I thought it was courageous for her to hang on for second. She's got a little freshening, and she possesses speed, yeah.
Just wonder what the trainer thinks, what the strategy will be. Rick Schosberg standing by with Acacia.
And Rick Schosberg, always a pleasure to have him here with us, our sometimes colleague on the desk as well. Rick, Shinful, as she comes out of trying that New York Stallion series last time, a strong spot for her, now back with Maidens. What can you tell us as what you've seen from her last start?
Well, she showed a lot of speed in that race. She actually came over a little bit on the start and took out my other filly that we had in there. But you know, she held herself together well. But back in a maiden race, back on Lasix, I think is going to make a significant change. My only question is, she's bred to run longer, and the difference between 6 furlongs, you know, early on at Belmont and 5.5 here is a significant difference. You have to be able to really charge the whole way. So I'm hedging just a little bit, and I see she's the favorite here, and I agree with it. But at 5.5, you really have to turn it on quick. And we'll see if she can do that. I mean, but it's kind of like the difference between running in the 220 and the quarter mile. They're both sprints, but one, you get a breather. This one, if you hiccup, you lose. So I'm hoping she doesn't hiccup.
Some questions for her today, but this one is owned and bred by Vivian Malloy. And as you and I were talking about walking over for her, you've known Vivian since you were in high school and have a long-standing relationship with her.
Yeah, Vivian's great. You know, no, not only I knew her in high school, her smaller farm is right across the street from where I went to high school. But when I started rubbing horses back in the late 70s and early 80s, I actually rubbed horses that she owned for Mike Daggett and Walter Kelly. So we've had a long relationship. My mom and she are very good friends. She served on the breeders boards, which she still does, when my father was president of the breeders back in the early 80s. So it's been a great relationship. She's a wonderful woman. She's you know, an advocate for horse safety and horse aftercare, and just a terrific woman of the turf.
We're always rooting for her and you. Best of luck, Rick.
Thank you very much, Acacia.
Rick Schosberg sending out Shinful for a very special owner and breeder. Lafitte?
I want to be as vibrant at 50 as Vivian Malloy is at 90.
She's a phenomenal
She's amazing.
woman. She really is amazing. Her energy level, her passion for this industry, breeding her horses. Paul, I go over to her farm. It's about 15 minutes from where I live. It's such a beautiful place. The stone walls, it's green, you know, solar energy, and the time she spends with her brood mares, her foals, it's just a really beautiful place.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? It's actually pretty cool to have a horse over here from Japan, considering we made probably one of the biggest blunders in breeding history, letting Sunday Silence go over to Japan. So to get a horse like a Shin Forward, he was a great miler, and he's done well with some of his progeny too.
Limited amount of starters have done
extremely
okay, well.
Yeah.
Very insightful, the information from Rick Schosberg. Shinful. Now, the WinStar jockey standings with 2.5 weeks left, a little bit less than that. You just said something to me after Luis Saez went back-to-back earlier on the program that you think, Richie, that this thing is going to tighten up in a hurry.
Yeah, and I'm not saying Irad's going to get beat, but I think Luis Saez is going to make this interesting. I think he's really hit his form. I think he's got a lot of live mounts lined up coming forward for the last 2 weeks, and he's not going quietly into this good night.
He is the defending champ. Angel Cordero riding title, trying to go back-to-back. Irad Ortiz seeking a 4th overall. Now, you heard the commentary, Paulie, from Schosberg, and some hesitation, some concerns, what he may be worried about regarding Shinful as a handicapper. How much different do you feel about Shinful right now than you did 5 minutes ago?
Not much different. Listen, I picked the one, but this filly on the screen is the horse to beat. I mean, she's run 2 very good races in full fields. From the 2 holes, she was pressed most of the way, going 7 furlongs in. You know, Rick's right. I mean, he hit the nail right on the head. You got to go full board 5.5 furlongs. There's the one. I just like the one with the blinkers on. This horse, his races with the blinkers are way better on dirt. And I think with turf, I know the filly is 0 for 10, but I think she could break through here. And I'm surprised she's 9 to 5 now.
Emerging as the favorite, Acacia, what are you seeing from Road to Remember?
Yeah, short price on this filly as Kendrick Carmouche does pick up the mount with Jose Gomez not riding. The shortcut blinkers do go back on. And as you can see, she's gotten herself pretty hot out there. She was okay when she came back in the paddock, and she is a high energy filly, but she's gotten herself in a little bit of a lather, just really kind of prancing. You saw Kendrick giving her some pats, trying to get her to settle a little bit more because she is sharp. And in the past, they've experimented with running her in a full hood, covering her ears, putting the blinkers back on now. The front wraps do go back on too, which I typically don't love seeing that with turf horses in particular. We have seen Tally Lynch do that though with quite a few of her runners. My main concern about Road to Remember is that she has gotten herself pretty hot out there. It's heating up, to be fair, but something just to keep an eye on as Kendrick was trying to get her to settle down on track and conserve that energy for the race, Lafitte.
High 80s, Acacia, here in Saratoga Springs, Paulie, so a little warm on the track, Road to Remember. And again, I'm guessing when you picked the filly, you weren't expecting this price.
No, not at all. I mean, you look at the price, 5-1. I know there was a couple scratches in there, but the work obviously was very good last time out. Natalia doesn't have any numbers. She's 0 for 9, putting on blinkers for the first time. So this horse is getting bet off the work, and I actually like the blinkers going back on because the blinkers, when she's worn the blinkers, her numbers have been better. So I was literally taking kind of a shot because there's a lot of speed in here. She might, even if Kendrick presses from go, there's going to be a couple fillies right on her back.
Pace in the race. My Cara Mia Mine, and as Acacia touched on, Richie, she does need to get out of the blocks better. She's not going to be involved early, but still does need to break cleaner.
No, and she would like to see all those fillies that are contenders, you know, kind of worry about each other and chew on each other a bit early and help set it up for her late run.
Others behind. He's going to win the run, Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Now the tailgating taking place. Pre-game festivities. Watching the races, maybe a winning ticket or two. Cheers! All about Alabama Saturday here at the Spa. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Happiest place on earth. Road to Remember in the winner's circle. That look on Kendrick, like I got it. Like I got this. Perfect right there. And for trainer Talia Lynch, Road to Remember. Talia Lynch again, first win of the meet. And her background, Richie.
Yeah, she comes from show horses, a horse girl her entire life, and she does a really good job. Her horses always look well prepared.
Can we get somebody that wins the Super Bowl instead of going to Disney World? I want to go to the Saratoga Winner's Circle.
Kendrick might be the one to do it. Kendrick Carmouche for the case of the Winner's Circle.
He's already making us laugh down here. He's even got my stance for interviews all set. He's ready to go. Kendrick, Road to Remember. You had a lot of horse underneath of you when you just found that seam and a place to go.
Yeah, you know, the best spot was the one hole with this horse. You know, he had a couple trouble trips being outside the last 2 or 3 times. I just figured I'd warm her up good and break real sharp and, you know, save the ground throughout the turn. And when I saw Irad sitting inside and he was kind of like sitting there waiting, I just figured I should pull the trigger. And the horse just done most of the work and just got him to the winner's circle. I'm just glad to pick up a mount to win on this wonderful day, you know.
Can you tell us a little bit about prepping for pickup mounts when last minute you find out you're riding, and I'm sure really gratifying to see a win come out of that, but a last minute prep, can you tell us a little bit about that?
You just sit down and do your homework like you always do, watch replays. You know, I watched 3 or 4 replays where it was real close finishes with her and, you know, some of the trips that she got when she didn't finish second or third. So, you know, sometimes the ones that don't look as good is the trips that you should ride on her and save a little ground. And today, you know, I thought if I could have saved ground around the turns and I could have get her out at the 8 pole, I could have make her a winner. And Tally Lynch prepared this horse good today. Sorry Joel couldn't ride it, but, you know, hey, I take the donation for the day. Carmouche family, baby.
That's the name of the game, right? And we saw you warming her up good, as you mentioned, and she was on the muscle. She was sharp out there. Just giving her a few pats, keeping her quiet, and she broke. She responded well, too.
Yeah, Telly told me she was really nervous, filly in the post-parade, so I kind of wanted to warm her up good, but then at the end, calm her down. But I really needed a good break to get my position, and once I had my position going down the backside, I knew I was a winner.
You're a winner, and always fun to see in the winner's circle. Congratulations, Kendrick.
Thank you very much. Louisiana in the house, baby.
We love it. A Kendrick Carmouche winner's circle interview doesn't get much better, Lafitte.
Acacia, I don't care if he finishes 8th. We need to talk to him in the winner's circle after like every race.
Guys, it's a national treasure, and he takes pictures. I actually retweeted one thing. He was out here earlier signing autographs for kids, handing out jockey goggles, man. He is, when you just look at Kendrick, he puts a smile on your face. It's unbelievable.
He's not riding in all the grade 1 races. It's such a deep, tough calling. I don't know that anybody enjoys it more than Kendrick.
No, he's living in the moment. He's enjoying the experience as much as the winning and the losing.
Yeah.
But don't encourage him about being on air so much. I don't need another jockey wanting to be on air.
He was
There's
pretty
only
good
so
last
many of these
year.
jobs to go around.
Right? And then he's like, hey, thanks for the Joel Rosario fund. That's great. I mean, and I'm sure he's joking around, too. Him and Joel are very, very close. But you got to give Kendrick a ton of credit. He said it the other day. Started at Charlestown. Now he's in the winner's circle at Saratoga.
And remember, he was on the other side of that, the flip side of that coin last year. Missed the entire Saratoga meet. He broke his ankle the last race, Belmont Stakes Day, at the worst possible. He had to watch. He was watching with us on television.
Yeah, and that's frustrating, and that's why you saw when he won his first race up here at the beginning of the meet, the emotion involved, because you sit out a whole summer here. It hurts.
Kendrick Carmouche strikes in race number 4 here, Alabama Saturday. Race 5 coming up next. Field updated odds. 2-year-olds on grass. Mile and a 16th maiden special weight with a $105,000 purse. Current favorite, Activist Investing. Things did not go well in his debut. We'll revisit that a little bit later on. That's next, the 5th race in 20 minutes at Saratoga. The Alabama a little bit later on, that's for 3-year-old fillies. The race you just saw, that was for like older fillies and mares. But as you know by now, one of the more special aspects of Saratoga is the 2-year-olds. And we're about 6 weeks in almost in terms of the summer here, the season. We asked Maggie which 2-year-olds thus far had impressed her most to this point. Here's her top 5.
Year after year, Saratoga is the proving grounds for young, unbridled talent. So, who has impressed us in 2022? Here are your top 5 2-year-old maiden-breaking performances so far. Number 5, I'm Very Busy. Despite not having an abundance of turf pedigree, I'm Very Busy rated comfortably under Flavia and Pratt, then split horses in the lane to win under wraps by 3 3/4 lengths, going 1 mile and 1/16 on the turf. Number 4, Chocolate Gelato. She was bet down to 1-2 in her debut and ended up 3rd. But in her second start, she did what she was meant to and decimated a field of mostly unraced rivals, winning by over 8 lengths and earning the fastest buyer for a 2-year-old maiden at the meet so far with a 92. Number 3, Blazing Sevens. By a champion 2-year-old, this colt had connections thinking he could be a lot like his sire, Good Magic. Chasing wide the whole way, Blazing Sevens drew away from next time out winner Bourbon Bash with the utmost ease, hinting that the further he gets to run, the better. Number 2, Disarm. Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen has been searching for that elusive Kentucky Derby winner. But when the son of Gunrunner broke his maiden at second asking going 7 furlongs, Asmussen was rightfully Derby dreaming. Showing far more professionalism, Disarm kept improving his margin of victory through the wire to win comfortably beneath Tyler Gaffleone. Number 1, Prank. Though she was carrying the weight of being the younger sister of Belmont Stakes winner Mo Donegal on her shoulders, the daughter of perennially leading sire Into Mischief ran the competition off their feet to win by an eye-catching 9 3/4 lengths. Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher yet again looks to have a ultra-talented filly on his hands. But the meet is not over yet. Who will be the next potential 2-year-old superstar to wow us at the spa?
Maggie's top 5 so far, the 2-year-olds in debut efforts. This is where it all starts at Saratoga, where careers begin to superstardom in the future. And maybe we've already seen an example of that going back to the Saratoga Special. And what a performance from Damon's Mount here a couple of weeks ago.
He's a throwback kind of horse to me, Paul. He is not only physically gifted, but he's so intelligent. And you saw when he was sitting in behind horses with his head bowed, asking Gabe Sayers, is it time? Do you want me to go now? Let me go. I got to meet Michelle Lovell, the trainer, this morning, and we talked about this horse and the way she spoke about him and how intelligent he's been in his training. And I got the opportunity to tell her, this is the kind of horse in the 70s that I would watch that made me fall in love with the game.
Yeah, and to beat Gulfport, the horse that was in second there, that had been basically just unreal in his first 2 career starts. He won his first 2 career starts by a total of like 17 some odd lengths. And then Michelle rolled this colt by Gervin, who's gotten off to a great start. A lot of people don't remember Gervin, trained by Joe Sharp, was on the Triple Crown Trail for a long time, but Gervin's gotten off to a great start at Sire. This is a Florida bred, and she rolled this horse out in closing day at Churchill, and I remember looking at myself going, oh my goodness. And he did it with ultimate ease, and then you're thinking, okay, can he really conquer Gulfport? And boy, did he.
And Gulfport did have some trouble
Yeah.
in the race, but still, you're right. The way he did it,
yeah.
And just glad that the offers were coming in. They turned him down. Michelle Lovell an opportunity to see this through with Damon's Mount. And the 2-year-old stakes racing yesterday, of course, the Skidmore with Oxymore, the female equivalent, the Bolton Landing. Potential preps for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, Juvenile Fillies Turf with Anticipation, and PG Johnson. And then the marquee Grade 1 events, closing weekend, Spinaway Grade 1, Echo Zulu last year, and the Grade 1 Hopeful, the 2-year-old that we get to look forward to the rest of the season here at Saratoga. I don't think Damon's Run is going to run in the Hopeful. It sounds like the Iroquois or the Breeders' Futurity is next. And as far as those maidens, still have a couple of weeks here at Saratoga for new careers to begin. When we come back, the history that we're surrounded by at Saratoga, that big red spring in part named after Man-O-War, and that's the Man-O-War pole. Cool story. That's next. Stay tuned. You're watching Saratoga Live.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead.
Surrounded by benches and flower pots, it weighs 300 pounds, is constructed from yellow pine, and has a ball at its apex covered with gold leaf. It is the man-o'-war pole and greets all who enter Saratoga's main gate. John P. Greer never left man-o'-war's flank after the champion set grueling fractions in the Dwyer Stakes at Aqueduct. John P. Greer briefly headed man-o'-war at the 8th pole. The Chestnut shrugged off the challenge to stop the clock in world record time. In 1959, Naira dedicated a white and gold pole shortly before the facility's grand reopening after a 3-year, $34.5 million renovation. It was the pole where man-o'-war surged past John P. Greer. The man-o'-war pole stood in Aqueduct's backyard until video lottery terminals were installed. It was restored and relocated to Saratoga in 2010. After all, it is a clear court where man-o'-war learned to accept a saddle and rider. Saratoga is also where the Chestnut captured 5 stakes during his legendary career. Grand Central Station has the clock, Old Yankee Stadium has the bat, Saratoga has the pole.
Incredible story, everything behind that man-o'-war pole.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as a kid, I loved to read the history of this game, and the story is that everybody expected man-o'-war to win by open lengths like he normally did, and they broke down the backstretch at Aqueduct, and they're saying, well, where's John P. Greer? They thought he had left him in the gate. Well, he was head and head with man-o'-war, but he was so small, he was blocked by man-o'-war, and he stayed with him until that pole, and finally man-o'-war was able to shake him off. But John P. Greer was a very good horse in his own right. People he was overshadowed by man-o'-war.
I think a lot were overshadowed.
Everybody was overshadowed by man-o'-war. Here, the Sanford lone loss of his career, yes?
By upset.
Upset, but not the origin of why we say upset today.
No, it's not, even though some people want to believe that.
It makes for a better story, right? 2-year-old, speaking of which, in the paddock, mile and a 16th on grass. Current even money favorite, Activist Investing, as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the show. Maggie, you're watching these 2-year-olds in the paddock. Let's start with a first-time starter. What are you noticing from number 2, Conversing, for Shug McGahee?
Well, they're not taking much money, which is much to my dismay, because I actually liked Conversing based upon his workouts coming in here for Hall of Famer Shug McGahee. And Conversing, you know, he sat just off in his last breeze on the Oklahoma turf course of a 4-year-old stakes winner named Fort Washington, who, Battle of Normandy, I believe, a first-time starter who won on the turf here, was working with prior to. And this horse going better than him at the end as he sat just off of him. He was going very easily, ears pricked the whole way. He's not taking much money as he sits at 9-1, and he is acting quite green here. He has been very vocal. You can see him, he's nervous and on his toes. As a physical, I love what I'm seeing. He's fit, he's well balanced, beautifully put together. It's just mentally, he might need that start. But again, take heed that I like what I've seen from the mornings on the racetrack. Moving on to number 4, Taking Candy. Another first-time starter, very, very laid back here for Cherie DeVoe. Sold for $400,000 after working 10 flat. I didn't love that work, though. He did look as though he was going slower than what he was actually working. So that's always a good sign, hinting at they really cover the ground well. Seems very laid back in here. Do think that he might need a start from the fitness perspective, Lafitte.
The experience, and we're on grass, not having that same conversation about dirt and the horses with experience versus the first-time starters. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. These 2-year-olds, 6-5. Activist Investing. We'll show you why in a moment. Who'd you have on top, Paul?
Wow. In this race, I thought this race was so wide open. I actually, if I'm not mistaken, I might have put the 1 on top.
There, right on cue again. Coach Petro.
Yeah, nice run on debut. Loomed up, popped ahead in front. Maybe just got a little bit tired. Should improve with an effort.
Conversing, as Maggie just discussed, is still really acting up out there.
Yeah, a tiny bit. Johnny V hopefully will get him to settle down, the son of Into Mischief.
Philharmonic, first-time starter by Mendelssohn. Cold on the board.
Yeah, cold on the board, slowish works, and the Grand Dam dress rehearsal, though, was a stakes winner on turf.
Taking Candy, Barbaro Colors, Lael Stables, debuting colt.
Yeah, for Cherie DeVoe, this is a horse, Cherie usually takes time with their horses. I have a feeling this horse might run today. Twirling Candy's pretty good first time out.
Rarefied Flair contender.
I like this horse a lot. Had significant trouble last time, was stymied in the midst of a rally. With a cleaner trip, would have been a lot closer.
He almost wound up in the 1863 club in his debut, Activist Investing.
Yeah, he did. He was way, way wide and had a brutal trip. That's why he's 6-5.
And that's the colt that took him out there, wide right.
I'm sure they're very happy they're drawn inside of him today.
Yeah. Jadoro at 17-1.
Yeah, an unknown that was in the Michael DePaulo barn. If a lot of people don't know Michael DePaulo, he's a very, very good trainer up in Canada. This horse comes in from Woodbine, lands in the Linda Rice barn, and she has her main man aboard, Jose Lascano.
Field for this 5th race. 2-year-olds, mile and a 16th. There's the 6-5 favorite. Chad Brown's Activist Investing. Watch Activist Investing and Wide Right. And Richie, this thing, an absolute mess when they hit the first turn. What happens?
The 4 Wide Right just does not corner, doesn't handle the turn. He got in tight. He wasn't set up well for the turn. This is what happens when horses get keen. His head's going to come up in the air. He loses his balance. He's not going to be able to make the turn. And unfortunately for Activist Investing, he's caught on his outside, and there's nothing in it. You see him throw his head there. He's rank, he's on heels, and then when a horse like that, they lose their balance, they're gone. You can't control them in that tight turn. Nothing Junior Alvarado could do, nothing that Irad Ortiz could do. He was just stuck on the outside of the wrong horse.
And well, more on that, but meanwhile, Coach Petro, who was clear of all the trouble, did run very well that afternoon to be 3rd.
Ran a very good race. I thought ran a decent second. Hit the lead at the top of the lane and then got his head in front. I'm disappointed in Richie. Richie's always got the best puns or the best. Wide right. I mean, the horse took the horse widest right of all. I thought you were coming with something there, Richie.
Low-hanging fruit.
Again, the post position switch, very key for those two. Wide right, Activist Investing. Coach Petro, who ran, again, very, very well. Clear of all the trouble. Then Rarefied Flair for trainer Kenny McPeak, Julien Leperoux. They struck with a 2-year-old a couple of days ago. His last start, solid effort as well, Richie, here at Saratoga. There he is tracking the leaders and wind up 3rd on this afternoon.
Yeah, in the midst of a rally, looking for room, and there's just nothing there. This isn't a bad ride. This is an unlucky ride. You ride turf, you want to save ground, and most of the time it opens up. It did not open up, and he kind of got jammed. But what I like, Paul, is when he did finally get to the outside, he's finishing with interest. A lot of young horses wouldn't re-accelerate. They wouldn't pick up the way he did. He finishes with real interest, and I think that if he had been able to find a seam when he had run on his mind, he would have been a lot closer.
That's the key, right? I mean, you're always looking at, a lot of people will look at trouble and be like, oh, this horse was stymied. Well, was there run after the stymie? There was run after that horse did get stopped. So I'm not arguing. I thought that was legit trouble. You get the hot riding Julien Leperoux, and Kenny McPeak's having an okay meet. Listen, he's only got 1 win on the meet, but he's got 9 seconds and 3rd. So he's been right there at the wire with a lot of his horses.
We check in with Maggie.
Just want to go back over those first-time starters. Didn't have much time in the paddock. And we'll check in with number 2 conversing here. Pickup mount for Hall of Famer John Velasquez in the hunt. Only 3 away from 1,000 wins here at Saratoga. And again, the green is kind of carried over here to the racetrack as you still see him with the pony. Again, I'm going to reiterate, I really like what I've seen from this horse training in the morning. And as a physical, I love him. But that greenness just kind of spilling over to the racetrack as well. Next, we'll check in with number 4, Taking Candy. Didn't really get to elaborate on him much back in the paddock. Watching his last gate breeze, he broke well from the outside of an unraced horse who did have a jockey on while Taking Candy had an exercise rider on. Galloped out fine, but was on the wrong lead. Again, hinting at what I said back in the paddock. The proverbial light bulb doesn't seem as though it's clicked with this horse. Seems as though he's going to need a race mentally and physically to kind of move him up, and we often see that with Cherie DeVaux's horses, that she tends to let them develop at their own pace, but not a bad looking son of Twirling Candy that obviously they bought for $400,000. There's some ability there. Don't know if we'll see it first time out. Number 5, Rarefied Flair. We see many times horses with experience taking down these races. He's fine. I didn't really pay attention to him, honestly, on July 30th, but he ran well as you guys were just watching that workout, that race. He's fine. he's a player. He's fit. Did he wow me? No, but I get it. As we'll move on to number 7, Wide Right. He was a naughty boy in that first race. He was rank out of the gate, completely blew the first turn. He ran on a little bit down the lane after just being relegated back to last. We see Junior Alvarado up once again. They haven't changed any equipment with this horse, just a loose ring snaffle, which is about the lightest and least severe bit you can put in a horse's mouth. He is a lot more fit, though. He's very focused. That's not something I can necessarily say about him first time out. I think we'll see an improved effort from this horse, as he is a big price. And I think he actually, although the first half of that race was dreadful and he needed it, he showed a little bit of ability, as I'm going to take a shot in the dark. 17-1 here with number 8, Jadoro. Obviously, Linda Rice just, this horse has been training up in Canada, so I wouldn't, put any credence into the fact that this is a first-time Linda Rice horse. This is a big, good-looking son of Medaglia d'Oro. And a lot of times, his progeny, they tend to lack a bit of a hind end. Not this horse. And watching his last race, going the 6.5 furlongs at Woodbine, around one turn, he was just very even. He just stayed on. Well, that hints at a horse that wants to get more ground. He gets it here. He does have those blinkers on. Got an awesome warm-up from Jose Lescano. Really big gallop, and since he's stretching out from the 6.5 furlong races, I would think that we'll see this guy a bit more forwardly placed too, going the 1 1/16. He's fit, he's strong, he has that physical maturity. He looks well shipping in from Canada, Lafitte.
Maggie likes a 2-year-old at 15-1. Take note, Jadoro. See if he can pull off the upset. The favorite here. As long as he doesn't get taken to the woodshed, Richie, where should Irad Ortiz have activist investing early on?
Well, I think, you saw in the first start, they want this horse to settle. A lot of the sons of Kingman, who this horse's sire is, they have a big finish. They have a turn of foot. So they're looking to get these horses to switch off and finish strongly.
And some angles on Conversing, the first-time starter, a pattern that you're recognizing with Shug McGahee.
Well, I love this horse's pedigree. The mare won the La Praviante. She was accomplished on the turf, albeit going longer. Look at the work tab going back to May 24th. He has not missed a beat. Even when he shipped from Fair Hill, he worked July 22nd, July 29th, 7 days later, he works 5 furlongs. And I like 5 furlong races on the workouts, on the turf for young horses. Conversing is very well prepared by Shug McGahee.
Maggie liked that how he looked physically, more of a mental issue. Conversing, 8-1, Paul, and Coach Petro clear of all that trouble. The race activist investing was in now. The cozy inside post, your top selection.
Yeah, and I think this horse will improve second time out. Brad Cox's horses usually do. Gets, like you said, the inside post, so save the ground. You go from Gaffione to Manny Franco. Obviously, 2 talented riders. I just think the one will save a lot of ground. It was a tepid pick because I do feel one of these first-time starters are gonna fire, and I think the 6 at even money. I'll probably put this horse in the winner's circle. It's ridiculous.
Activist look at activist investing. Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown. Irad Ortiz in the saddle. Leading rider, 6-5. Activist investing. When a horse does something like what we saw from Wide Right, how concerned, and look, again, the best news is he's drawn towards the outside, but how much of a concern like something like that could happen again?
I mean, it certainly could happen again, but I think being outside helps this horse, because even if he gets rank, at least Junior Alvarado will have room to work with him. Last time, no room to work with him. When his head got in the air, he kind of lost the horse. I think 9-2 on Rarefied Flair, my selection, the 5, is way too big a price for a horse that I thought had fairly significant trouble.
Rarefied Flair ran into that roadblock, still re-engaged, finished up well. We're all set for these 2-year-olds, mile and a 16th. John Embrial standing by with the call. Post time, race 5 from the Spa.
We are set for the start of race 5. And they're off. Coach Petro from that inside post goes for the lead. And now moving up to challenge is Rarefied Flair. So it is Coach Petro, Rarefied Flair, and from the outside, Wide Right is there. So 3 of them across the track for the lead. And sitting behind is Activist Investing, and alongside is Jadoro. And then it's a break about 5 lengths to Conversing, who runs in 6th. And at the back of the pack are Philharmonic and Taking Candy as they go around that first turn. The quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds. And it is Wide Right who has come away with the lead now as they race up the backstretch. It's Wide Right by a length. Rarefied Flair next in second, and down at the hedge is Coach Petro in third. Jaduro on the outside runs in fourth. Then the favorite, Activist Investing, in a fifth, about 4.5 lengths off the lead. And then comes Conversing in sixth. Next is Taking Candy, and the trailer is Philharmonic. Half mile in 48 seconds. Wide Right, Rarefied Flair. They are 1-2. They are heads apart going around the far turn. It's Wide Right on the inside, Rarefied Flair on the outside. Jaduro is next in third, followed by Coach Petro, and forced wide there is the favorite, Activist Investing. In behind now is Conversing, who has made up some ground, and the field is coming down for the eighth pole. And it is Rarefied Flair, Conversing looking to come on through. On the outside is Coach Petro, along with the favorite, Activist Investing. It's a wild finish here as they come on for the line, and it's four of them right there. Four of them, heads apart on the line. Was it Rarefied Flair? Was it Conversing? Was it Coach Petro or Activist Investing?
Wild finish. The 2-year-olds in a slugfest to the wire. Rarefied Flair, Conversing, noses bobbing. This is why we love 2-year-old racing at Saratoga.
Wow, what a race. And you need to go back and watch this about 10 different times to get all the trips that went on here. The 5 Rarefied Flair had a great trip, broke better, got forward position, allowed Wide Right to clear, make the lead. He did not want to get past as Conversing, who just missed, was so green in between horses, and he was lugging in with Johnny Velasquez, and he really had a hard time riding him. He was well meant, but he just missed Paul. The favorite, Activist Investing, another tough trip. He got shot wide out to the middle of the course coming off the corner.
Yeah.
But let's give Rarefied Flair his due.
No, you got
He
to
kept fighting.
Yeah.
He did not want to lose. Keep an eye on Conversing here. You're going to see he's going to jump back to his left lead. He's just so green at that point.
He's the horse with the white blaze, obviously. And then when he finally straightens out, he levels off right here. But it's like with 15 yards left, it was like Johnny V was trying to get him through, just trying to get him through a keyhole. And when you're going sideways through that hole, Mig, it's hard to get your horse to switch leads when you got horses on both sides.
He reacted so negatively to the one Coach Petro outside of him. Like he was a little intimidated by him, and that's what made it so difficult for Johnny to keep him going forward. But I tell you what, I think a lot of promising colts coming out of this and just some difficult trips.
That's the part of the story. So that Rarefied Flair, your top selection, Mig, 9-2 for Convert. These are promising prospects in this race. For Conversing to make that many mistakes, that's a fumble, that's a pick, that's its turnover, and to still be that close and almost win, how much ability does he have once he puts it all together, which is what Maggie touched on? Yeah, physically looks great, but mentally hasn't figured out, and it played out on the track.
And there was the prime example of it when he had to kind of turn him sideways, and he jumps back to his left lead, and then he's still going forward late and just misses. He was an unlucky loser, Paul, but again, the 6 had a difficult trip. There were several difficult trips there. This is a race, if you're going to use this as a handicapping tool going forward and to look for horses to bet back, you need to watch this race several times.
Well, it's one of those races, if you go back and you look, if the one empties out, the one never emptied out. Coach Petro and Manny Franco was still going forward. If the one empties out, the 2 gets through that hole and wins this race.
Exactly.
But the 1 was still in the thick of it. And then I think ends up running 4th, losing the whole race by about a neck, which is crazy.
Blanket finish.
Yeah, let's go to the head-on because I want you to see, like, the 1 is holding the position. See, look at the white blaze. He's trying to get through that hole. There is a hole, but she's just green. And when she finally was able to level out, the 1 still had a little bit.
That's not a lot of space either, and you see a lot of contact going back and forth there between, the 1 Coach Petro who's outside and Rarefied Flair with the 2 Conversing inside. And just a young horse that's a little bit intimidated in between horses, trying to figure out, do I go forward? Where am I out? At exactly this. Watching that, it appeared that the 5 Rarefied Flair had established his lane. He didn't deviate from his lane. He's already 4 paths off the rail at this point. Maybe he drifted a slight little bit there, and that caused the reaction from the 2 Conversing as well. I don't think that's something that, because it was such a small deviation that would cause an inquiry, but he wasn't perfectly straight either.
No sign of an inquiry or an objection. We are in the paddock. They still haven't posted the winner. We believe it's Rarefied Flair, but just to clarify, I don't believe they've posted the winner. Not just yet. Rarefied Flair.
That's
Julian Leperoux, go ahead.
That's just one of those just bumper car situations when you're down the lane, you got four riders just riding their lives off to get to the wire, and I think it's fair play. I think it's everybody was coming in. The 1 was coming in. The 3 was tiny bit coming out. Johnny V did have a lane to go through. His horse was just a little bit green. It looked a little bit tighter on the pan, but when you shot the head on, the horse did have a lane. It just was a little green going through it. But can't take anything away from the winner. 9-2 is a good price on Rarefied Flair, and a good call by you, Richie. You like this horse.
Rarefied Flair, they're in the winner's circle. They're going to take pictures. Again, the photo not available, but they're in the winner's circle. Rarefied Flair for Kenny McPeak, Julian Leperoux. Bobby Flay, world-renowned chef, this week's guest on Cart Talk. How he came to love the sport, little pizza. We visit Pizza Bianca, the filly he bred and emerged as a Breeders' Cup winner last fall. That's next.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Into Perryville, all alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever.
What's it going to take to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and could this horse have toyed with a group in the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I'm going to say yes. This was sensational.
107.89
track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This is a horse to get really excited about.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Now the taste of New York here at Saratoga. No signature drinks. This happens every day. It doesn't have to be Alabama Saturday. All part of the festivities. Looks like she enjoyed that. Party here at the spa. Taste of New York. She enjoyed it. With just over 2 weeks left in the 154th season at Saratoga. Celebrity chef Bobby Flay will be the guest this week on Cart Talk. We were going to do that right after the post-race interview for this 5th race at Saratoga. Instead, let's go to Maggie now, standing by in the winner's circle.
Pleased to be here with Alfred or Alfie, because you introduced yourself as Alfie, and I really like that name, Mr. Riccio.
Alfie is my family name.
Can I be a part of the family?
Call me Alfie, yeah.
Yes. But part owner here of Rarefied Air. And Alfie, you saw the replay, you talked about it. This guy had a troubled trip last time.
He had a troubled trip last time, and this time he dug in and held in there right to the finish. And we're very pleased with the outcome.
You have to be pleased with how well that Julian Leperoux is riding as well, because Kenny goes to him quite a lot.
Julian's one hell of a rider. He works the horse in the mornings, too. So he works hard, he plays hard, and he knows the horse.
I like that. That's like my motto in life. Alfie, what about you, though? Coming up here to Saratoga, getting a win, it's got to mean a lot.
Yeah, I've been coming to Saratoga since I was a little kid. My dad used to bring me up when they didn't allow kids. I've owned part owner of horses for many years. This is my 4th win at Saratoga. I'm very proud of it.
You should be. A big win in a maiden special weight with a 2-year-old makes you think about the future, too.
This guy's got potential, and we hope it goes on.
Well, wishing you the best of luck with him, but congrats. Enjoy this win today.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Alfie Riccio, part owner of Rarefied Air. Pleasure to chat with a gentleman in quite a nice Panama, Lafitte.
Lots to be excited about, and it's funny how so many owners can tell you like exactly how many wins they have here specifically at Saratoga. And this one he's not going to forget. Thumbs up, because of the run happy photo finish revealed this. In the driving finish, 4 of them, Rarefied Flair by that much over Conversing. You touched on all the reasons that he might be live today, one to watch moving forward.
Absolutely a horse that just when his mentality catches up with his physicality, Paul, Conversing may be the one you want most out of this race.
Yeah, you could be right. You take nothing away from Rarefied Flair, who gets the job done. 674 back on that pick 5 that wasn't gratefully difficult. So if you had that, congratulations. That's a great payoff.
Turning the page and start of the pick 6 at Saratoga. Back to the main track. Out of the Wilson Chute, New York breds. Field updated odds. The entry looks strong going in for Rudy Rodriguez and Todd Pletcher. Win for gold. Best idea. 2 for 1. You're getting 6 to 5. Now we can get to Card Talk. Celebrity chef Bobby Flay. You've grown accustomed to seeing him at most of the big events around the country, around the world. A great ambassador for the game. He has owned some of the winners of some of the biggest races, Breeders' Cup races, at Belmont Stakes. Now a Breeders' Cup winning breeder as well. Bobby Flay, this week's guest on Card Talk with Jonathan Kinchin.
Bobby, I did a little cheating. I got a inside track now with some Italian food. Got the parents-in-law to make some white pizza.
Solevo, gotta do it. Pizza Bianca. I have to be honest. I like red sauce on my pizza, but I like the horse. I like the Pizza Bianca horse for sure.
Why the name then? Why didn't you do red pizza?
Because the mom's name is White Hot, so I wanted to bring the color in somehow, and I've been obsessed with Italy for 2 decades. So I was kicking around Rome one day. I was like, Pizza Bianca. That's a good name for a horse. Good pizza.
Well, Bobby, I think a lot of people, when they see you involved in racing, their first question is, how did you get involved with racing?
I got involved in racing because my grandfather, Willie Flay, took me to the track, took me to Belmont. My grandfather would make $2 bets for me, and I just bet Steve Cawthon every race. But I love the idea that this young guy was killing it at the racetrack.
So you had some really good horses, very important horses in your operation. America wasn't the greatest race mare, but she's a pretty darn good brood mare.
She was a grade 3 winner. She was grade 1 place in a couple of races. She was part of AP Indy's last crop. I've been breeding out of her over the last, handful of years, and she's been amazing. Her first fall was first captain, sold for $1.5 million at Saratoga, topped the sale. She's not quite a blue hen yet, but, she's starting to turn a little lavender at this point.
Your favorite horses that you ever owned of mine was Dame Dorothy.
Yeah.
But her name was a little bit significant to you.
Sure, yeah. Dame Dorothy is named after my mother. My mother passed away a few years ago, but Todd always said to me, this is the best horse you ever had, the most natural talent. And for me, it was great to see, because my mom was still living when Dame Dorothy was running. So she used to walk around the track. The horse would win a graded stake, and people would be congratulating me about Dame Dorothy, and my mother would yell out, I'm the real Dame Dorothy, and she is. She was. That's how I got the name. And her first fall was Spice's Nice, who won a grade 3, and she sold for over $1 million too. And then we just sold her her Uncle Mo colt last year at Saratoga for $1.6 million. It's been, the breeding part of it has been so fun for me because I really like to participate at the top of the stud book in terms of pedigrees. I love the game 360, and that's what's great about it.
Some might argue that your favorite part of the game is the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Fillies, because you've won it a couple times. Which one was more stressful for you?
More Than Real came out of the 11 post. She was 3 or 4 wide the entire race. But if you watch her race, as she completes the far turn and is about to go into the stretch, she literally drops her shoulders like I've never seen before and found this other gear and ran off. And so I was stressed out the entire race, you know, in 2010. But last year with Pizza Bianca, she was dead last of 14 when they turned for home in a short stretch at Del Mar. The stress was gone, Jonathan, because I was like, well, I got all my friends and family here. We're going to have a great weekend no matter what. And then literally within seconds, she won the race. It was one of the greatest rides I'd ever seen. I mean, Jose made 0 mistakes, and he probably made about 3 or 4 decisions in the stretch. If he had made the wrong one at all, I mean, she could have run 7th.
Of all your accomplishments in racing, or the challenges in racing, right? The breeding stuff, the sales, Triple Crown races, Breeders' Cup races, of all of those things, are any of them harder than what you did in 2009 when you called a race here?
Yeah, you had to bring that up. That was certainly not my best accomplishment, I can promise you that. It was awful.
And it's Tall Poppy with the lead. On the inside, Freddie the Cap, looking for the champagne and the caviar. Freddie the Cap in front. On the outside, it's a 0 trap. And room for victory. Freddie the Cap in front.
But thanks for bringing that up.
Down the volume on your TV. Try to call a race. It's hard. Card Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm, home of Tappet Syrup 4. Belmont Stakes winners. Bobby Flay loves the game, knows the game. Richie, great ambassador for the sport of thoroughbred racing.
Absolutely, and I love that crossover, you know, culturally, you know, when we have a baseball player like yesterday, when we have, you know, a chef with his notoriety, and I rode his first winner as an owner, Faraway Legend, many years ago by a nose when Jimmy Toner was training for him. And you know what, he was not that bad calling that race. First of all, he got awful conditions, Paul, to call that race. It was raining, it was muddy. Not an easy thing to do under ideal circumstances, let alone those conditions.
Listen, I listened to Conan O'Brien call a race, so I could tell Bobby Flay was way better than Conan O'Brien. I'll admit to that, yeah.
I still don't know how Pizza Bianca won that race. Like, I still don't know.
Unbelievable.
Remarkable ride. Wow, what a remarkable, explosive turn of foot. Incredible.
Unreal. Bred by Bobby Flay. Great stuff as always on Card Talk. We have the Pick 6 coming up next at Saratoga with New York Breds in the paddock. Mile out of the Wilson Chute. You're looking at Best Idea. Powerful, powerful entry here. But Maggie, we're going to start with a win for gold here for Mike Rapoli. Again, part of that strong entry. What are you noticing in the paddock?
Yeah, and Lafitte, he may be regarded as the weaker half of that entry, but I'm very intrigued by this horse. He has not been able to get out of the gate in his last 2 efforts, and then subsequently has rushed up and kind of nearly run off with his jockeys into the race. So you stretch him out. You mitigate that need to break quite as quickly, but also you put a 3/4 cup blinker on him, so closing him in quite a bit, and therefore it allows him not to have to rush into a race when you increase the distance. And I have to say, from the get-go, when I first laid eyes on this horse, I thought the longer he got to travel, the better. So it's a nice step out from the 6.5 to this mile out of the Wilson Chute. I know, on numbers, he is arguably the lesser part of this entry, but I think this is the right distance for him. And if anything, I've always liked him physically. He just looks phenomenal in the paddock. As we'll check in with some other horses stretching out in distance. Same thing goes for number 4, Whittington Park. From the get-go, when he first showed up here as a 2-year-old at Saratoga, I thought the longer, the better. My first note says, may want longer. Definitely gets better with more ground. So he gets a mile here finally for Brad Cox, second off the layoff. I had noted that he grew, he filled out a lot, and he looks so just strong and defined and toned here with the addition of Lasix this time. This is the right spot for Whittington Park, a homebred for 10 Strike Racing. And then number 5, Dr. Blute, big difference in demeanor from last time up here on July 31st to today. He's also one that will be stretching out to the furthest he's gone before. He was very tough in the paddock. Now you still see him getting saddled with on the walk here with Safi Joseph Jr., but he's so much more calm. so far. I mean, I don't want to jinx him, but this is a horse that was bouncing on his toes, kind of like breathing fire in here, got himself all hot. It's always good when they're conserving energy, trying to get a longer distance for the first time. Now, he has the size to say that a mile should be okay. Is he as convincing as the aforementioned 1 and 4 in here? Not necessarily, just because he is built a little bit more downhill. But I have to take note of the fact of how much more relaxed he is stretching from the 6 to the mile. Lafitte?
More composed. Maggie Dr. Blute, currently 8-1, getting a better price. Loved his sire. Not this time. Which one of these New York breds is going to take down this 6th race out of the Wilson Chute? Time for the pick 6. Paid $56,000 yesterday. What happens today? All leading up to the 142nd Alabama.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It will be McCulloch, domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. State of Rest to win it here by a length. And in Italian, here at Saratoga, wins the Diana in front-running fashion.
Terrific Saturday of thoroughbred racing at Saratoga. Look at the crowd. Coverage on Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. It started at nairabets.com today. Post Bar Paddock Suite. Great spot to spend the afternoon in this Alabama Saturday. If you're watching from home, if you don't have an account, get signed up. Join us at Naira Bets. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Hey, Todd Fletcher. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Luis Saez, there he is, trying to close that gap on Arad Ortiz. 2 wins already for Saez. Paulie, the entry does look formidable for many reasons. Win for Gold, best idea, 4-5 now.
Yeah, I mean, best idea is probably the horse that's 4-5. If Win for Gold was by himself, I would think he'd be 5, 6, 7-1. So most of the money's going on the 1A here, who is second in the New York Derby behind Barisi, a Mike Maker runner that I want to say Luis Saez was aboard and got the job done. So the 1A comes out of a very strong race where there were some good shippers that came into Finger Lakes for that race, and I think that's where the public's going.
Paul, for viewers watching, don't bet a lot of horse racing, maybe more NFL, baseball, NBA, NHL, etc. How the odds translate, the money line, and how it's a little bit more familiar as far as thoroughbred racing and the odds and how they translate.
Yeah, listen, I tried to tell this to a couple people. If you wanted to bet $2 or $50 or $100 on Dr. Blute to win, he's plus 900. Now, if you want to bet the North Carolina Tar Heels to win the national championship, they're 9-1. That's why this is the best betting game in the world, value in the world.
Minus 125 for the entry here, though, at 4-5.
I'm still learning this stuff, guys. I'm used to being on their back, not looking at that.
Right?
Win for Gold, best idea, called to post for the 6th race. New York bred started the pick 6. There is Win for Gold by Golden Sense, 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner.
That Win for Gold feels like an insurance policy here. He is a horse that's run his best races when he's involved. With the blinkers on, stretching a mile should be forward.
Johnny Velasquez aboard best idea, 3 shy of 1,000 at Saratoga.
Feels like he's the one taking the money and coming out of some good races against some pretty good competition.
The Vinny Viola colors, co-owned Micropoli, Vinny Viola, Blitz to win, Saratoga stable, Barkley tag.
Yeah, the funny side connections here. And this horse in very, very good form, but hasn't run since October of 21.
Been a while. Forever Wicked, 2 for 38 lifetime.
And 0 for 12 this year, 13th start this year, and would have to improve.
5-1, Whittington Park, Red Ortiz.
I think this horse has got to look. The bump was legit last time, and if this horse can break cleanly, could show a lot more speed.
And Dr. Blute stretching out.
Yeah, stretching out with a pedigree that says stretching out should be a good thing for this horse.
Ortiz brothers will be side by side in the gate. Dangerous Edge. Trainer Rob Atras looking for a second win.
Yeah, going to cut back in distance from 1 1/8 and 1 16 to this mile here, where he was victorious in the Belmont one-turn mile.
40 Comets would be a big surprise.
Would be for trainer Jimmy Ryerson. Had a winner yesterday, former trainer of Unbridled Song.
Rhymes Like Dimes to the outside, completing the field.
Great name with the damn name Sleek here. Rhymes Like Dimes. I used to break out my cardboard box, little pop and lock, and Rhymes Like Dimes way back in the day.
Rhymes Like Dimes at 7-1 with Junior Alvarado the field for this 6th race. The pick 6 starts here, 3 minutes out, and the entry at 4-5. Win for Gold and Best Idea. Circling back to Whittington Park, trained by Brad Cox, last year's Travers winning trainer, standing by with Maggie.
And Brad and I were just discussing the want to stretch out Whittington Park. And Brad, you get to do it here. And as you said, second off the bench is probably an ideal type of scenario.
Yeah, for sure. He's, he's had plenty of training leading up to this. He had the one run there at Belmont, and he should be ready. I think fitness-wise, he's there.
Now you will see Caravel in the Smart and Fancy complete flip-flop as far as post positions. Last time it was brutal for her down the rail.
Yeah, it was a total throw at it, but then we didn't really have an intent on running back in this until after the race, and kind of watching her 3 or 4 days afterwards. She come out of it in good order. We didn't see any reason to not press forward, and gave her a couple works on the turfs leading up to this one. Her works on the turf have been just as good as they were leading up to the last. So hopefully a clean trip with different result today.
Yeah, getting to stalk from the outside, hopefully. Now, Cyberknife, who we'll see in a week at in the Travers, he has been training really well, Brad, and you and your team have just done excellent work for kind of getting this horse over that hump of wanting to wait on horses.
Yeah, now his work this morning was as good as I've seen from him. I had him in 59-3, out 12-1 from the half mile back around to the 7/8 or mile pole here. So it was a big move. Very happy with how he did. The track was really tight. I thought it was the best track we had all morning, all season this meet, and he just cruised around there. So if we get a similar track next week, I think we'll be in good shape.
Fingers crossed, and fingers crossed here. Thank you so much for your time as always.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Whittington Park going out for Brad Cox. He will send out one of the likely favorites a little later on in the Smart and Fancy with Caravel. Livy?
Lots to unpack there. Caravel. And we look back at her Intercontinental before the Caress, Paul, you must have brought up 5 times. Yeah, she'll do if she breaks. If she breaks.
Yeah.
She didn't break.
She didn't break, and Robin Sparkle stole the show. It might be a different story with the outside draw, and I think Brad knows that. Caravel's the kind of filly that she needs that draw to stay in the game early, because Robin Sparkles is so fast.
Hearing a little bit more about the main track here that's been demanding, deep for most of the meet, Richie, that now it's maybe a little bit quicker now. towards the end of the meet?
I think it's tightened up considerably. There's just a lot more life to it. You know, they've got a great cushion on it, but it's not only the amount of cushion on a track that determines if it's on the slower side. It's the bounce to a track, the life in it. I've seen a lot more life in this racetrack.
See how it all unfolds for today's Alabama. Travers next week. Best idea, second half of the entry, 4 to 5. Let's go back to that Mike Lee and how far back Best Idea was and just kept plugging away to run second.
Well, Mig, I'll steal the line from you. This horse is the ultimate bicycle horse. I mean, he was after this horse from the get-go, and it's a horse on the way left side of your screen, pursuing, and trying. But this is kind of the speed he's going to be coming at you at. So he might be best in here, but he's tough to trust.
Well, he is, and part of the reason for him being that bicycle-type horse is he's not a horse that runs through kickback. He really resents the dirt thrown back in his face, and he could find himself in a position, because I think there's ample enough speed in here that you saw Johnny Velasquez had to angle him out to the middle of the track that day before he found his best stride. He could project to get a similar type trip today.
John Velasquez with the 3 wins yesterday afternoon. Best Idea to the far outside, number 8, Rhymes Like Dimes. Maggie, what are you noticing?
You got to like the name, first and foremost, Lafitte. But I also think this horse of the field, if you're just putting the PPs on the ground and looking at these horses physically, Rhymes and Dimes looks like Dimes, I should say, looks the best of this field. But what happened last time that led to maybe not a win, but as far as numbers are concerned, his best performance thus far? It was off a little bit of a break. It was his first time facing New York breds. It was also a sloppy track. I am under the illusion that he may prefer 2-turn mile and an eighth, but he has won at a mile. Okay, fine. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. He does kind of look like one of those wet track horses with that kind of animation to their stride as well. Again, looks fantastic. And he's one I haven't seen before, so maybe this is a horse that has just turned the corner now as a mid to late season 3-year-old. It happens all the time. So we'll see. Is he up for the task here? Like I said, Lafitte, he looks sensational going to post.
At a price, Richie, 8 to 1, Rhymes Like Dimes.
Yeah, ran well last time. Like Mag said, was it the muddy track? That was a big step forward, but it was also the second start for Safi Joseph, and this is a third start for Safi Joseph.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, unknown in here. They're going to have to run to beat the one in the 1A. Let's just be honest. 4 to 5. If this was any other barn, because Rudy only has 1 win on the meet, this would probably be 2 to 5 or 3 to 5. But a lot of people are looking at Best Idea. I thought Whittingham Park had the best upside, the 4, because this colt by Midnight Loot, they took the blinkers on and he exploded in his second career start. Now he came back. He did not have any chance at the break in his 3-year-old debut. I think he's going to run a bang-up race today.
First leg of the Pick 6, Alabama Saturday. The 3 stakes races still forthcoming. Grade 2 Lake Placid, a deep edition of the Lake Placid, Smart and Fancy. 10th race, Grade 1, Alabama. Moving into line, the entry, odds on. Win for Gold, Best Idea, 4 to 5. Johnny Ambriel standing by. Load and call at the 6th from Saratoga.
They're in the gate, and they're off. And going for the lead is Dr. Blute as they leave the chute, go for the main track. Dr. Blute is in front. 40 Comets is moving up on the outside and steadying there down towards the rail is a Win for Gold. Win for Gold runs in third. Whittington Park is next in fourth, followed by Dangerous Edge in fifth. Down at the rail, Blitz to Win is in sixth. Then Best Idea in seventh, followed by Rhymes Like Dimes in eighth. A half dozen lengths back to Forever Wicked, who trails the field in ninth. And the opening quarter went in 24 and 3. Dr. Blute leads the way here by a length and a half. Win for Gold is second now by a head, with 40 Comets on the outside racing in third. Win for Gold, headstrong there and going after Dr. Blute for the lead. Dr. Blute in front by a half length. Win for Gold is on the outside in second. And now Whittington Park is on the move and up into third. Then comes Dangerous Edge down on the inside in fourth. 40 Comets has faded to fifth. Then a Blitz to Win, passed there by Best Idea. The half in 48 and 1. It is Dr. Blute with the lead here over Win for Gold is being asked for more. Whittington Park is third. Best Idea, widest of all, coming into the stretch. And then comes a Dangerous Edge. 3/4 went in 1:12. It is still Dr. Blute, the one to catch here, and Dr. Blute has opened up by 5 lengths. Best Idea now is getting closer. It is Dr. Blute trying to hold off Best Idea on the outside. Dr. Blute and Best Idea, the two of them come for the finish. Photo finish. Best Idea and Dr. Blute right together. The mile in 1:37.3.
Wow. Bang, bang finish in the 6th at Saratoga to kick off the pick 6. Dr. Blute desperately looking for the wire. Best Idea, plugging away, plugging away, plugging away. Did he get there?
I'm going to tell you right now in 2 seconds, I haven't missed a photo in 24 years.
Yep.
He did not.
He got there. Best Idea.
Yeah, he
got
did not.
there.
Listen, the 5, Jose Ortiz gave the 5 a brilliant ride. He opened up 1:12, and the 1A just started to get rolling. And when Johnny I said the 5 was 5 lengths clear, it's such a deceiving, when you're way outside, you're closer than you think. And I kept telling myself, build a wall, please. Build a wall. It did not happen.
He's right here. He shakes clear.
Wow.
Dr. Blute re-breaks with Jose Ortiz, and he's built a cushion. Richie, that separation, and right here, he looks like he's home.
Yeah, this is the move that wins races. Be aggressive. Try to stamp it. Win it by the 8th pole. He's starting to get late. He's starting to drift a little bit, wander in and out. And here comes your favorite, Best Idea, who's just that horse that needs to get out in the clear and just keeps grinding. And Johnny Velasquez is 2 away from 1,000 career Saratoga victories.
998. John Velasquez would be the first, obviously, to do so. Most wins, most stakes wins, money earned. And look, if you had to sweat out that 4 to 5 shot, you saw it. As soon as we cut to Mike Rapoli, there is Mike Rapoli. That's a great hat. Rapoli, the mop of the brow. That's exactly what that was. A sigh of relief winning it odds on.
Yeah, but this is a horse that makes it interesting all the time, Best Idea. He does not run through kickback. You see he's covered with dirt when he shows up in your screen, but he finally got in the clear, and that's when he finds his best stride. And it's a heartbreaking loss if you had the 5, Dr. Blute, and a sigh of relief if you had the 1A, your favorite, Best Idea.
Because he was singled a lot, and to start off this pick 6, I would think the entry was. And Johnny V, give him credit, he kept to his task because it looked like the 5 was completely gone, and this horse ran him down. And you know what, the 5 for Safi Joseph, this is a couple times where he's taken some horses from 6 furlongs. He went a mile and 1/8 racing. He's putting them on the front end and saying, come catch what you can. Watch here deep in the lane. Just shows you. Watch Jose Ortiz look to his right and go, where did you just come from? He just looked right over, and wow, it's a tough beat. Because the other part about this is, did Dr. Blute ever see the 1A?
He probably didn't. There was a lot of separation between them, but that's a bad feeling, man. You're in front, and all of a sudden, through the corner of your eye, you see somebody way out there, and you go, gosh, probably the greatest graduate of the jockey school in Puerto Rico just nailed another one of the world-class top, graduates of the Puerto Rican jockey school. Just incredible.
Here's his idol.
His idol right now,
Ortiz, John
he's
Velasquez,
not liking
maybe
him.
not so much right in this very moment, but growing up.
I'd be happy for you another time.
That's going to wrap things up for Paul, Richie, and myself. Final thoughts on the Alabama guys. Is it Nest? Does she dominate? Does Secret Oath keep it close or gerrymander? What do you think? What happens today?
I'll let you go first.
I think Nest wins, but I think Secret Oath's going to be a much more competitive filly today.
I think Nest wins. I'm going to try to get nostalgic in the exacta behind her.
Pleasure as always, and the coverage continues. Greg Wolf and the rest of the crew for the rest of the program. Coming up, Nest, pictured odds-on favorite, 142nd Alabama this evening on Saratoga Live.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners and champions across the field.
Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Hip 202 is next by Horse of the Year, by Champion, by Gun Runner, who had a champion and classic winner in his first crop. And here is a striking looking son of Horse of the Year and leading first crop sire and leading second crop sire. Here's one by Gun Runner.
All right, here to get $50,000. I thank each and every one of the bidders. $2,350,000, and I have $2,300,000.
Please hold your applause, folks. Hold your applause, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now a round of applause.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Ready? Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Always a joyous winner's circle celebration when Mike Rapoli is involved. And best idea, Mike, he is truly kind of one of those bicycle horses that your Hall of Fame jock, John Velasquez, had to keep pedaling to get to the winner's circle.
You know, first of all, it was so great to win a race with Johnny with 50 family members here, so it's awesome. I tried to time it perfectly where it would have been his 1,000 win here. I missed it by a couple. I'll blame Johnny for that, not me. And, you know, we wanted Luis to go in the lead, and he didn't. But I think when he pushed Ira out on the outside a little bit, it gave Johnny a little momentum and carry him home. It was pretty good.
Wait, hasn't Johnny won his milestone races like on all of your horses?
Pretty much a lot of them, so I tried to plan this one perfectly. It didn't work out, but listen, Johnny and I are so blessed. I mean, we've won so many races together, from Uncle Mo in 2010, and, you know, so many special races. So it's always fun having Johnny on one of my horses.
He won't be aboard the big filly, though, Nest, who we'll see a little bit later on in the Alabama. Mike, she has just been utterly dominant in her division. Are we looking for much the same?
Well, first of all, we caught Ira at the wire. If we would have lost, I would have switched the jockeys right now. So that was that. So Nest has been, she's a special horse. Great horse. What she did here last time was really, really special. So it's nerve-wracking, but she's training even better than she did before. She's a Curlin who just keeps getting better and better and better. So, you know, we're really excited about today. It's a good race, mile and a quarter. Should be a lot of fun.
I don't want to preempt today's effort, but is there any thought of ever going back to the boys, you know, in future races?
You know, I mean, when she was second in the Kentucky Oaks, where a better trip she could have won, that hurt me. And then in Belmont, she got a second. I wasn't as disappointed with that second because I won it, but that's okay. But I really felt really bad that she had two really tough seconds. And when she won last time, honestly, it was a no-brainer. I mean, Colts, who knows? She'll be back next year too. So let's just see what she's done. I want to see what happens in the Travers, but special filly.
She really is. Best of luck with her a little bit later.
Thank you so much.
All right, and best idea, he was best today. And good thing, the whole Rapoli gang's here. But a new gang is joining our show. Hey, Greg.
Hi, Maggie. Great to be here on Alabama Day. Best idea. A lot of promise about this horse after a big debut. Sort of failed to live up to it. All out, needed every stretch of that distance of 1 mile to get that second win of his career. Today wins for Pletcher, Rapoli, and Johnny V, number 998 here at Saratoga. Welcome to historic Saratoga Racecourse with one of the most prestigious events in all of racing for 3-year-old fillies. On the Saturday card, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher is not only the best 3-year-old filly in the country, he may have the best 3-year-old period. Nest was dominant in the Coaching Club American Oaks. She looks to go back-to-back in Grade 1s here at Saratoga in today's Alabama. Pletcher's former boss, legendary D. Wayne Lucas, never one to shy away from a challenge. We'll take another crack at Nest. Can the Kentucky Oaks winner turn the tables on her foe and regain that form from that first Friday in May? All that and more coming up on this Alabama Saturday edition of Saratoga Live. A look at last year's Alabama winner, Malathot for Pletcher, one of his 3 wins in this race. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, tremendous crowd as we expect on a Saturday with a race of this prestige here in upstate New York at the premier meet in the country. You can feel the buzz. Great to have you with us, everybody. I'm Greg Wolf. There are a handful of races in this country that just stand out in each division. Their history, their significance. The Alabama for 3-year-old fillies is one of those races. Today it is round 3. The Coaching Club American Oaks winner, Nest, and the filly who beat her in the Kentucky Oaks, Secret Oath, go at it in the rubber match here for D. Wayne Lucas and Todd Pletcher. This is the field that will line up. Everyone talking about those two, but really everyone just talking about Nest, as dominant as she was here on this racetrack in that Coaching Club American Oaks. With me, Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers in the country, Mr. 4000, Tom Amos. Nest looked just sensational when we saw her earlier at the meet.
She did, and you know, we talk about horses getting good. Nest has always been good. This might be getting great. She's really come into form as she's taken a little time off since the Kentucky Oaks. Her work pattern's been better. She's shown that she's a now horse, and she is, without a doubt, maybe the only horse in the race that can beat herself. It's just her.
Connections always felt the longer the distance, the better with her. She proved that in that really good runner-up finish to her stablemate in the Belmont Stakes as well. She's going to get 1.25 miles today. Meanwhile, Gary, someone you know very well, you won some big races for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas. Secret Oath, she beat Nest in that Kentucky Oaks. We didn't see that big matchup, though, materialize when they met earlier.
No, she probably wasn't training as forwardly as she had been leading up to the Kentucky Derby. She was a different filly. She ran back on the Preakness, kind of a dull fourth that day. Probably too quick back for her after her big effort in the Kentucky Oaks. But she's training more reminiscent right now of how she was training up to the Kentucky Oaks. And listen, it's the rubber match. She's the Oaks champion. Wayne Lucas has confidence in her. Why not? You've got to try it. You've got to lead them over there. You can't win if you stay in the barn. There's not a lot of other places to run her right now. She's doing well. She's going to take the shot, and I would do the same.
Tail of the tape at these two extremely accomplished 3-year-old fillies, both millionaires, both multiple graded stakes wins, and each with a win against the other head-to-head. They've each run 1-2 in those races for former teacher and student. It's going to be a lot of fun to see these two. It's not just these two, though. We'll have more on the rest of the field in just a moment. I want to remind everybody, popular Travers Stakes Bankroll Builder promo is back. Earn a $20 bonus for the Run Happy Travers today. To qualify, bet $50 to win on any one horse in the Alabama. You'll score that $20 bonus whether you win or lose. Be sure to opt in and get that full Bankroll Builder schedule as well. We're going to head paddock side right now, check in with Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin, and guys, Secret Oath, not the only filly in this group to have a win over Nest.
Yeah, but there. Oh, yeah. You know, that's a good point. I actually had forgotten about that. Nest has improved quite a bit, and I think Gerrymander's going to be the second choice. I picked her, not that she's the better horse than Nest. I think her price may be commensurate enough to bet her, but her Mother Goose was very good.
No, it was very good, and I think it kind of answered some questions. There was some questions about how far she wanted to run. She answered them here. She'll have to answer that question again here in a couple of hours, trying to 1.25 miles for the first time. I would say the only real negative is that Gerrymander, in my opinion, her best chance to win this race going 1.25 miles would be to kind of go to the front and wire these horses. I just don't know if she'll make the front because I think they're going to be pretty aggressive with Nest.
Oh, well, that's interesting. She's the fastest horse, Shirley. I don't think you'll disagree with that. And I agree with you on the front end, but I look at it this way, Jonathan. If I'm going to beat Nest, I want to try to beat her by being forward, because it's going to be very hard to beat her from behind. Is that fair?
Yeah, I just don't see
Maybe
a world
hard to beat her from anywhere.
Yeah,
but
I don't see a world in which you look her in the eye all the way around there, and then, you know, or I'm sorry, that you let her get loose on the front end and then you run by her.
Right,
I don't see that's
exactly.
gonna
I think you have to take it to her. And listen, Chad Brown was very confident after the Mother Goose, saying he felt she'd be good at 1.25 miles, and she has really stepped forward. It's funny, she debuted in a 3-horse field and was supposed to be the second coming, and she was atrocious. But she turned her career around in her last race, a big effort. But beating Ness, Greg, that's a big ask.
It is indeed, but she's talented, she's getting better, and she's been working lights out as well. But anyone facing Nest right now, that is an extremely tall order. Maybe even for some of the runners we're going to see next weekend in the Run Happy Travers might be saying the same thing. It's time for our 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion, General Sire, Into Mischief. Maiden special weight, 6.5 furlongs. Coming up in this one. And Summon Your Courage, speaking of Todd Pletcher, he has the most experienced runner in this race. It's Summon Your Courage. 5-1 on the board right now. The 3-horse start number 4 coming up. Equipment change, blinkers on, much more on this field to kick off the late pick 5 when we come back.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Back on Saratoga Live here on our FS2 coverage from the premier meet in the country on this special day, Alabama for 3-year-old fillies. And back in 2014, it was Stop Charging Maria and those micro-poly silks for trainer Todd Pletcher. Those two have been friends for a long, long time. Such good friends was Mike Rapoli, who introduced Todd Pletcher when he was inducted into the Hall of Fame. He went so long, Todd didn't get much time to talk. She pulled off that Coaching Club American Oaks Alabama double, and these same connections will try and do that as well today with Nest. Time for a paddock report. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, this is your Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We'll check in with the horse that's taking all the attention, the proverbial next fastest horse in the world. And he has been working up a storm here at Saratoga. That's at number 5, Echo, again for trainer Steve Asmussen. And he is a son of Gun Runner. The dam did win first time out as a 2-year-old. He's half to Pneumatic, whom Steve trained, also won first time out, and the other sibling won first time out as a 2-year-old. And despite being a big lumbering horse that ultimately will want to go further than this, all that pedigree adds up to saying that he can be very effective here. And watching his workouts on XBTV, I mean, yes, Favorite Outlaw didn't win today, but he was working along the inside of him and going easier than him throughout. He's a little, just a touch green, as we do see Steve's assistant on his head right now, or should say foreman. Just a little green, so let's watch him on the racetrack, but otherwise he is a good-looking sort, very physically mature as well. But the most professional first-time starter, and arguably the most fit looking here, is number 1. That is Expected Value, and I like what I have seen from this horse in his workouts. He is one that strikes me as probably wanting to go further than this, despite being a son of Flatter. He's a good size, and watching those workouts, whenever they ask him to accelerate on the gallop out, he delivers. He seems to be a laid-back sort that seems to wait on his rider's cues, but fitness and professionalism, they're off the charts here. As we'll check in with number 2, Good News Rocket. They paid $700,000 after he worked 10-1 at the Fasig-Tittim Gulfstream sale. Not asked for much, really good mover. Now, I haven't been in love with his recent workouts for Belmont over the Saratoga Strip here, but there's plenty of pedigree for this guy. He seemed a little bit on the greener side here in the paddock, but does come in here fit, nicely put together. One that I'll watch with interest, as we'll also take a look at number 7. That is Game Change. Cannot find any of his works on XBTV, but has been working along steadily enough for Hall of Fame trainer Shug McGahee. This is a very good-looking colt. The dam is a half-sister to Verrazano, as well as El Padrino, both of which now stand at stud. And he's just got that smart look to him. Granted, there's been other runners that haven't been quite as good in the family, but I really have liked what I've seen from him, Greg, and he's sitting at 11-1.
Prices and some big pedigrees getting ready to debut coming up. Thank you, Maggie. As they come down Champions Way, get set for our post parade to kick off our late pick 5. We'll begin with Chad Brown's Expected Value, Flavian Pratt, Klarovich Stables.
Yeah, this horse breaks from the inside, but has a little bit of interest in this horse and getting a little lost because the 5 is taking so much money.
$700,000 son of Run Happy here. Good News Rocket.
Yeah, a half to Bulletin, a Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, juvenile Turf Sprint winner. This one might need the grass.
Here's Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, Summon Your Courage.
It's tough to take a horse that's had 3 chances, especially short prices for Todd Pletcher, and hasn't got it done in a field that may have more than 1 live firster.
Tough trip in the debut for Bat Flip for Pletcher.
Yeah, tough trip's an understatement. Broke slow, was getting out all the way almost to the outside fence.
Echo again. Dam won the debut. 2 Offspring won the debut, and so did the Grand Dam.
The latest, fastest horse in the world, but I will say when Steve Asmussen has them, they usually deliver.
Game Change, 11-1, Shug McGahee, the one Maggie was talking about.
Yeah, we'll see with this one. Cost an awful lot of money. Wait and see for me, not taking much money.
And Classic Legacy, Dam produced Art Collector, Grade 1 Woodward winner.
Yeah, longest shot on the board right now. This horse is a half to Art Collector, but it doesn't seem like they're taking much money, 21-1.
6 minutes away, race that's going to kick off this late pick 5. As you see, the 4-5 favorite. Tom, how do we play this today?
Wow, so I think this race, despite having a 4-5 favorite in the 5-horse Echo again, is a race with just too many good pedigrees and too many solid work patterns on some of these firsters. I'm spread out here. And then in the Lake Placid, look, I like consumer spending. I'm going to use With the Moonlight defensively, and I'll tell you why. And then also Haughty. I narrowed down a course in our big race. The Alabama, I got Ness singled there, and then I spread it back out in the last leg, 4, 6, 7.
Jonathan, how are you going to play it?
I got 3 singles. I'm going to single the 5 Echo again right here. I'm going to spread
in the Lake Placid. I think it's a tough race, whoever gets the best trip. I'm going to single Caravel. I like her drawn towards the outside. Her inside draw last time did her no favors. The 4, Nest, and then I'm going to spread in the last leg. I had no opinion. I'm going to use as many as I possibly can. $20 ticket.
Yeah, that last race looks like a good wagering race. Makes this pick 5 look like it's a lot of fun here. There's the one taking all the money to kick things off. First time starter for a barn that wins a lot with his firsters, and he's got a gun runner here who he trained, has been just sensational early on at stud for Winchell Thoroughbreds. We'll be back to kick off the sequence next.
Lexitonian, a consistent top-level performer from east to west. A debut winner at 2, winning and placing in multiple Grade 1 races, following the footsteps of his sire Speightstown to win the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, and placing second in the Grade 1 Bing Crosby and Grade 1 Churchill Downs Stakes, out of the daughter of a Grade 1 test winner. He has the pedigree, the speed, and the looks to succeed. Lexitonian, standing at Lane's End.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Want to have you play through NYRA Bets? Head on over to NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Well, Jonathan, let's wax poetic about apparently the next superstar. Echo again. Is this going to be another unveiling of a superstar for Steve Asmussen at Saratoga?
I mean, I hope so. I mean, it's a lot more fun if it is. You know, you see a horse like Prank and Maple Leaf Mel. It's exciting when you see these horses show up. They're betting this horse like he's the next coming. And I will say this, there's been some reports he worked with Disarm, another first out winner, maiden winner here for Steve Asmussen.
He also worked with the horse that finished second, an older horse in the allowance race earlier today as well. And listen, Steve Asmussen is very reliable with these horses, but it has been a meet where a lot more of these horses haven't delivered than have. We'll see what happens. I like the 4 Bat Flip. I'm always looking for a horse with experience. And Bat Flip, you touched on the post parade. I mean, that was just a nightmare. Broke a length and a half to 2 lengths slow, as you're about to see at the start. And at that point, the race was basically over. And this was a strong race. The winner is a very promising horse for Chad Brown. Have to imagine is pointing towards the hopeful. The second place finisher, Bourbon Bash, came back last week for Wayne Lucas and looks like a greatest stakes winner as well. And this horse, nothing went right for him. And it just feels like a horse that'll run better today, but might not be better, might not be enough.
And I think the other part is you get a Hall of Famer in Todd Pletcher to fix whatever issue was having him get out in the turn.
I agree. We'll see what happens, Greg.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. A look what lies ahead the rest of the afternoon for the meet's leading rider, Oran Ortiz Jr. Among those mounts, odds-on favorite Nest in the Alabama, trying to pull off the back-to-back Grade 1s here at Saratoga.
You know, in that last race with Bat Flip, who I rides back today, I think the reason he was mostly getting out was from the kickback. He was caught off guard. He broke slow. Just not a good trip. And if you watch Irad, his body language, he was he wasn't making this colt do anything that he wasn't ready to do that day. He said, all right, we're beaten today. Let's go back to the drawing board and work on it next time. He's come back. He worked out of the gate since he ran. Make sure he gets that corrected. So I'm interested in him as well as this 3-horse, Tom.
Yeah, for Batflip the 4 that just left the screen a little while ago, one thing you have to say about Pletcher, though, he has his horses ready most times. That horse wasn't just getting out. That horse was really, really getting out. I know we say all the time, and I'm a firm believer in it, you know, first start to second start is where you get the most improvement. The trainer gets to work on things. This horse, Batflip, is going to have to really improve.
Not much more could go wrong than it did for Batflip in that debut. Let's go back to Maggie.
Taking a look at Summon Your Courage, who is the other Todd Pletcher runner, making his 4th start of his career. He does put on a very short cup cheater blinker, but I ultimately think these distances have just been too short for this horse. I know he's the son of Practical Joke, but that Empire Maker comes through on the bottom. The further he gets to travel, the better he'll become. Batflip. He represents a horse that should be quick, that should be quicker than that first race suggests. So look for him to break well today. And I agree with Tom. He was getting out severely. Well, he comes back today with a ring bit on. So that's giving Arad Ortiz a bit more leverage with this horse, who is getting sharper as they approach the gate. Now, I picked the 7 here. I see the 5 winning. Don't get me wrong. Echo Again's a very, very nice horse. But I picked the 7 more or less just to highlight him for a horse that I think could outrun his odds today. And he was a horse that I wasn't expecting to like in here at all. But the more I watched him, the more I liked from him. He got a little hot, but it's hot today. With John Velasquez aboard, 2 away from 1,000 wins here at the Spa. Again, Echo Again, much to horse to beat. Still loved what I saw from expected value, but look for game change to outrun that 14-1, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. We'll see if he can here. Son of Candy ride for Shug McGahee as we see the quest for 1,000 at this historic racetrack. The Hall of Famer, just a matter of time now, 2 away from an incredible number. To do that here with this jockey colony year in, year out, Gary, is the best in the country. What does that tell you about Johnny V?
Well, it's been consistent. He's a warrior. He does his homework. Everything about him is A+. And had a big day yesterday, 1-3. He sort of needed that. Things had quieted down a little bit. He had a spill last week, bounced back from that. With 3 wins yesterday, 1 on the card today. So will it happen today? Will it happen tomorrow? But it's going to happen.
And if you're just tuning in, no Joel Rosario today. He's been Steve Asmussen's sort of new main man. It used to be Ricardo Santana Jr. Ricardo Santana will fill in for Rosario, who's out ill today on the 5.
Yeah, and it should be noted, he did test negative for COVID this morning, so just a summer-like flu right now.
Such a good-looking horse, this 5-horse Echo Again. It's all about the break for these first-time starters. When you're watching that 5-horse, he breaks sharp, he might be telling you right then and there it's game over for this field.
Start of this late pick 5 on Alabama Saturday. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. It was a slow beginning for number 1. Expected value, a good start for Echo Again as the field moves up the backstretch. It is Echo Again who has the lead here with a Summon Your Courage down towards the rail and racing in second. Batflip is alongside in third, a break of 2. Back to a Good News Rocket who is in 4th. As the field continues along with the favored firster, Echo Again showing the way here. It is Echo Again on top here by about a length. Batflip, Summon Your Courage right together, second and third. Then it's the trio of Expected Value, who's in between horses. Down on the inside is a Good News Rocket, and on the outside is a Classic Legacy. And then farther back, way back, is Game Change. The quarter went in 22-1, the half mile in 45-3. And it is Echo Again with the lead at the top of the stretch. Confidently ridden here by Ricardo Santana Jr. Echo Again in front here, in front by 2. With Summon Your Courage giving chase. And now Echo Again quickly opens up here by 5. Now by 6 lengths. Echo Again. Very impressive in his debut. Echo Again, a 2-year-old son of Gunrunner, completed the 6.5 furlongs in 1 minute, 15 4/5 seconds. There's a 2-year-old to follow.
Quick final time. What a debut from Echo Again for Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, and that's got to be one of the fastest 6.5 furlong races we've seen at the meet right there. And the acceleration right here was evident with the naked eye. I'd like to felt what it felt like being on his back, because he was sitting motionless coming into the stretch, and when he pushed the button, it was instant, Tom.
When we talk about these first-time starters and how they leave the gate and how well they position, Echo, again, very sharp, very professional. He's being chased by 2 horses with experience, Summon Your Courage, the 3, and Bat Flip, the 4. They can't even get in his wake. That's how good the performance this was by Echo again. When you see a rider look under his shoulder, as you just saw Ricardo Santana do twice there, he's telling you, catch me if you can, ha ha.
This used to be the man who rode all the runners for Steve Asmussen, filling in here on a pretty nice one, guys. 1:15.4, sharp final time for that 6.5 furlongs.
Right. I mean, the track is a little faster than it had been, but that is a wild time. And Jonathan, we've been wondering when we'd see a sensational 2-year-old colt at Saratoga. Wonder no more.
No, that box has been checked. And look, I know it's about this horse, but I think it's also kind of funny that Ricardo got taken off of Echo Zulu.
Yeah.
He picked up this mount on Echo again. It's a little bit interesting.
You know what? I'm happy for Ricardo, and hopefully this will help him maybe get some more mounts again. And this horse looked, I mean, you know, it's interesting. Some of Your Courage looked like he was making a little bit of a run at him, and then like in a split second, he just burst away.
Yeah, no, that was very impressive. And like we said before this, before the race, it's exciting to see these types of horses, because you can start dreaming Breeders' Cup and beyond.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, he's a long way from winning these huge races, but we've all seen Kentucky Derby winners break their maiden at Saratoga before, and we're looking at another horse with a gun runner that the sky could be the limit for him.
Ton of potential. What a debut. This was just his first ever start. Scary to think him improving off this effort. Wins it 3-5, first time out. Talked about the Dam. She won her debut. Produced 2 runners that won their debut, including Pneumatic, who was a stakes winner, was 4th in the Belmont. Second Dam won her debut, so early win pedigree all over the place.
Yeah, and I just want to say, I think it's a class act that Steve went ahead and put Ricardo on this colt. He had a lot of choices in the jocks room. Look, it shows that he's still got faith in him. He never has lost that faith. This isn't the first winner that he's rode for him at this meet, but to come in and come out of the bullpen to ride a colt like this and throw a no-hitter, pretty cool.
Can't be overstated what Gary said right after the race, the time of this race. I mean, we see a lot of young horses that draw away from groups. But when you draw away from a group like this horse did, and you do it in 6 furlongs and 109 and change, and you go that 6.5 furlongs, you're getting it in less than 6 seconds. You know, look, Andy's right. The track is faster, but still, this was a wow maiden race here. This is one we're going to remember.
You're going to hear a lot more, it seems, from Echo again. Up next, graded stakes race, Grade 2 Lake Placid, and there's a Grade 3 winner last time out with the Moonlight, wheeling back in just 13 days for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports Southern California and San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. You're watching Saratoga Live on Alabama Day, one of the premier events for 3-year-old fillies in this sport. Still to come, and a beautiful look at the 1863 Club at this historic track. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I'm Greg Wolf. With me, Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers in the country, just won his 4,000th race. Did it right here at Saratoga at stakes race. Tom Amoss. Big one still to come in the Alabama, and it's round 3 between our Coaching Club American Oaks winner Ness. She was just dominant, looks like the clear leader of this division, and the filly who beat her in the Kentucky Oaks, Secret Oath.
Yeah, and I mean, this is Ness' race to lose, if you will. The way that she won the Coaching Club American Oaks, it looked like it was a matchup that we had hoped for just before coming into the stretch. And then right here, as they straighten out, Ness just hits another gear. Secret Oath, she's getting a real leg weary right now, coming back off of a long layoff.
Keep in mind, Secret Oath, that's back there in second, well behind Nest, had beaten her in the Kentucky Oaks. But this is a different Nest that we're seeing this summer than what we saw at the beginning of May. She trains better, she has gotten better, and great might be a term that I know we use it maybe a little bit too much, but if she performs today, you might hear us using that term. She's getting a little more distance, another 1/8 of a mile in today's race, which is the equivalent of a couple of football fields, and I think she's going to relish it.
More ground, the better her connections believe, and she came out of the Belmont Stakes, which is such a taxing test for so many who probably the only time in their career they're going to go 1.5 miles. She put on weight coming out of that race.
Yeah, well, look, she stumbled leaving the gate in the Belmont Stakes, and she had to wait ever so lightly coming into the stretch as Mo Donegal got the jump on her, and she was caught down inside. She got out, and when she did get out, she was coming at Mo Donegal again. So you can very easily say that wasn't that tough a race on her. When she did come back, put on weight in between the two, it was a good race for her.
Round 3, we're excited to see it, and the Grade 1 Alabama still to come. This was fun to watch right here. One of the most impressive 2-year-olds we have seen at a meet that's known for it. Echo again, what a debut for Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen, his longtime owner, Winchell Thoroughbreds, and Ricardo Santana Jr. filling in here for Joel Rosario, who's out sick. Let's go to Maggie.
1:15.4, and Steve, Echo again made it look easy, like a stroll in the park.
He's a very special horse. You know, he has been all along. You know, how fortunate are we to have another son of gun runner, Winchell homebred, with this sort of talent.
Ron Winchell, talk about his process for choosing, matings, obviously with his gun runner, but still, I mean, he's just made some excellent mates along the way.
Oh, he has. I think it's the whole team. You know, David Fisk, longtime farm manager, you know, the broodmare band that his father left him and the tradition that he continues. And for, that level of talent by gun runner, horse he's involved with out of a mare by Tappet, so it's a lot of home there for him and stuff, and we're extremely excited about who this horse is. He's a family affair. Came from mom and dad's in Laredo. Eric's favorite one all winter, and Keith's favorite one all summer long. He gets on him regularly. It was just a very meaningful victory.
And that's so cool. I mean, how much does it mean to you that two of your sons, we also see your third son here as well, but Eric and Keith, they love the horses, they love getting on them. How much does that mean to you as a father in this game?
Well, it's everything. Coming from a racing family, I definitely understand it. Darren's involved as well, all three of the boys, and I think that's what makes racing so special. We can do it together, all pulling in the same direction, and can celebrate horses like this.
Could not agree more. Well said, and massive congratulations on such a promising colt.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, brilliantly prepared. Echo again to a dazzling performance. And Greg, he goes to #1 on my top 5.
I thought that might be coming. Yeah, Maggie gives us her top 5 most impressive 2-year-olds of the meet, and I think she's going to be updating that very quickly as we move on to the Grade 2, Lake Placid, 1.16 miles on the inner turf, and with the moonlight, coming off a Grade 3 win here at the meet in the Saratoga Oaks Invitational. Here she is, the daughter of the great Frankel, who was a perfect 14 for 14 in his career. Turned the tables on McCulloch, and now wheels back in just 13 days for Charlie Appleby.
Yeah, she's shortening up in distance off of that last race, and is it enough time? Look, the horses in Europe, they do this all the time, turn them around on short rests. They get the whole winter off, they freshen them up, but they run them hard during the winter or during the summertime. So she's getting a little bit of that while she's here in America.
No, she's getting a little bit of that. We got to remind ourselves of a few things on that last race. So with the moonlight, got really hot before the race. That's wasted energy. In the race, down the backside, she was throwing her head around. She wanted to go. There was a lot that she gave in that winning effort. I'm not about to second guess a great trainer like Charlie Appleby, but you do have to take it into account in your handicapping coming back in 13 days. Can she be ready to put on that performance again? I don't know about that.
She's got a new pilot. It was William Buick in that win. Very capable, one of the best riders here in the States. Luis Saez will take over today. Can, with the moonlight, do it again. Go back-to-back here at the meet and take the Grade 2 Lake Placid. We'll have it for you when we come back.
1-2, no to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Malafat.
Malafat gets up to win it in the Central Bank Ashland.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Here comes Malafat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Clariere, then Malathaat on the outside. It's a showdown in the Shuby. It's going to go to Clariere.
Curlin, the classic sire.
It will be McCulloch, and in Italian wins the Diana domestic spending to take the lead and win State of Rest to win it here by a length.
Ocean Road running a giant race. Here comes Ocean Road after going to Vegas. Ocean Road.
It's about 100 miles north from Saratoga Springs. Gorgeous, serene. Lake Placid, site of the 1932-1980 Olympics, and of course, that incredible Miracle on Ice. Hidden gem, Mirror Lake, right on the other side. Honestly, didn't want to do this because I've been there, and it was named about 10 years ago one of the forgotten hidden gems of the country. I don't want anyone to know about it. It is incredible. If you've not been there, it is a must visit. We have the Grade 2 Lake Placid coming up. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf, and that is a look at the filly to beat with the Moonlight. She's the 6-5 favorite for Charlie Appleby, coming off a Grade 3 win here at the meet when she turned the tables on McCulloch in the Saratoga Oaks with a much better trip this time around.
A much better trip, but a different kind of ride, and there was no pace. This was a paceless race. William Buick, he got a great position going into the first turn, had her tucked in behind the leader. He was able to get out, let her use herself, but as Tom mentioned, she was pulling during the race. William made her listen to him. She did get hot, but she came home good. There's going to be a faster pace today, different type rider on her. Luis Saez is more of a Frankie Dettori kind of rider. He's lighter with his hands. I don't think he's going to have to pull on her today to get her to relax. There's going to be more pace today, so I see her falling into a better flow than what she did in the Saratoga Oaks.
Yeah, look, that was a 5-horse field, and today she draws the inside with the Moonlight does, so it's a great chance for her rider, Luis Saez, to get her covered up, which is what these European horses, they want that. They want to be covered up early and make a run late, but again, when you saw her finish in that replay, her chest, that was all sweat on her. There was no other horse like that in the race. That is energy that you're using. I'm going to be paying close attention to her, and I know Maggie will help us with that as far as how she is when she goes to the gate.
6-5 favorite, guys. She's got to try and fend off this time around 4 from the Chad Brown barn.
And I think the question to me is not the 13 days, it's the distance.
Yeah, I mean, she excelled last time going 9.5. She was going 10 furlongs before that. Now she's cutting back. She's drawn inside. But she was kind of ranked, so maybe she'll just be able to, like Tom said, just kind of get into a flow.
We'll see. I don't think she should be 6-5, but she is the horse to beat. Consumer Spending, though, finished just ahead behind her. Now, you could argue, that was in the Belmont Oaks, that Consumer Spending had a mildly better trip in that race. Brother, they had both had good trips, and I'm not sure consumer spending won't benefit from cutting back a little bit herself.
No, I completely agree. I think consumer spending will benefit from cutting back. You know, if you have a good 3-year-old filly, you have to try them, I think, at least once going 10 furlongs, see if they like it, see if they'll handle it. She ran fine enough in there, but I think her game is probably going to be a little bit shorter, the 4 consumer spending. But I think the same thing about the 6 Hottie as well.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that Chad Brown has 4 in here, and he's not the favorite. That's an unusual circumstance. As far as Haughty, I'll give my speech on her and why I picked her. I think it's inarguable that she ran the best race in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. Wide trip, most of the running was done inside. She ran exceptionally well, coming off a maiden win just a week, 2.5 weeks before that. Then she comes back and runs in a bog. The only other horse in the race that could run was Eased. Doesn't really tell us that much. This is the Breeders' Cup Juvenile turf, Fillies turf. Then next time she tries 1.25 miles, she's a little off the rail, which is the place to be, and she doesn't handle the distance. Today is put up or shut up day, but based on this Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, I don't think turf. I don't think it's in. She can't win this race. I think it means she can.
No, I completely agree. That's why I picked her as well. She showed a ton of talent as a 2-year-old, and like you said, she came back. She ran well on a soft course. Then she did something she probably doesn't want to do, going to 10 furlongs, and here we are back. You know, with Chad Brown with a target for this race, going a distance that's probably more appropriate for her.
And she's 9-2. I'm afraid of consumer spending a great deal, and obviously afraid of the favorite. But I'm taking my chances with Haughty here as we head out to Maggie in the paddock.
Andy? I like the way you're thinking. As we'll take a look at number 4, though, consumer spending, one of 4 Chad Brown horses in here. Now, we did not see her in the Saratoga Oaks because of a foot bruise. Now, she is one that I've always thought that the longer she gets to go, the better, but she does come back in distance, to a distance where she's been ultra consistent and competitive at. So I'm taking nothing away from her. I just thought, you know, the rerouting because of that foot bruise was a little intriguing and maybe a reason to find a little bit of fault with her, but I love what I'm seeing from her here in the paddock. She continues to grow and fill out. She was a bit more of a lighter frame filly as a 2-year-old, but each race subsequently as a 3-year-old now, she just improves, and I love her disposition here. She's calm, quiet, confident. She has those big ears, which is always an indication of a good filly or mare. But I do like Haughty in here as well. I wrote in my notes, she really hasn't grown that much, so therefore, why would we like her at 1.25 miles? She ran that exact way. That 1.25 miles is much too far. 1.16 miles, fine. Do I think she's one of those pure milist type of horses? Yes, I just made up a word there, but that's fine. She does look very, very fit. 3rd off the layoff, coming back as a 3-year-old. She's incredibly well muscled here. Again, another one where I like her disposition, that quiet confidence, just really taking everything in stride. So these 2 I like here for Chad Brown, Greg. So we'll see. I don't want to touch on With the Moonlight yet because she typically is good in the paddock. It's when you get out on the track where we see some unraveling.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll get an update on that when we return, when they're trackside. In the background there, well, there's both the Ortiz brothers, Jose and those green and blue silks, filling in for Joel Rosario, and that's been a good thing to do today. 2 would-be mounts for Joel. Already have 1. Jose Ortiz trying to make it 3 this afternoon on Haughty. 9-2 coming up in the Grade 2 Lake Placid. We'll have the post parade next.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front. Late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2 Regional Networks out in Southern California. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Grade 2 Lake Placid. And next, we kick off our post parade with the Grade 3 winner of the Saratoga Oaks Invitational with the Moonlight.
Going to come back and win just under 2 weeks after winning the Saratoga Oaks, cutting back the horse to beat.
Biggest price on the board, Sail By with Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, she's going to have to get a lot faster to be competitive with these fillies.
One of 4 in the race for trainer Chad Brown. Here's Eminent Victor with Flavian Pratt.
I think she ran better than the winner of the race, Dolce Azal. I just think the Lake George was an inferior race to the one we're running today.
Consumer Spending was just a head behind with the Moonlight when they met at Belmont.
Yeah, I think she's going to appreciate the shorter distance. She makes a ton of sense in here.
3 for 4 at this mile and a 16th with a second. Dolce Zell, Rad Ortiz Jr. meets leading rider aboard.
Yeah, I bet her last time she came through on the inside. She was very gutsy coming through on the inside, but once again, like Eminent Victor, I think she's meeting tougher.
And here is Hottie, Jose Ortiz again filling in for Joel Rosario.
She showed a ton of talent as a 2-year-old. She came back well as a 3-year-old. Probably didn't appreciate the 10 furlongs last time. Maybe shorter will be better.
7 minutes of post in the Grade 2 Lake Placid. There is Sail By. Tall task here. With more, let's go to Acacia Clement.
I'm pleased to be joined by her trainer, Leah Giramati, as Sail By. She is stretching back out in distance. Leah, can you tell us a little bit about what you've seen from her out of that last race?
Well, her last race was great, and this distance isn't my preferred distance, but timing-wise, this is really all there is, and going forward, there are other options too. So she's ready to run, and I think we just want to run now because she's ready, and otherwise you're waiting a month. And so she's doing well, so anything can happen. It's a little weird about like the way things are going to set up now. You don't really know with the couple scratches, and there looks like there's some speed, but they're slow speed. They're speed going marathons. You know what I mean? So I don't know how it's going to come out. If she does get the lead, I hope she relaxes and everybody leaves me alone. But otherwise, I hope somebody else says, "Oh, there's no speed in here. Let's go," and we can sit a nice, comfortable, relaxing trip. So.
Always a challenge to see how it may play out, but you actually trained her dam too. How special is that, as she really took you to a lot of big places, so it was very exciting last year as a 2-year-old too?
Her dam, I trained, but didn't make it to the races. But she was a special, like she looked like a really good horse. Her I trained obviously as a 2-year-old, and she shocked me first time out, so I'm hoping, she shocks me again. I just remember the first time out, I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe we need to wait for the next race. And Jeff's like, the next race is 4 weeks away. Let's just run and see what we have. I'm like, okay, as long as there's no pressure. And here she goes, like flying, but so I'm hoping that that's what happens.
Well, wishing you all the best, Leah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And it's all about that timing, Greg, finding the right spot for your runners as Sail By will stretch out in distance today.
Acacia, thank you. Leah Giramati had a 34-to-1 shot winner earlier this week. Doing it against Grade 2 competition against the likes of these runners, though, might be a different story.
Yeah, I think Sail By, Leah's horse, the 2-horse, is the speed of this race. I guess there's a bit of a question mark as to how far she wants to go in the 2-turn distances. But when Chad Brown's got 4 in the race, as he does in this race, he's going to position them correctly to give them each a chance to do what they do well to win. Eminent Victor, the 3-horse, to me, is the likely Chad Brown horse to go out there and challenge the pace early to maybe get away with it or set it up for one of the other Chad Brown
Well, at
horses.
least make sure that it's an honest pace.
Oh, this is the lowest price of the runners from his barn. Consumer Spending, she obviously loves this distance. Tom, your selection, she's 3 for 4 to mile and a 16th, and she was just behind with the Moonlight when they faced in that Belmont Oaks.
Yeah, I really like the turn back in distance for Consumer Spending, coming out of that 1.25 mile race, getting back to a 1 mile and a 16th. And I'm liking her because I think there's vulnerability with the one horse, with the Moonlight coming back in 13 days, with the amount of energy she used 13 days ago. So I'll take my 5-2 over 7-5 with Consumer Spending, number 4.
Meanwhile, here's Eminent Victor. Eminent Victor actually was favored over stablemate Dolce Zell when they met in the Lake George. Stumbled a bit out of the gate here. You'll see it right here. And maybe if not for that difference of trips, might have been the winner here.
Certainly could have been. And you know what? You could make a case, and this is me being an armchair jockey, that maybe Pratt moved just a shade too soon on this horse to try to get there. I thought he could have waited a little longer than what he did.
Yeah, I mean, she had the stumble at the start, but she got a really good trip, in my opinion.
And by moving too soon, I mean moving too soon to get into position to make this run right here.
Very little separated these stablemates, obviously, in this race. As we head to the paddock set, very little has separated these two, apparently in the morning as well, working out.
Yeah, I know that Jonathan and I disagree here. I feel, and I bet Dolce Zell, that she was fortunate. Yeah, it was tight in the inside, but she was able to get that perfect spot in the inside on the rail the entire way. And I don't think that Eminent Victor had a bad trip, but did stumble a little bit and out of position. Too wide the first turn, 2 to 3 wide, and got beaten as op. I thought Eminent Victor ran better. I'm not sure it really matters, though.
No, I mean, I think two sane people can agree that, you know,
We're the sane people.
Yeah, I think that Eminent Victor, someone can
Acacia
argue
might
that
be
she had-
sane. The rest of us,
she had a bad trip. Dolce Zell, for me, though, just wasn't able to set her down. Irad had to just keep waiting. Eminent Victor got a full, quarter
Fair.
of a mile run, and Dolce Zell didn't. So that's why I ultimately side with her having the worst trip, but I might change my mind in a couple of minutes.
Well, I think we also kind of agree that they're going to have to improve to beat any number of the other 3 as we head out to Maggie.
Let's check in with the Moonlight, as I am under the same general notion that we've heard from Tom Amos discussing that a filly who takes her racing quite hard to come back in 13 days is not the easiest task, and 2, to cut back in distance. Now, I know her trainer, Charlie Appleby, has said that a 1.25 miles is her ultimate limit, and I get that with how headstrong she can be. So therefore, they're thinking she'll get a little bit more pace to run at here. But with a horse who tends to get herself revved up prior to her races, at least the last 2, and she's run well in those, she's quiet today. She's very quiet. It's hot out here. Not quite as hot as it was going back to that Saratoga Oaks, but still hot enough to get a lather on. There's really not much sweat on her at all. Maybe it's a fantastic sign that she's finally settling, but just something different, as I do want to talk about number 5, Dolce Zell, actually. Irad owes me. Just saying. No, because she's a little funny, and I know that French bred fillies or horses coming from France, they can be a little bit difficult to ride. She was trying to make the gaps as he was giving her a solo warm-up, but she didn't want to go back towards the gate. Irad, don't worry, I'm here. I got you anytime. So we had to walk up towards this way. She's settled now, but I haven't been out here prior to her races or even seen her prior to a race, but just something that I noticed with her. But all things good as they head to the gate now, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. And as they go to the gate with the Moonlight, off that short return, remains a 7-5 favorite.
I know this is going to sound counterintuitive, but horses have characteristics, and one of her characteristics is that she does get hot. For her not to get hot and show her typical characteristics going in the race is not necessarily a good sign.
Want to remind everyone, tomorrow on the program, the oldest continuously run race in North America, dating back to 1860. First leg of that Canadian Triple Crown, the Queen's Plate. We'll have live coverage on FS2. That race at 5:42 Eastern Time. You don't want to miss it. Todd Pletcher will be represented in there. Mark Casse had the plate trial winner. It's a filly who was actually the morning line favorite. Set right now, though, for the Grade 2 Lake Placid. It kicks off this pick 4. So you wouldn't expect to hear that. Yeah, not getting sweaty, perhaps not a good sign from With the Moonlight.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. I like it. I like it. I like what I'm seeing right now. She's getting a little warm right now, but she really woke up when she walked on. that crossing onto the turf course, she perked up. She knows it's game time right now.
She's feeling that grass under her feet, and she knows she's getting ready to roll.
Is a mile and a 16th a question for her?
Oh, I certainly think so. You know, but when you look at this race, I do think there's going to be some pace. I don't see Sail By, the 2-horse, going out by herself. I think the 3 Eminent Victor is going to be there as well. These European horses, particularly with the talent of With the Moonlight, they're so good at showing that burst the last eighth of a mile. I do think it's in her wheelhouse as long as she has a clean trip.
What's the pressure like this, Gary, for a rider like Luis Saez here to now fill in? Because
Zero pressure. Zero for the fact he's got built-in excuses, and Tom just said what the excuses are. First of all, she wasn't getting hot, or she's going to get hot, or she ran too hard last time coming back on short notice.
Still, you want to deliver.
Absolutely, you want to deliver, but you've got a built-in excuse. No, he's going to go out there and ride her with confidence right now. I'm just saying, you're not really feeling any pressure. She's either going to show up or she's not going to show up, and there's nothing you can do about it once the gate opens up. Just ride your race and be the pro that Louis is.
Nerves of steel. That's why I could never have done this. 6-5 favorite With the Moonlight, trying to go back-to-back in graded stakes here at this Saratoga meeting.
Listen, even this being his first time on her back, he's getting a feel right now. He was getting the feel in the post parade of what is underneath him, her alertness, if she's on a game, if she's giving him that feel. And that feel, the certain right guys can sense it and feel it and know they're sitting on something special.
She's in. She has that inside post as she gets settled there with Luis Saez. Set for the Grade 2 Lake Placid start of our Saturday Pick 4 on Alabama Saturday. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
We are set for the start. And they're off in the Lake Placid Stakes. Dolce Zell and Haughty. Those two go out for the early lead, and Haughty goes on with it to grab the lead. Dolce Zell runs in second with Consumer Spending, next in third with the Moonlight. Down at the rail in fourth. A Sail By now moves up on the outside. The early trailer is Eminent Victor in sixth as they race into the clubhouse turn. And it is Haughty who has the lead here. Sail By has moved up on the outside into second. Dolce Zell is next in third with Consumer Spending in fourth through a quarter in 24 and 2. The favorite With the Moonlight sits in fifth, better than a half dozen lengths from the lead. And the trailer is Eminent Victor. They move up the Saratoga backstretch with Haughty stepping away here to lead by 3. Sail By is in second. On her inside is Dolce Zell next in third, followed by Consumer Spending in fourth. With the Moonlight is still in fifth, and the trailer is Eminent Victor. So positions are unchanged as they head for the far turn. The half went in 48 and 4. It is Haughty on top here. Haughty is the leader, 2.5 lengths. Then it's the trio of Sail By, Consumer Spending, and Dolce Zell. With the Moonlight now being asked to pick it up, and Eminent Victor is at the back. And the field now heads for home with Haughty, Dolce Zell looking for a way through. Consumer Spending is there on the outside, and With the Moonlight is kicking in out in the middle of the course. Here comes With the Moonlight. Here comes Dolce Zell. They're trying to get to Haughty. It is Haughty still there. With the Moonlight on the outside. They're coming on for the finish, and it is Haughty to win the Lake Placid Stakes. With the Moonlight was second. Dolce Zell finished third.
Haughty sent to the front. Jose Ortiz and able to hold off that late charge from With the Moonlight for the win.
Yeah, and he took the bull by the horns immediately out of the gates. He controlled this race pace-wise. They didn't go that fast for these type of horses. The first quarter of a mile, they went 24 and some deep change, so had control of the race. Big run from With the Moonlight. They can't be disappointed with this effort. She ran her race. She was maybe a little further back than they would have liked her, but maybe I've got no excuses for her. She was flat out run on the day.
You know, I think we're going to go back to the start of this race, but that half-mile time when it was put up with Haughty on the lead by herself going 48 and 4 made everyone's job difficult behind her.
Little stumble out of the gate for With the Moonlight.
Yeah, and I think there was some characteristics about this race that were negative for With the Moonlight. I mean, she got clear on the turn. When she gets clear, she bursts when she makes a run. She made a spurt. It looked like we're going to get it again. But that last part of it, she was even down the lane, in my opinion.
Well, Hottie, I think it might have been a little bit of a visual illusion because coming off the turn, Hottie hit another gear too.
No doubt.
So she was closing in, trying to close into a filly that was finishing very strongly. You know, she was.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, she
again,
was
that first
spotting us
half a mile. If you bet on Hottie, like the guys in the desk, like they had to be salivating after 48 and 4 for a half mile. That's slow.
No one goes with Hottie. Jose Ortiz all by himself on the front end and goes gate to wire in the Lake Placid. Let's go to Maggie.
I feel like it's the oldest adage in racing. Pickup mounts are lucky, Jose, as you picked this one up earlier from Joelle Rosario. You haven't been on her, but you seized the bull by the horns and sent Hottie to the lead today. Talk about that decision out of the gate.
Yeah, I knew I had speed, but the two did, but I felt like I broke better. And I just let it go, you know. We got 3 other horses in the race, and I felt like I was the best one breaking out of there, so it was my job to go out there and take an easy lead, and I think that was the key to win the race.
Jose, for people watching the inner turf course, to get to the rail and save ground, how important is it?
So important. It's tight turns, and a lot of horses doesn't make the bend very well, so it's when you are on the one path, it's a little easier for the horse, and you know the track is in great shape, and I think she liked it. You know, she ran very good. She was very relaxed, and she was ready.
And two, she's a bit of a smaller, shorter coupled filly. She cut back in distance from that Belmont Oaks, and she just looks like she's made for this course.
I think so. She ran very good. She always had been a very nice filly. She ran in the Breeders' Cup. She ran very good, I feel like, and she always been classy. And I had the opportunity to work against her. Never been on her, but you know, things work in a weird way, and today I was on her. Honestly, I hope Joel is good and he feels better and he come back with us soon. We need him here.
Exactly, we do. Well said, Jose. Massive congratulations, though.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, Hottie. Yes, he's ridden against her many times, so he was familiar with her, but it's good to be on her back and winning and going to the winner's circle, Greg.
Hottie at 5-1. Now 3 for 5 in her career. And Jose Ortiz, another fill-in mount victory for Joelle Rosario, who's out today, guys.
Well, Jose won this race when he went to the front in the beginning and got the coveted rail position. The runner-up may have run the best race, but when you're in front and you go 5.7 seconds to the final 16th, they're not going to catch you.
No, and the funny thing about it is it's not very often in racing, especially here at Saratoga, that I know who's going to win when they're at the 16th pole coming for home. When they went to the first turn and she made the lead, she was going to be extremely hard to beat.
Right, you know, we both bet her, and you never want to sort of jinx yourself, though that's really irrelevant stuff. But if she lost this race, she just wasn't good enough. She ran very well. She's always a horse with promise. With the Moonlight, no disgrace in defeat. But she didn't get it done. Hottie got the better trip.
So big win here for Hottie. Bradley Thoroughbreds, Belmar Racing, Chad Brown, Jose Ortiz. And we got more stakes action still to come. Expected to see a little more speed in this race. That did not materialize. Hottie are by herself. And when you're alone on the lead, good things can happen, as they did here in the Lake Placid. Gonna take a timeout. Round 3 for the Coaching Club American Oaks winner, Nest, and the filly who beat her in the Kentucky Oaks, Dwayne Lucas's Secret Oath, ready to do battle again in the Alabama coming up.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Back on Saratoga Live, program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter. Run Happy, never lost in his career while sprinting. Now standing at legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Beautiful look there at Saratoga Lake. Just a few minutes away from the racetrack. One of so many great things to do around this area when you're not catching this tremendous racing. And we got a lot more big action ahead, including that round 3 rubber match between Secret Oath and Nest in the Alabama coming up. It was Hottie in the Lake Placid, turning the tables on with the Moonlight and her stablemate, Consumer Spending, when she was no match for them in the Belmont Oaks in a distance that on that day, back in July, probably a little too far for her.
Big race and got back to her 2-year-old form in that spot.
$13.40 for the win. And Jose Ortiz alone on the lead and able to finish.
Yeah, and Andy pointed out that last quarter on under 6 seconds, 5.7. That's rolling.
That is a very
no matter
fast
what.
last 16. If you're going to chart judging time and finishes, anything under 12 for an 8th or under 6 for a 16th of a mile is very quick. That's racehorse time.
So Hottie impressive in here, and again, we're probably going to get another look at with the Moonlight in that 3rd and final leg of that Turf Triple Series. We move on next to the Smart and Fancy and Change of Control. Michelle Lovell just had her first ever starter at this meet. It was in a graded stakes race, Saratoga Special, and she won that race with Damon's Mound. Just an incredible job training that horse, who's now 2 for 2 and has some serious options, as looking like one of the leading contenders for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile towards the end of the year. Change of Control in here. Surprisingly 6-1 on the board, a 9-time winner on the grass.
Yeah, I think Michelle's got a very good chance here of going 2 for 2 if this filly runs according to the way she has in her last couple.
I would think that price is going to start working its way down. 7-2 morning line right now, 5-1. Favorite right now, Miss J. McKay. It's a wide open group though. We're going to take a timeout. Speaking of Michelle Lovell, there have been several other ladies that have been making a big impact at this meet. We'll have a look back at what's been accomplished when we return here on Saratoga Live.
Dream big with a Winston
bred. 77% of WinStar bred graded stakes winners were offered at public auction, including more than 125 stakes winners, 60 plus graded stakes winners, and over 20 Grade 1 winners and counting. Look for the star at the upcoming sales.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart: the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Back on Saratoga Live, Saratoga Spa State Park. Fun for the entire family. Some great walking trails. I know Tom likes to get his workout in the morning. Needs some help with his drives, I'll tell you that. I know that from firsthand experience.
We're gonna go there?
I mean, you hit it a long way,
there?
just not that long.
Jeez.
Hey.
Ninth race up next. It's a Smart and Fancy, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. And there's Michelle Lovell, gonna send out Change of Control. Told you about her first ever starter at the meet. It was a winner and a graded stake, and that Saratoga special also had an owner and breeder female, one with a 34-1 shot. Had never won anywhere before. It's been an incredible week for women in racing here at Saratoga.
It is Top Envoy who has come away with the lead, and Top Envoy is going to post a huge upset here.
It's a dream come true, and I've always wanted to do it with Leah, so here we are.
Damon's Mound has built a 4-length lead. Gulfport in second, and it will be Damon's Mound to win the 117th Saratoga Special.
Yeah, he's simply amazing. I couldn't be more proud. I'm so happy for his owners, Michelle and Cliff Love. This is big time for them, and this horse is awesome, and they deserve it. And I'm just excited for my whole crew. Everybody's worked really hard to get here.
They're heading for the finish, and it is Vallelujah trying to pull off a big upset here, and she has done it. It is Vallelujah.
Hector Diaz Jr. and Immortalization. Here comes True Believe with a late run into second, but Immortalization, a no doubt about it, 3-length score.
I think this horse just means everything to me. You know, he was, when he came to us, he was a project, and everybody worked really hard and got him where he was, and he's just my favorite.
Incredible week. Maria Mann, Top Envoy, 34-1. She owned and bred. She'd been 0-8 as an owner back in 2001, and then finally gets back into the game, gets a win at Saratoga, and then Michelle Lovell, with Damon's Mound. It was so impressive. Her runner here has a great chance to make her 2 for 2 here at Saratoga. Change of Control coming off an impressive win at Colonial.
Yeah, I didn't think she'd be this big a price. She's 7-2 on the morning line. I think she'll go down a little bit here, but yeah, she ran a big race last time, got a nice buyer of 95. That fits right with these fillies.
Well, we'll go paddock side. Guys, it's this barn here, the best winning percentage in the history of this racetrack.
That it does. We'll see what happens. Tough post inside. And speaking of horses that had the rail, the man to my left is a far more forgiving person than I am as it comes to Caravel.
Yeah, no, I love her in here. I mean, she had a horrible trip drawn on the inside last time. You know, there's a couple race span last year where she was the best turf sprinter in the country. Now, she hasn't really run those fast of numbers yet, but I think she's kind of had some excuses throughout her races, and this is one of the biggest ones. She checks so hard, she checks out of this close-up shot.
I have no issue. Her trip last time was a disaster, and I can give her a pass the race. But I have two problems. She's not the only one that had a bad trip in there. Miss J. McKay did. And the other problem I have more than that, because I'm ready to excuse this race, is she was extremely lucky, in my opinion, to win the Intercontinental on the best part of the track in a slow pace. Now, I think she's fine stalking the outside post. I'm just not convinced she's that good.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out in like 15 minutes. I think she is that good.
Yeah, we disagree.
And she doesn't have an excuse today, unless she like breaks slowly or whatever. But being on the outside with that draw, I think that if she doesn't win with that draw, then she's not who I thought she was.
Right. Today is the day she needs to put up because it's a very, very competitive field. Miss J. McKay is a tough horse for me because I made a big bet on her last time at 6-1, and she should have won that race. She was horribly unlucky at a couple different points. Not Irad's fault. He just got unlucky, and she ran the best race. Having said that, she was 6-1. Now she's 5-2. So the value is really gone. I still prefer in this race, but last time was my time.
You know, I'm curious what you think about this. She had a tough trip, a bad trip, very bad trip. But the pace, they ran in front of her a little bit. So I don't want to cancel out her bad trip or anything like that. But I do think that she got a little bit of a setup with a bad trip.
She might have won the race by 2 lengths, and I'd be coming out. I want to bet against her today because she had a perfect trip in there. And eventually we'll get to my wise guy long shot, the 4, Sarah Harper. Maggie?
Well, I hate to ruin your fun, Andy, but I'm going to talk about Sarah Harper as well. But first, I want to talk about change of control for trainer Michelle Lovell. And this is a filly or mare, keep calling her a filly, that I see randomly throughout her racing seasons. Every time I see her, I like her, though. She looks fantastic, and Michelle just does a tremendous job. You know, as we saw with Damon's Mound, Michelle's just a very hands-on trainer. She has her pony that she rides every morning. She's very attentive to all of her horses. Change of control, the one thing I can say that's a little bit different from when I've seen her at Belmont, very energetic today. That's a good thing when you're leaving from the 1 hole. So otherwise, though, just a brick house of a mare and your quintessential turf sprinter. Let's move on to Sarah Harper. There's some pedigree. Obviously, she's by Australian sire Vancouver, who gets turf horses. The dam never tried the turf, and the only sibling to try the turf did win on it. Sarah Harper has a turf hoof. She has very slack pasterns. She's also very fast. We often talk about dirt speed not translating to turf speed, but I don't know how much more of a quarter horse-esque frame you want than Sarah Harper. She's just so short coupled, so short back that she has nothing else to do but be quick and go out to the front end. She's very intriguing here. We'll see what she does dealing with the speed of Robin Sparkles as well. Moving on to the Maryland bred, whoop whoop, number 6, Miss J. McKay. She is one of my pets. I've always loved her. As Andy brought up, she had trouble in that last start. Once again, she looks phenomenal here, hoping and praying, as everybody in this field is, for a clean trip this time around. So all things good, though. With your favorite, the problem is she's your favorite. As we'll take a look at Caravel, we might see some money going towards her. Now, I have been admittedly very critical of her. She, at least when she won the Intercontinental and she did have a dream scenario trip that day, she did not look good in the paddock. There was no weight on her. She had peaked hindquarters. She just didn't look great. I was not in the paddock for the Caress Stakes. Today, though, things are better. There's some development across her hind end. Her weight's better than what I've seen from her in some other efforts. Bright disposition here. And 2, now she gets to break from the outside, as I'll break from my segment here close to the saddling stalls to the outside to the paddock set, guys.
Thanks, Mag. As far as Sarah Harper, I think it's interesting she's coming back in a turf sprint. Now, keep in mind, doesn't seem likely there's going to be turf racing at Churchill Downs, and maybe Ron McQuaid is sort of checking 2 boxes here. He's given her a shot in the turf. He knows she has a pedigree to move forward on it. Also, she might need a race off a layup. So if she does nail the turf, maybe it does well for her going forward, going back to the dirt.
One thing she has that, you know, if you watch the show, I love about turf sprints is she's got a ton of speed. Now, it's dirt speed, which I actually think dirt speed is probably faster than turf speed because I think it's a little bit harder on them and there's not as many, I think they could just be a little bit more taxing from a dirt standpoint. If she takes to the turf, she's going to be tough.
She's an interesting horse to use a little bit as a price. As far as change of control, she's facing much tougher horses than she faced last time and she won. We'll actually show you her winning the Autumn Days back at the Big A in late November. There's nothing like some winter turf racing at Aqueduct, beating actually Too Sexy, the number 5 in this race. She's very good, but she's got a tough post, and not to be hard on her rider, Colby Hernandez, this is a tough riding crew, and they all know she's good enough to win, and nobody's going to do them any favors here.
Yeah, I mean, look, she worked out a trip here, and congratulations, she made it work from that inside draw. But she had a little bit more ground to work with as well, you know. It's going 6 furlongs now, she's going 5.5. I just think it's a much harder thing to navigate, and she's facing better today.
Yeah,
I just don't see how she works out a trip.
This is such a competitive field, Greg.
It really is. These 5.5 furlong turf races, they are always tough for handicappers, but we have so much talent lined up in here as well. It makes it very fun, including the one we've talked about before, change of control for Michelle Lovell. It's going to break from the inside post.
Yeah, and I mean, these 5.5 furlong races, they're all about trip. It's so easy to get in trouble in these races. It gets congested going into the turn. We saw that with Caravel last time she ran. Got in tight, had to check off of hills, and, the faster they're going, the more trouble there is going into that turn at this level.
I don't even know if there's an answer for you. I'm going to ask you this question anyway, but because different horses, different styles of running. But what was the key for you in riding these turf sprints?
I loved riding, just off the pace type horses that didn't need the lead. I found that, if you were chasing after the lead on a speed type horse, you didn't have anything to finish with. But if you could sit in there with a tactical trip, and that's what change of control is. She's a filly that doesn't need the lead. She can win on the lead or just off of it. She actually likes to have a target. Those were the kind that I wanted to ride, and I didn't care really where they drew.
There she is again, waiting for Colby Hernandez to get a leg up. You can play all this action, of course, with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started at nairabets.com. That $200 deposit match sign-up bonus offer with that code right there, Toga200 at nairabets.com. Play with us all summer long and beyond here at Saratoga. And Tom, you're going to go with the 6 in here. Miss J. McKay had that troubled trip last start.
Yeah, I saw what Andy saw in that race. I mean, really, this was a big race by Miss J. McKay with everything that happened. It started right out of the gate. She didn't break well, got in trouble, checked hard, still ran hard at the end. But more important than anything in handicapping Miss J. McKay, what I like best is that in that race that she got in a lot of trouble, Irad Ortiz rode her. Irad is back on her today. I can't tell you how many times in my career a rider comes back after a bad trip and says to me, Tom, put me back on this horse. And I have a strong feeling Irad said, I want to be back on this horse, and that's what they're doing. He's our leading rider. I think that's a real vote of confidence.
5-2 favoritism with the meets leading rider for Clement. And it was, if you watch that replay, no chance with the trouble in that race, and still, as Tom said, ran very hard to the finish. It was beat less than a length in the end. Meanwhile, look at the 9, Caravel, who we got to know here last summer at Saratoga, winning that grade 3 Caress. 4-1 on the board right now. Let's go back to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by trainer Ron Moquette, who sends out Sarah Harper. Ron, she's been training sharply in the morning for this comeback, and she tries the turf. What can you tell us about the surface switch?
Well, we've wanted to try it for a while, and we're all going to get to find out together if she likes it as much as her family does. I know her sister moved up considerably when she got switched to this, the turf, and I know trying a stake race at Saratoga is kind of a leap, but we're going to all find out together. I think she's as fit as I can get her without a race, and we're ready to let them go.
And she looks so fast, too. How do you think that speed will translate to the turf?
I think it transfers very well. I think this course has been favoring a little speed. I hope Flavian uses it wisely, and from that point on, I'm excited to try it.
And she has been, as mentioned, training here in Saratoga. Fitness, of course, getting her ready to come back. But how much of a benefit do you think it's been that she's been based here in New York for this comeback?
We've had a lot of luck at Saratoga by by bringing the ones that we thought needed the work here up and then shipping the ones we didn't think. And we thought that her coming off a layoff, it would be very advantageous for us to have her here and complete her, her training circuit here.
We appreciate your time. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Something new for Sarah Harper today. Let's see how she handles it, Greg.
She is quick. Dirt speed doesn't always translate to turf speed, but there is some pedigree there, as mentioned earlier. Here's change of control, Michelle Lovell.
She's a very, very talented horse who, if she can get the right trip from the inside, can definitely win this race.
Fuete at 27-1, turf debut as well.
Yeah, this horse doesn't have any dirt races that are fast enough. We'll have to move up significantly on the grass.
Robin Sparkles, her game is speed. She went gate to wire in that grade 3 Caress.
And she had a very nice game victory last time at a big price, but she's a much shorter price today, and many horses got bad trips behind her last time.
New York bred will try and win for the 8th time on turf. The 4 Sarah Harper trying the grass for the first time.
We'll see if she likes the grass. No matter what, she's going to be a pace presence.
Another fill-in mount for Joel Rosario. Manny Franco aboard Too Sexy.
Yeah, she's just probably not good enough to beat these on her best coming off a long layoff, but she's a big price if you like her.
Favored Miss J. McKay off that troubled trip in the Caress.
You've watched the replay on your Naira Bets account. She had a terrible trip last time.
Wesley Ward sends out Illegal Smile with Jose Ortiz.
She's a little bit sneaky at a price. At times she runs well enough, but she hasn't yet shown she can class up against the best horses.
Lady Edith, strong finish in that Caress for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, she was rolling late, but like I said earlier, talking about the 6 Miss J. McKay, a little bit of a setup last time.
And Caravel, Brad Cox, Luis Saez at 4-1.
We have a difference of opinion on the set here. Jonathan believes a clean trip on the outside, and she's the best horse. I'm rooting for his single, but I'm against.
What a difference a race makes, too. I mean, Caravel was favored last start, had that trouble trip, but now she's 4-1. Let's go back to the 3. So here's Robin Sparkles. She has been game in her career. This New York bred 7 for 12 on the lawn. And yes, she got lucky with some having those compromised trips we talked about, but she's also been very, very good, and she's very quick.
Yeah, she's very quick, and that's a very good point. She's the speed of the race, the 3, Robin Sparkles. If Sarah Harper takes to the turf, then she'll keep her company on the front end. But dirt speed is not the same as turf speed if the horse doesn't go for the surface. Now, I know there's a lot of evidence that the pedigree says Sarah Harper will like it, but again, that doesn't help Sarah Harper in this race because she is one-dimensional speed, and I don't think she's going to get in front of Robin Sparkles. So either way, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't with the 4-horse Sarah Harper. Maybe Robin Sparkles benefits by being on the lead by herself.
And we got a couple trying the turf for the first time who are quick dirt speed, but again, as Tom said, not necessarily does that translate to the grass. Caravel, Saez aboard for Brad Cox, and the public has jumped off her today.
Yeah, I mean, is she one-dimensional? It's tough to find a race that she's won on her form where she hasn't been on the lead. Her best races are when she's not going to make the lead in this race. The good thing is she's drawn on the outside, so maybe if she will rate, that's the best place to see if she'll rate a little bit. I think that, Louis climbs aboard for the first time today on her. Horses generally get away from the gate. Very good for him. If they show speed before, they're going to show more speed with Louis. But Sarah Harper and Robin Sparkles, they're going to do some battle early on. If Robin Sparkles, if she can, open up early on Sarah Harper, she's going to be tough to beat again today.
Back to the 9, Caravel. Keep in mind, she was favored against this group last time, and she just didn't have a good trip. You've got to throw it out. She got in a ton of trouble that day. She's got to be considered a player in this spot.
It's a generous price at 4-1. We're 2 minutes away. Let's go back to Maggie.
We'll take a look at one of the outside runners in here. That is Lady Edith. Now, last time we saw her break a bit flat-footed, and her trainer, Christophe Clement, citing that was because she kind of went and charged the gate right before they sprung the latch, hit her head a little bit, and it kind of dazed her, and then they left, and she just didn't break out of there that cleanly. Now, I've seen a very subdued warm-up with her from Trevor McCarthy, I think in attempts to just keep her quiet. She does have cotton in her ears. She has that neck strap around her neck, so Trevor doesn't have to get into her mouth at the break. And, I mean, all they've done out here is jog. She looks great, and I thought she ran well last time, considering, a bit of trouble in the beginning stages of that race. So we'll see. Hopefully she behaves herself in the gate this time around. Now, ultimately, I went with Miss J. McKay because I've learned a lot of times in this game that if you don't trust your first instincts, you lose a lot. But I really do like what I'm seeing from Change of Control out here. We saw Colby Hernandez give her a big warm-up. She warmed up beautifully. And it's, yes, the riders here are the top of the game and they can be aggressive, but I like the fact that Michelle is loyal to her riders and leaves them on horses that they know. Colby knows her like the back of his hand. Andy?
I just wanted to touch on something that I think Jonathan and I disagree with. It was said in the other set. I don't believe Caravel is a one-dimensional horse at all. She won 3 straight races last year, including this race, by rating. She was able to win in the front end if they're going to give her the lead in easy time, but I'm going to argue she's as good, if not better, stalking.
Yeah, she's tactical. She's forward. I don't think she'll make the lead in here. There's a race that she might make the lead. I think she'll just kind of sit chilly on that outside in the clear with Luis Saez.
Yeah, I'm not her biggest fan in this race. Jonathan likes her a lot more than I do, but she's dangerous stalking for sure.
And she's a generous price as well at 4-1 after we mentioned being favored in that Grade 3 Caress where Tripp resulted in her having no chance in that race. There she is, Luis Saez for Brad Cox. She'll break from the outside post in a wide open addition to the Smart and Fancy.
It is, it is. And when they break from the gate, I'm going to be paying attention to the 3-horse Robin Sparkles, who's definitely going to show speed as we watch her go in, and the horse right next to her, Sarah Harper. Is she going to translate that dirt speed to turf speed, and are they going to challenge each other early? That could set up for a close if they do. If not, Robin Sparkles is very tough on the lead by herself.
21-1. She won that Grade 3 last start. Can she do it again? It's a Smart and Fancy. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
They're all in line. And they're off. And they all came away to a good start. Fouette and Robin Sparkles. It is Robin Sparkles and Sarah Harper, and the two of them are heads apart for the early lead. Caravel from the extreme outside is a close-up third. Fouette is now back running in fourth. And then comes Illegal Smile, who is next in fifth. Down on the inside, Change of Control runs in sixth. And then it is Miss J. McKay in seventh. At the back of the pack is Too Sexy as the field goes around the far turn. The quarter went in 21 3/5 seconds. Up front, Robin Sparkles and Caravel's on the outside. Caravel and Robin Sparkles. Fouette is down towards the inside. And looking for a way through there is Change of Control on the outside. Here is Illegal Smile, who is coming on now, and Lady Edith is kicking in. It's Caravel, it's Illegal Smile. Here's Change of Control. They come on for the finish, and it is Caravel to win it by a half length. Change of Control got up for second, and then Illegal Smile in third, and the time was 1 minute 1 4/5 seconds.
Caravel, clean trip this time, staying out of trouble in a good spot early, and finishes with Luis Saez aboard.
Yeah, she got a sweet trip from that outside post position. The 2 speed horses did exactly what they looked like they were going to do. Robin Sparkles on the lead. Sarah Harper just to her outside on her hip, and flanked just off of them was Caravel and Luis Saez, and makes the lead. Watch the 1 horse, Change of Control. She was down inside looking for some room. She gets out late, gets up for second, so a big run for her as well, but it was all Caravel. Good job, guys.
Yeah, back to our winner, Caravel. I mean, you're right, Gary. Sat outside a speed duel. Post position had a lot to do with this win. If you're Caravel and you can be outside and look at 2 horses battling each other inside, it's a very comfortable position for a racehorse to have that happen and not be tied into it or in any way, shape, or form being crowded. And for Caravel, it's made the difference between winning and losing.
9-1, 7-6, and even at 7-2. Very nice price on a mare that was favored against a lot of this same group last time out with that compromised trip. So Caravel, that is the 7th win in 14 starts over the lawn in her career.
She's a win machine. Loves her game.
Let's go to Maggie for more.
She's a sweetheart, too. She always comes right up to me on the pony. I love it. Louis, it's the first time you've been aboard her. How much of a difference did the outside post make today? I could, standing behind the gate, I could see how quickly and alertly she left.
Yeah, she flew from there. I was watching the replay, and she had a lot of speed. Unfortunately, last time she had a little trouble breaking from there. But today she broke from there pretty sharp, pretty clear. I put her in the race, and well, in the half a mile she was pretty low. I feel like I had a lot of horse. I just don't want to let him run too soon. But when we came to the top of the stretch, she was take off.
She's a cool customer. I don't think I've ever been next to a more relaxed turf sprinting filly in my days. But Louis, we'll also see you up next in the Grade 1 Alabama Secret Oath. You won the Oaks aboard her. Disappointing finish last time in the CCA Oaks. Wayne Lucas has been critical that you may have moved too early, so on and so forth. What are you looking to do with her this time around?
Yeah, last time was not much paid, but she was right there. Today we're gonna brake and follow the speed and make one move with her. I know she's doing great. We're working and she's been doing very good. So we hope all the best, and I have a good feeling about her.
I like it. It always helps when the rider has a good feeling. Well, congratulations out here with Caravel in this Smart and Fancy, Louis.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
Oh, she's a cool customer, Greg, as she is heading back to the winner's circle, Caravel. She stamps herself once again as the possible leader of this division.
She was so good last year at this meet when she won that Caress. Immediately, Connection said, all right, we're gonna think Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. That obviously didn't work out for her. Maybe in the plans again, guys.
Well, we'll see. Not sure this gets her the victory in there, but nice victory today. Nice call by you, Jonathan. And, I agreed with you. It looked the whole stretch like she was going to lay down, but they just couldn't get to her.
Oh, I was about to leave the set at the 8th pole. She just looked like she was going to get swallowed up. She just kept digging. She just kept digging, and that's the difference, I think, with her is getting into the clear and not getting stopped, I think, made the difference for her. Being drawn inside is tricky for her. She can win from down there if she faces the right group. This is a tough group today. I thought she ran extremely well.
Yeah, no, a nice win by her. Trip outside. But, the speeds didn't hold. Now, maybe Sarah Harper just not a turf horse, and obviously, not a great, as easy a setup for the 3 as last time. But she ran well, get the victory. It's a very nice horse, and it's nice to see her getting back to that good form of last year.
Caravel overall 10 for 17 in her career, 7 for 14 on the lawn. And she wins at 7-2. Brad Cox, Luis Saez. And yes, Saez, another big mount coming up. Back aboard Secret Oath in round 3 against Ness, the Coaching Club American Oaks winner who turned the corner and looked like she might be the best 3-year-old in any division, male or female. After that performance, can she repeat it in the Alabama when we come back?
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
This August, Monmouth Park has the perfect cure for a case of the Mondays. With live racing every Monday starting at 2 p.m., extend your summer weekends and wager on action-packed racing from the Jersey Shore. Plus, play the new 50-cent Monday Mid-Atlantic Pick 4, pairing 2 races from Monmouth and Colonial into Monday's featured bet. It's Monday racing all August long at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2, regional coverage in Southern California. Great spot to catch the racing. Paddock Bar and Suites. That new post bar up top. I know where Tom's headed after the races. You're buying, right?
Absolutely, as always.
Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. Luis Saez had this mare in a perfect position early on in this race. As Gary and Tom were talking about, Caravel gets the 7th win of her career. 9-1-7 finish, $9.80 for the victory. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by winning trainer Brad Cox as Caravel. She got a much better trip today too, Brad. Talk about the relief that you felt when she broke as sharp as she did.
Yeah, no, I was watching her last race at Monmouth after the Haskell, and I can tell you it definitely put a little bit of a damper on my Haskell victory with the trip she got last time, but it was totally a race that you draw a line through, move forward. She gave us 2 good works since, and this was a late decision to run in this race. We're kind of looking at a race at Presque Isle, still looking at a race at Presque Isle on the synthetic. She likes that surface, but we thought this made sense in regards to a filler in between, and she responded really well. Felt some pressure late, she responded well and stayed on.
And it seems like she strengthened up a little bit out of that last race too. You mentioned those works. How significant was that?
It's big time, especially with a filly and at the age of 5. You want to see him carrying good flesh. I thought she was a little light going into the sweet, the last race. And once again, draw a line through it just because of the trip and the break and everything. But overall, I thought physically she looked better today going into this one than she did the last one. And I think she showed she was a better horse today overall.
And you mentioned a race at Presque Isle next. Are there any ideas of potentially going on to bigger year-end races like a Breeders' Cup Sprint Try Again?
It's definitely on the radar. I think we need to have a big performance from her in the Presque Isle. I actually like the idea of stretching her a little bit. She loves the synthetic, and I like the idea of her running 6.5. It gives her an opportunity to maybe have to be as sharp out of the gate where she can break and just naturally place herself in the race. But I don't really think, personally, I don't really like 5.5 or 5 with her. I really like the 6 she ran at Belmont. Stuff like that I think makes more sense for her.
Well, she was impressive today. Brad, congratulations.
Thanks, Acacia.
Caravel back in the winner's circle today, and interesting notes about where we may potentially see her down the line, Greg.
All right, look forward to it. She's been fun to watch, and we've seen a lot of her on this program. Nice win, beating a very good field. Again, for the 7th win of her career on the lawn as we take a look at this late pick 5. Hottie, the biggest number so far in this sequence, with 2 legs remaining, and the grade 1 Alabama up next with right now a 1-5 favorite. Round 3 between Nest and Secret Oath, and it's this filly right here who is taking all the attention off that dominant performance on this racetrack at the grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks, where it looked like she just became a different filly, separating herself from the rest of her class. The walkover to the paddock. Rad Ortiz Jr. will be back aboard this afternoon for our ABR Race of the Week. Coming up, one of the most prestigious races there is in this sport for 3-year-old fillies. 1.25-mile distance in this Alabama. And Nest at 1-5 in this spot. Secret Oath at 4-1 in the rematch here. And then you have Gerrymander really coming along. And the Dam, obviously, through Lone Rock, the longer the better for him. So we'll see. It seems like those 3 in here. Could anyone hope to upset Nesto after what we saw in that last performance, Tom?
Well, I think Gary and I agree that it's Nest's race to lose. If she runs a race, she's going to win. What's that Aerosmith song? Walk This Way. The way she walks with such authority. Just watching her walking into the paddock, she knows she's bad. She knows she's bad.
Can she reproduce what we saw back in late July here at Saratoga? It was something to behold. Going to be fun to see her do her thing again for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, trying to win this race for the 4th time in his career. His former boss, D. Wayne Lucas, would love to pull off that upset, but there is Todd, and he's got the filly to beat. Nest, so dominant. Bill Mott, he's got a puncher's chance. We'll be back.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion
decision. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Racelens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Racelens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
On the far, far outside is Open Mind, trying to make up some ground. They're in the stretch. Dearly Love gets clear by 2. Dream Deal second, closing ground on the outside. The favorite Open Mind moving into third, then Silent Classic past the 8th pole. Dearly Love still leads by 2. Open Mind gaining on the outside. Open Mind still second. Open Mind closing. Open Mind on the outside gains a lead.
Odds on in the 1989 Alabama and Open Mind all out under Angel Cordero Jr. to get by Dearly Loved on that sloppy racetrack. What a performance. Second win in the race for Dwayne Lucas and Bill Mott. Dwayne, the coach, and Todd Pletcher. 8 Alabama wins combined by that Hall of Fame trio of trainers. What a group. We'll see if one of them could get it today. Todd Pletcher, the 2-5 favorite right now to add a 4th win in this race. As we look at Dwayne Lucas's Secret Oath, Kentucky Oaks winner, who was 12.5 lengths behind in that Coaching Club American Oaks behind Ness.
I think you got to look at the race setup here. When Wayne, like everybody says, how was Wayne critical? I don't think he was necessarily critical of Louis. He was critical of the trip that she got. That's the closest she'd been to the pace in any one of her recent races, including with legitimate fractions.
Yeah, don't forget what happened out of the gate. Our pace setter stumbled, and so did the horse next to her.
Changed everything.
It changed everything. Ness found herself on the lead for a little while, and I mean, it just was a weirdly run race, and there's no question Secret Oath was out of position with all that happened in that race.
There, though, is Nest, and she is the filly of the moment right now off that performance. In your estimation, with what we saw in that race, guys, is there an argument to be made she's the best 3-year-old in the country?
Yes.
There's an argument to be made?
I think so.
Okay, I'm listening.
The best 3-year-old in any division. There are people that were rooting for her running in the Travers.
Oh, I misunderstood the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I took it right.
Yeah.
Did
No,
I not?
you did. Tom needs to catch up.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here
Me
now.
too.
I feel like I'm back in 9th grade. I did a lot of this back in
You
high
think
school.
she's that good it's not even an argument? Is that what
I do
you're
not
saying?
think it's an argument. No, there's no argument to be made.
Okay.
For something that's just so blatantly obvious.
So then you think she
that
might
the
be in the-
host shouldn't even ask the question. Okay?
So you think she might be in the wrong race? She should be running next Saturday.
Well, look, I think there's a lot to be said about when you position a filly against the boys. I mean, Gary's had that experience before, but look, this is a big-time race that'll say a lot about her as a mama and a broodmare. So why wouldn't you be right here, right now?
Well, this filly right here has the pedigree to go all day. The dam produced, again, Lone Rock, who last year for Robertino Diodoro was the best long-distance horse, marathon horse in the country.
you know, it's obviously carried over to her with the performance she had in the Belmont Stakes going a mile and a half. I think the interesting thing, like my experience with the good fillies that I rode, that rode against the boys and was successful, you couldn't do that every time with them. They were big efforts and it would knock them out for a little while. And the amazing thing is the Belmont Stakes did not knock her out.
Let's go to John Imbrial for the jockey introductions.
Breaking from the rail, aboard Scratch Cat, is two-time Eclipse Award champion jockey Julien Leparoux. Riding number 2, Goddess of Fire, Saratoga's all-time leading rider, Johnny Velasquez. In post position number 3, aboard Gerrymander, Flavien Prat. Breaking from post number 4, Coaching Club American Oaks winner Nest and jockey Erod Ortiz Jr. Aboard number 5, Nostalgic, three-time Alabama winner Jose Ortiz. Riding number 6, She's Keen, is 2011 Alabama winning rider Jose Lescano. And from post position number 7 is your Kentucky Oaks winning team of Secret Oath and Louis Saez.
So those are your riders for the 2022 edition of this Grade 1 Alabama, one of the most prestigious races there are in this sport for 3-year-old fillies. Let's go to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by Irad Ortiz, who will go out aboard Nest. Irad, she has early speed. How do you expect the race to play out with Gerrymander to your inside today?
I mean, Jerry, she always shows speed. I think she has tactical speed. I feel it broke good last time, and she was right there. Hopefully, she have a clean break and go from there. She can do anything.
She was dominant in the Coaching Club American Oaks last time. What have you seen from her training since then?
I mean, she's training great. She always train good for the races. She always show up, and she give her best out there.
Irad, wishing you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Irad Ortiz has a date with Nest as we head out to the paddock. Check in with Maggie.
Let's take a look at that girlfriend that he has here, Acacia, Nest. Number 4, she is, as of now, the leader of this division, and she has progressed so nicely throughout this 3-year-old campaign. Obviously, with her performances on the track, but also physically. She's just become so athletic. I think she even looks twice, if not 3 times better than what she did when she showed up and ran second in the Belmont just this past June. She looks great here. No qualms with your heavy favorite, as she rightfully should be. Do have a bit of interest in Gerrymander because from last year on, I've thought that the longer this filly gets to go, the better she may become. It's taken them a little while to get her out to these distances, and this is quite a jump from a 1-turn mile and a 16th to a 2-turn mile and a quarter. But physically, she looks up for the task, and she has grown and really fit out. She is such a big filly now, starter of Into Mischief. Number 7, Secret Oath for the coach, Wayne Lucas. I know he said coming off a bit of a break from the Kentucky Oaks to the CCA Oaks, maybe he wasn't as hard on her and tightening the screws as he wanted to. I don't know. They might be a little too tight here. She is pretty light, to be honest. You can see every definition, every rib on her. That's not necessarily how I like my horses, but maybe that's how she needs to be as we head across the paddock to Andy and JK.
I think that we're being a little bit too hasty in just crowning Nest to win this race. And there is no argument that she is way the horse to beat, and her last race was brilliant. But if she doesn't run quite back to that last race, which I don't think is a ridiculous possibility, and Gerrymander improves a little bit off of this win, just her second start as a 3-year-old, and Gerrymander has been training extremely well leading up to this race, I think we have a horse race on our hands, and I think Gerrymander is a legitimate challenger to Nest, who is not going to be easy to beat.
No, I agree with you. I think that the problem I have is that if Gerrymander's going to win, it has to be because Nest didn't show up. I don't think that the race is going to be run in a way that Gerrymander can just beat her on the square. If Nest runs her race she ran last time,
she ran 6 Spire points lower than her. You think that's insurmountable? And a sort of cruising victory in Gerrymander 2 race? I'm not saying it's an easy mountain to climb. Listen, I think Nest is tremendous. And she runs back to her last race. Gerrymander's not beating her. That's a cinch. But I think she could run back a little bit, not quite as well, and Gerrymander improve a lot. I don't think the margin is extreme as everybody else does.
The tricky part about it, though, when you're trying to play that game with Nest, is that this is her game going further, I think, 1.25 miles. She's supposed to take another step forward.
Well, I don't think you'd want to bet me that she's going to run a 105 by her. We'll see what happens.
Scratch Cat's going to kick off our post break for Phil Bauer. Julian Leperoux at 31-1.
Yeah, they're taking a little bit of a shot here, but Phil Bauer's having a tremendous meet with limited starters.
Todd Pletcher's got the filly to beat. He's also got Goddess of Fire with John Velasquez.
Yeah, and I understand why the horse is here. I don't think she's good enough to win this race, but what's wrong with getting third in the Alabama?
Gerrymander for Chad Brown. Flavian Pratt will ride for Klarovich.
Could be a very interesting race between these two, but in my opinion, she is the only horse with a chance to beat Nest.
Nest, the 2-5 favorite, so dominant when we saw her in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
She was scary good going 9 furlongs. I think she's going to be better going 1.25 miles.
Nostalgic, Bill Mott sends out with Jose Ortiz.
Well, Royal Delta was third in the CCA Oaks, and she won the Alabama, but Nostalgic is not Royal Delta.
Tough spot to come in off a maiden win, and that's what She's Keen is doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think 39-1 might be a little bit low.
Her dad beat the Triple Crown winner in the Travers. Secret Oath, Luis Saez, Dwayne Lucas.
She is going to have to be a very, very different filly today to have any chance to beat Nest. She might have been better than Nest a few months ago, but I don't think she's better than her now.
Standing by with her trainer. Let's go to Acacia.
Always pleased to be joined by the coach, Dwayne Lucas. Wayne, Secret Oath, she now has a race over the Saratoga track, and I know that you had said it's been a little bit tougher on her training. What have you seen from her coming into this race?
Well, I think everything's come together a lot better. The only one thing that we don't know about yet is that Nest has won at beyond 1.25 miles. Our filly has never run that far, so we got to go out and see if she can run that far with this kind of class and with this kind of company. So that's the only thing that is probably a little bit in the gray area. Training-wise, she's done absolutely super.
And Luis Saez had said that there wasn't much pace last time. She was more forward than she usually is. Would you prefer to be further back today?
She'll be back further. I've talked to Luis about it. Her style is to stalk and then maybe come running late. So hopefully Luis has got that down now and we'll be able to do what we want to do.
Always appreciate your time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Wayne Lucas sending out the Kentucky Oaks winner from the outside. Secret Oath. Greg?
It made this year a lot of fun, having such a legendary figure in this sport, have a big player in the game and win the Kentucky Oaks this year.
Yeah, and with the 2-year-olds that he's brought out here in this meet, that he's having here has been phenomenal to watch as well. It's been a great year for Wayne Lucas.
He single-handedly revolutionized this industry. He made it a business as a trainer, and everybody's model follows his.
Luis Saez, you saw there, looking for his 4th winner on today's card. As we take a look back to this Coaching Club American Oaks, and in the stretch, it was no contest.
No, and I mean, the whole, like Tom said, the whole picture changed when the speed of the race stumbled leaving there, didn't get away, and Nest was up there, and Louis thought it was his thing to do. Look, I've been in that situation a lot of times where the favorite or the speed of a race stumbles, and you're on one that comes from behind, and you're like automatically you want to lay closer to the horse to beat. Nest was definitely the horse to beat that day.
There she is. Tom, how she look to you?
I mean, check it out. I mean, she looks great. Ears alert and forward, waiting for a command from her rider. I mean, that is exactly what you want to see going into a race from a horse warming up. The ears tell you everything when it comes to a racehorse. They tell you everything not only in the warm-up, but during the race. And I have a feeling you're going to see Nest's ears going back and forth, waiting for a command as she takes control of this whole thing.
3 minutes away from the Grade 1 Alabama. This race, too, let's not forget, could decide a championship as well in this division. Kentucky Oaks winner, Coaching Club American Oaks winner. Whoever adds this race certainly with the upper hand as we get set for one of the big ones of the meet coming up in this 3-year-old filly division. Welcome to those just joining us on Saratoga Live. Welcome to those on SNY, those already with us on FS2 and regional networks out in Southern California. Greg Wolf, Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers in the country. Tom Amos just won his 4,000th race. Grade 1 Alabama, one of the big races there is for 3-year-old fillies in this country. For those just joining us, it is round 3 between the Coaching Club American Oaks winner Nest, the dominant 3-year-old filly in this division right now, off that performance we just saw here at the meet, and the Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath.
Yeah, look, for the people just joining right now, we just had an interview with Wayne Lucas, and he thinks she's going to run better, but he doesn't know how she's going to handle the 1.25 mile distance. He spoke of Nest already racing past a 1.25 mile, as she did in the Belmont Stakes, where she finished a gallant second with some trouble at the start of that race. So definitely at 2 to 5, she deserves to be the 2 to 5 favorite.
Where do you expect to see her in this race early on?
I think she may choose to use Gerrymander as a target, but if they're not going fast enough, what he wants to do is just get her in that rhythm. She's got that big old long stride, and just stay out of her way. She's going to rate herself. She knows where the wire is. She knows the configuration of this racetrack, and he just wants to be a quiet passenger until the run-in starts.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Let's take a look at number 2 in here. Some long shots. The other Todd Pletcher horse that's Goddess of Fire, the younger sister to multiple Grade 1 winning sprinter, Mind Control. But they add blinkers today, just a short cup, and John Velasquez, Hall of Famer, just gave her a big warm-up. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see her a little bit more forwardly placed as she does come out of that the Wilton Stakes, out of the Wilson chute, and just get her a little bit more involved. I'm sure that's what they're trying to do. As we'll also take a look at number 5, Nostalgic, a distant third in the CCA Oaks, but with new rider Jose Ortiz aboard, well, I should say, relative to Junior Alvarado, who kept her moving last time before that race, and Jose has done the same thing. I think she's a filly that just takes a while to warm up, really have to get her loosened up, and now she's on her toes as they head to the gate for this Grade 1 Alabama, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. One of the big ones of the meet. Next week, it's the 3-year-old boys in the Run Happy Travers. Today, it's the 3-year-old fillies doing their thing in the Alabama. And there's the legend, the coach. So many who came up underneath him, including the man he's trying to beat today, Todd Pletcher. There he is. 2 Hall of Famers with 2 exceptional 3-year-old fillies.
No doubt about it. And I have to believe that with a heavy favorite like Nest for Todd Pletcher there with the silver hair, you know, they got to be paying attention to the 3, Gerrymander, right next door in the gate to them, because Gerrymander's the speed of this race. Coming out of these one-turn races, I think Gerrymander, the 3, sets the pace, and Nest has got to make that horse a target, as Gary said.
1 to 5 favorite. The 4 Nest looking to go back-to-back in Grade 1s here at this Saratoga meeting. Round 3. Between Nest and the Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath. Let's go upstairs for the Alabama to John Imbrial.
There in the gate. And they're off. And they won 142nd Alabama, and it was a bit of a bobble there at the start for the favorite Nest, who is sitting in mid-pack right now. Here is She's Keen going out for the early lead, with Gerrymander racing in second, and now Nest moving up on the outside in third. Goddess of Fire is down at the rail and in fourth. And then comes Scratch Cat as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. On the outside there is Secret Oath, and the trailer is Nostalgic, who races in seventh. The leader here is She's Keen in front by a length.
Nest now takes second. Gerrymander down at the rail runs in third. Goddess of Fire is in fourth, and the quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds as they move for the backstretch. She's Keen, the leader here by a length. Nest tracking in second, and Gerrymander not far behind in third. And then comes Goddess of Fire, who has moved off the rail, is on the outside end in fourth. 2 lengths to Secret Oath, who sits in fifth. She's followed by Scratch Cat down at the rail, and the trailer is still Nostalgic midway up the backstretch. The opening half mile in 49 2. Big long shot. She's Keen is the leader here by a length. The heavy favorite, Nest, runs in second. Gerrymander down at the rail. On the outside is Goddess of Fire. Now Secret Oath makes her move in between horses and is getting closer. At the back of the pack, Nostalgic and Scratch Cat. 3/4 went in 1:14 1. It is still She's Keen, but here is Nest now moving right alongside. Nest makes her move to the front as they race around the far turn. It is Nest who has taken over the lead now. Secret Oath now moves into second. She's Keen is dropped out of it. Gerrymander is next. Goddess of Fire is on the extreme outside, and the field is in the stretch. And it is Nest who has asked for more, and she is responding here. Nest has a 4-length lead. Secret Oath in second. Here is Nest, and she is pouring it on here in the stretch. She is at the top of her class. Nest wins the Alabama by 5 lengths. Secret Oath was second. Goddess of Fire finished third. Nest and Rod Ortiz Jr.
A jubilant Mike Rapoli, who's won this race before with Todd Pletcher. Great friends that go way back. What a moment in this filly. Maybe it is no argument. Male or female, she may be the best 3-year-old in the country. That was dominant once again.
Look, I'm anxious to see. I mean, they just crossed the finish line, but she loved this 1.25-mile distance. What's Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, and Eclipse Thoroughbreds going to do with their necks? That was like, wow. She sprinted from the 8th pole home.
That was very, very impressive. And the race setup was interesting, too. They weren't going fast. For Nest to be in that kind of position against a long shot pace setter in She's Keen was interesting. Maybe it was instructions, but for Gerrymander, I mean, the rider was actually fighting that horse early, and going that slow, that was the advantage that Gerrymander could have had over Nest. But nobody's beating Nest today. So if you wouldn't mind asking me that question again, Wolfie, is she in the right race? I'm ready to answer it now. You know, I think she should have waited a week. I really do.
You might be right. She might have been equally impressive in the run. Happy Travers. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Rod Ortiz, and neither of you are blowing too hard, Rod. Talk us through this trip, though. She bobbled a little bit at the start again, but quickly recovered and found yourself in an ideal type of scenario.
She recovered so quick. She put me right there. Going to the first 10, I was comfortable in the clear second. I just go with the flow of the race, and she do the rest, honestly.
She exploded once again. How good has she gotten in the latter half of this 3-year-old season?
She's doing great. She's improving every time she runs, and I think the distance, she loves the distance, honestly.
All right, you weren't on her for the Belmont, but you're back aboard. You've ridden some of the better 3-year-old boys. How does she stack up against her male counterparts?
I mean, we have a lot of respect to all the other fillies here, and to Epicenter, all those kind of horses. They are nice horses, you know. And I mean, her division, we can say right now she's one of the best. As long as she have a clear trip, and I just enjoy running against the same company, and as long as she can do it, I will love to, and I go with whatever the trainer and the owner decide to do, honestly.
Wherever Nest goes, you will follow Arad. Congratulations yet again.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
Another Alabama win for Arad Ortiz Jr. This one aboard Nest, and she has just been jaw-dropping in her 2 performances here at the Spa, Greg.
Yes, she has, and she may have just sealed a divisional championship with this performance as well. Todd Pletcher, by the way, running 3rd in this race with a 22-1 shot, Goddess of Fire. But this story is all about Nest, guys.
Yeah, this division has been wrapped up the right way. Nest is really kind of a budding superstar at this point. She's been sensational. Todd has done a great job with her. She's improving with every start. And there's some very good older fillies and mares out there, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to handle Nest in the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
No, she's forward. The distance obviously is going to be a problem for her at all. She'll run a mile and a half. And she seems to be improving. But that's what we get with Todd Pletcher. We're not surprised by that. When he has a good horse, he usually keeps him good, and they continue to improve. Just like Vino Rosso. He wasn't much in the early part of his 3-year-old year. Then he turned out to be a Breeders' Cup Classic champion.
Yeah, no, this is her third Grade 1 this year. And actually, Secret Oath, I think she ran fine today. I think Wayne got her back to running her better race. She just hasn't moved forward in any way, and Nest is in a different league. My pick, Gerrymander, obviously not going to win the race. I'm not sure, though, what Flavien Prat was thinking, not being more aggressive with her, but obviously she was never beating Nest.
Nest just too good for this group. And I wonder, down the line, do they think at some point now about tackling the boys?
I know what Irad or Jose was getting at just now. We're watching the start here.
She's going to stumble a little bit. Right there you see in the yellow saddle towel, Nest stumble. But athletic horses can stumble, recover so quickly, it's a non-event. To me, that's a non-event.
Yeah, that was nothing like she did in the Belmont. But listening to what Irad said after the race, he said, I'll do whatever the owners and the trainers say. I'm thinking this filly, you got to shorten her up for the distaff. See what Flightline does in the Pacific Classic. You stay at the 1.25 miles, and she's got a chance of being Horse of the Year because she just wrapped up her division as far as I'm concerned. The 3-year-old filly division.
Yeah, I think most would agree with that statement. What a performance. And not just the fact she wins back-to-back Grade 1s, the margin of victory, how easily she did it as well against the Kentucky Oaks winner.
I think you also got to talk a little bit about how much she has improved from May to mid-August. She has improved dramatically since then. That's what horses do. A full-grown horse is going to be into his 4-year-old year. So a 3-year-old filly this time of year would be the equivalent of a college athlete in human terms. Not full-grown yet, but she's made that transition from May, senior in high school, to being a college athlete, and she has gotten very, very good.
Did we just see the best performance of the meet?
So there have been some really good ones. We all know that, and I'm racking my head. I got to believe yes. This is the best we've seen. The second best one might have been her CCA Oaks.
It might have been.
We got the Travers next week. We'll see.
We'll wait and see. Winner's Circle lead-in. It's brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event to be held on November 6th after the Breeders' Cup. Nominate your star today. Star performance here, no question about it. Nest likely wrapping up a championship with this performance in the 3-year-old filly division. Much too good for the rest of these 3-year-old fillies. She's now 6 for 9 in her career. Back-to-back Grade 1 wins. Mike Rapolian family, they know how to celebrate, and he usually has a pretty crowded winner's circle. We'll be back with more in the Alabama right after this.
Accelerate, a 5-time Grade 1 winner with over $6 million in earnings. In 2018 alone, he won the Santa Anita Handicap, the Gold Cup, the Pacific Classic by a record-setting 12.5 lengths, the Awesome Again, and bested a world-class field in the Breeders' Cup Classic. A grandson of legendary Lanes End stallion Smart Strike, Accelerate stands to continue his grandsire's legacy at Lanes End.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2, regional networks across the country. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Trophy presentation for the brilliant filly Ness. Mike Rapoli there with his arms around winning rider Rat Ortiz Jr. Mike Rapoli, you know how much this means to him. New York native from Queens, said he used to, much earlier in his lifetime, before things changed for him, couldn't even afford to come up here in a car. Summers at Saratoga. Now he's winning the biggest races they have here. $2.70 for Ness. What a performance. This was a star-making effort.
It's a better payoff than a CD, and maybe safer.
Let's go to Acacia for more.
Pleased to be joined by Mike Rapoli and Aaron Wellman of Eclipse Thoroughbreds, the most excited winner circle I think we have seen thus far here at Saratoga. Mike, we'll start with you. What a performance from Ness today.
I mean, she's such a special filly, and Aaron and I have really enjoyed this partnership and watching her race together and making decisions together. We've had horses before. Nothing is close to this, and sometimes when you start a partnership and it doesn't work out, you say, you know what, it's either him or me, I'm not sure, but we stuck with it, and when you get a special filly like this, it's really, really special. It's great sharing it with Aaron and Eclipse. It's awesome.
You got the luck on your side, but it helps when you have a filly as talented as Nest. Really never in doubt today. Aaron, can you talk about the journey that she's brought you on?
It's been a magical ride. To do it with Mike and his whole family and entourage, Mike House at home, hope you're watching, Mike, and our Eclipse partners is very special, but nothing compares to how special this filly is. I've stood in these grandstands many a time and clapped some champions home. Never our own. And that's twice in the last 4 weeks that I've stood up for the last eighth of a mile and clapped my own horse. And to do that here at Saratoga in a race like the Alabama and to string together the CCA Oaks and the Alabama is just incredible. She proved she's a champion today.
She's been so fun to follow, and we know there was some consideration about waiting a week. Do you think we might see her against the boys in the future?
I'm going to talk to Aaron and Todd today, thinking about the Travers next weekend. so
wheeling her right back.
Yeah, she looks good. We enter on Wednesday. We'll see how she comes out of the race and make the decision from there.
Gentlemen, congratulations. Lots of celebrations to come. The family is all here, Greg, and this is what it's all about.
I'm not so sure she couldn't wheel back in a week and win that race the way she looked this afternoon. What a performance. Back-to-back performances that have just taken your breath away from this 3-year-old filly.
The race was 1.25 miles, but she only had to run for 1/4 of a mile sprint.
And when
phenomenal.
A Rat Ortiz Jr. asked for more, wow, did he get it?
Yeah, he did. At the racetrack, typically the fast lane is as close to the rail as you can get. The slower you go and the further out you go. But when she turned for home, she made that big, wide turn. She was speeding. She would have gotten pulled over for a ticket there.
And, you look at this division in terms of the distaff division. Latruska's still out there, the reigning champ, who has some unfinished business. She obviously got caught up in that hectic speed duel in the Breeders' Cup distaff. Everyone seems like they might be in trouble, older fillies and mares against her.
I don't think there is an older filly or mare that wants to run against Nest. You talk about Latruska. You're making an excuse for her last race. You don't have to make any excuses for Nest. She is bad.
BADNEST. She's been special to watch in these last 2 starts, 2 Grade 1 wins, and again, likely wrapping up a divisional championship in the process. Take a look at our late pick 5 follow along. 1.5 million plus in that pool. And we got 1 leg remaining, and maybe the best betting race of the sequence coming up. Mile to 16th on the inner turf. It's for non-winners of 3 lifetime, $35,000 claiming tag. We expected Wicked Fast to be the favorite in here. Big drop in class for the Jorge Abreu barn, but mild favorite right now at 3-1 with Jose Lizcano. We'll talk more about this field in a moment. Time to talk the boys in next Saturday. What will we see in the run? Happy Travers, Cyberknife coming in to join the party for Brad Cox, and join the party, and so is Artorias, the Curlin winner for Chad Brown. We'll be back.
Maintaining a comfortable lead, power attack is second, but it is sharp as attack with another tremendous performance. He's much better than his debut today. Look at him roll in the Tyro by almost 10 lengths.
It's sharp as Tekka, and he was sharp as can be today.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the Juvenile.
Essential quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
State of Rest to win it here by a length. Domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. McCulloch has taken the lead in deep stretch, and it will be McCulloch. The English-bred McCulloch is the winner.
It is Arrowgate and Mike Smith. Oh, they've opened up a 6-length lead here with 1 furlong to run. They've left the field reeling behind. American Freedom and Gunrunner are fired behind Arrowgate. What a commanding performance. He won the Travers by 12. Oh, what a race he ran today.
That was the most dominant performance I've seen in my lifetime. 13.5 length Travers win for Arrowgate in track record time. You think about all the history of this racetrack going back to 1863, and to produce the fastest time ever at 1.25 miles. Wow, that was something to behold.
Something to behold. He showed his hand when he led into the Breeders' Cup with this performance in August.
Well, a son of Arrowgate is going to head to next Saturday's Run Happy Travers. A little more lightly raced. Artorias for trainer Chad Brown. He looked very good in the curling.
He sure did. And right away, about right here, I started thinking, Travers? Will he go in the Travers? His daddy did it on a light schedule as well. This was only his second race right here. It'll only be his third race in the Travers, and he was impressive, Tom.
And he had to make that transition from 1 turn to 2 turns, and he did it very, very easily. Better things to come with that experience. That's him on the outside right there, Gary, and it's what you want to see. The jockey's hands, or the exercise rider's hands, are used to communicate to the horse to make him go. His hands are perfectly still, and he's sitting hard against those reins, holding this horse back.
And these guys they've got a walkie-talkie on. They're mic'd up, and you could tell right there, whoever was giving instructions told that rider he's done enough. We've got the race next week. Stop the work.
Thanks to XBTV for that video coverage here. Let's take a look at Cyberknife for trainer Brad Cox. This courtesy of XBTV as well.
Yeah, he's going to work here. I think Symmetry is the work partner. I think I read that. Symmetry is a very good allowance horse. Cyberknife on the outside. Again, you're watching what the rider's doing, controlling the horse, using the hands to urge just a little bit right here. But what you want to see is that move where he goes on by. It's noticeably quicker than anything the horse has been doing to this point. When you can catch a horse quicken with your naked eye, that's a good sign he's having good work.
When he hit the finish line after the time had already been taken, he broke off about 5 lengths behind his entry rate, and I don't know how far this is going to continue on, this gallop out, but he just keeps extending his distance. This was a big workout from Cyberknife.
Minute flat for the 5 furlongs. Brad Cox had always said of this Arkansas Derby winner, Cyberknife, a world of talent, still mentally had to try and figure things out a little bit. Seems like he's starting to put everything together now. We're going to see him next Saturday in the Run Happy Travers here at Saratoga. The boys' turn for that Midsummer Derby. Todd Pletcher's work not done. The Hall of Famer going to send out Aviano, one of the major players in our Alabama Saturday finale on the turf at 1 mile and a 16th. Aviano right now 5-1 on the board for the Red Ortiz Jr.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2 regional networks across the country and those springs throughout town. If you could take just plug your nose, you'll be fine. Healing powers.
Lafitte was trying to get me to drink that the other night.
I would highly recommend it. Let's head to the paddock set.
Thanks, Greg. This is kind of a race where the leading players are all drop downs, and you always have to ask yourself, do you trust them? Who do you trust the most? Who do you trust the least? I took Wicked Fast, didn't think this one would be favored in here, and Don't Love 3-1. Wide trip against Tougher last time. I think this one's just running where he can win.
Yeah, I think so too. The most likely winner of this race, but not one that I'm cutting in line to bet at 3-1 in such a wide open race where trip matters. Any of these horses can win. As you can tell, the pick 5 I played, I used as many as I possibly could.
Clip's looking for a late double here with Aviano, a little icing on the cake. His race 2 back was extremely good at Churchill Downs. Goofy Churchill course or not, he beat horses that are good.
He did.
The problem is, how is he dropping like this after a terrible performance?
Yeah, I don't know if they're just trying to be realistic. It feels like the drop is a negative drop after they run like that. I wouldn't be surprised if this horse ran back to those races that they ran in Kentucky. And if they do, they'll win this race.
Yeah, I don't trust him at all, but I'm not going to be surprised when he wins. Saratoga Flash is probably the speed. I think he may get in front of Barnegat Light, the other possible speed. And listen, it's not as strong as it's been, but inside speed is dangerous, and he's another horse running where he can win.
We get to the post parade here coming up in a moment. Big drop in class for the 4. Big drop in class for the Pletcher run of the 7 as well. Aviano, who's at 5-1 on the board as we get the call to post for this finale on Alabama Saturday. We're going to start with American Pure. Mike Maker off the claim.
Yeah, Mike Maker tries the turf. First time off the claim with a horse with absolutely no turf pedigree to speak of. We'll see if he can improve on this surface.
The Big Gray is a big price. It's at 27-1.
Yeah, this horse has tried this condition and even a lower condition a few times. I just don't think he's good enough to win this race.
KP All Systems Go, two-time winner on the grass.
All systems could be go, but it still won't matter.
Wicked Fast. Jorge Abreu, the one to beat.
There's no good governance in this race.
Jose Lezcano. Yeah, good governance, very good one. This horse faced a lot easier competition today. El Mayor, Julian Leperoux.
He's a big price coming off a distant third behind a runoff winner. He'd have to improve a lot off his turf races.
9-2 Saratoga Flash Barkley Tag.
Yeah, this is the one that Andy mentioned. Needs to probably try to be forward to have his best chance. Getting to the inside, save ground, and try to run them off their feet.
Similar class drop to the 4 with the 7, Eviano.
He runs his race 2 back. He's a lead pipe cinch in this race, but he's very hard to trust dropping off a terrible performance.
Could the 8 take them gate to wire?
He could. Made the lead last time and traveled at a pretty good pace in that race. It wasn't slow.
Thought the 10 was interesting. Sonic Speed, Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, Brittany Russell wins at such a high percentage. She hasn't been winning here at the meet. You get her high percentage, you get Flavian Pratt. Interesting.
Here's Gussie Mack, Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, I tried this one last time and got a great ride by Javier Castellano. Just wasn't good enough.
Box and score, Jonathan Thomas, blinkers on.
Yeah, this just kind of feels like one of those give-ups. This horse likes to go a lot further than this, dropping in, going shorter. I think it's kind of like a dare you to claim this one.
And don't forget this one's in the race, Chess's Dream, Mike Maker.
Yeah, ran at this level last time, ran well enough, closing into an honest pace. Not an easy draw way out there.
All right, so 2 minutes to post.
Hey,
They're in
Terrence.
this 11th coming up.
Terrence?
And it's still the 4 who's favored in here. Wicked Fast. Gary, I know you like Aviano in here, as we talked about. Similar drop in class to the 4.
Yeah, I didn't like his last race, but I'll throw that out. Go back to his race before. The thing that worries me the most about this horse is he looks like a plotting type. I mean, Todd's been running him longer distances, and, you know, he won that race 2 back, but shorting up to a mile and a 16th, I think that's the biggest knock on him, if he can allow me to throw out that last race on him.
He's extremely talented by past performance, and when Todd makes this move into claim, he's very, very successful with it by percentage. So, I mean, certainly a horse to be reckoned with in this race.
9-2 right now. Those, well, the 4, the 7, obviously major players. And then Saratoga Flash, the 6.
Now you're talking my language.
Barkley Tag, Javier Castellano has figures that put him right in the mix with the top 2.
It's another one that's dropping down in class. Saratoga Flash offered for claim for the first time, meaning you can purchase him out of this race for $35,000 if you so choose. He hasn't been offered for that in any race before this. So a drop in class, and a horse that between last year and this year was gelded. And this year his form is better. Gelding him has made him a better racehorse. The drop in class, along with that, I use his last 3 races, those are the races from this year, as what I'm going by. I like this horse today.
For the Silks we know very well from this program, Saratoga Stable on the Travers with Tis the Law with Barkley Tag. And 7-2 right now on this runner. He's going to try and get his 3rd turf win coming up. Let's go to Acacia.
I wanted to take a look at the number 7, Aviano, as Todd Fletcher and Eclipse do look for that late double. This is a beautiful horse, and he is one that has continued to grow and fill into himself. I do think that the drop is a little bit of a question, given the fact that he ran so well previously. It was disappointing last time out, but he's always struck me as the type of horse that just maybe takes a little bit of time to get his feet underneath of him. For what it's worth, Dynadrive did come back to a mistake in his subsequent start. Physically, I prefer him so much more than the 4 Wicked Fast, and he had a great warm-up under Irad Ortiz. As far as a price horse, the number 8 Barnegat Light. This horse is making his second start here in Saratoga for Tim Ham, who I really respect shipping horses in. Showed speed last time out, and I think he kind of had his hand forced a little bit from the inside post. I wasn't in the paddock that day, but he's sharp. He's not doing too much today. He fits these conditions beautifully. We'll see how things do play out with the presence of Saratoga Flash, but this horse was showing me much more energy to give me the inclination that he could be potentially the quickest. We'll see if Junior Alvarado can take him every step of the way.
Yeah, we will find out. Was forwardly placed last time out over the inner turf at a mile and could not last. Now we'll try and do it at a mile and a 16th, seemingly the one to catch again at 11-1. So down to 5-2. Public settling in on Wicked Fast in here. Did you see, Tom, a lot separating the 4 and the 7?
I did not. Maybe coming back in 14 days for Wicked Fast, a little quick back off of what I thought was a very big performance, where he was a little bit wide, but ran a very, very good speed figure by what we use when we measure a horse's efforts.
Now, the guys in the other set, too, talked about, no good governance in this race. Good governance would be about 1 to 9 in here. That's who this horse had to go up against last time out. So big class relief, but big class relief as well for Aviano the 7. And the disparity 5-2 or 4-1 on the odds between those two. Nightcap on this Saturday card from Saratoga. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
And Chess's Dream. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Bit of an awkward start there for number 7, Aviano, and he trails the field. From the inside post, American Pure, but quickly passed there by Gussie Mack and Barnegat Light. Sonic Speed is racing in 3rd. American Pure is down on the inside and in 4th. Chess's Dream moves up on the outside from 5th. And then comes Wicked Fast, who's in between horses in 6th. To his outside is a Box and Score in 7th. And then it is El Mayor, who's in 8th, followed on the inside by Saratoga Flash in 9th. Aviano is in 10th. KP All Systems Go is in 11th. And the trailer is the Big Gray in 12th. The quarter went in 23 3/5 seconds, and they're heading up the backstretch with Barnegat Light, the leader here, over Gussie Mack. Chess's Dream in the clear on the outside in 3rd. And then comes Sonic Speed next in 4th, about 3 lengths from the front. Followed by Box and Score in 5th. Down at the hedge is American Pure in 6th, and alongside is Wicked Fast in 7th as they head for the far turn, the half mile in 48 2. Still Barnegat Light, Gussie Mack, and now their heads apart for the lead. Chess's Dream gets a bit closer in 3rd. Sonic Speed's on the inside as a Box and Score now gains on the far outside. Aviano is next, followed by a Wicked Fast, who's going to need some racing room. The field is in the stretch, 3/4 in 1, 12 3. Here comes Box and Score on the outside, right alongside of Gussie Mack. Down on the inside is Barnegat Light, who's trying to hang in there. And here's a late move from Saratoga Flash, like a flash. Saratoga Flash to the front, and the winner here of the finale. Saratoga Flash takes it, close for second between Wicked Fast and Box and Score.
Saratoga Stable Silks in the winner's circle to close out this Alabama Saturday card. Barkley tag, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, another win for Javier Castellano for Saratoga Stables. Look, there was a lot of stuff going on back behind. In the meantime, once Javier gets him lined out, balanced, when he gets in the clear, he really accelerates in that final 16th of a mile. I'll tell you, unlucky loser that would have been right there. Sonic Speed down in the 10, stuck down on the fence. He never could let him run. He was loaded from the 3/8 pole, actually midway through the backside, but never a clear run. While Javier gets Saratoga Flash in the clear.
Let's go back to the start. Watch the 7 horse, one of our favorites, Aviano, out the gate, who's going to stumble out of the gate, and really it cost him so much position. We say this all the time. Horses get in trouble. When they get in trouble right out of the gate, it changes everything in the race for them. He's going to be last as our big favorite, and it really hurts his finish in the race. But when you watch this group go to the first turn, as we're watching right now, and you see just how spread out they are, you know they're going quick on the front end. And that was a great setup for the 6 Saratoga Flash, who took the overland route. And you can do that when you got that much energy, and these horses have beat themselves up that much early on.
7-2 on your winner, Javier Castellano. Continuing his tremendous meet, guys, as he closes out this Saturday card.
Well, I don't think anyone is going to confuse Saratoga Flash with Nest, but he won this race like he was Nest. I mean, he looked like he got shot out of a cannon at the 8th pole.
Yeah, it was very impressive. The 12 box and score at the top looked like he was going to win wicked fast, kind of got the jump on Saratoga Flash, and then once Saratoga Flash leveled off right inside the 8th pole, man, he was gone.
Yeah, Wicked, ran well box and score, because he made a bit of a premature wide move into this race to get third, and it's no big surprise. There were 4 drop downs in here. The 4, the 6, the 7, and 12, and 3 of them comprised the trifecta.
Good for Barkley Tagg. You got a quick look at him there. There he is. Still wants to see how his horse is doing before he comes back to the winner's circle, make everything say okay.
Let's hope he's at the 7/8 pole and not like, well, never mind.
Old school and still absolutely can get the job done. Barkley Tagg, tremendous trainer. And Javier Castellano continuing to have this great meet here. 6-4, 12-10. Good for Javier, good for Barkley Tagg, and for these Silks, too, that have had some big moments in the past. Funny side, 'tis the law, and now a nice winner here.
Very nice winner. And you know, for people that say, why is gelding a horse so important? I mean, you got a perfect example right here. This horse had 4 races since being gelded, and they're all much, much better than anything previous in his form.
And, Andy put it well. This horse did look like he was shot out of a cannon down the stretch.
Yeah. Barkley had trouble finding him on the binoculars.
He did. He's moving too fast. Bolden Landing feature we have coming up for you tomorrow. 5.5 furlongs on the turf. And a great betting race. Love Range, Wesley Ward meets leading rider, will be aboard, and one of the runners Wesley took across the pond to Royal Ascot.
This was some kind of race. I mean, all you can say after this race is, this is a good horse. Actually broke a step slow and then got on his feet. He's fast, she's fast, and she keeps going. This is a really, really brilliant racehorse. Went overseas, as you said, ran 4th that day, but if you get a performance like this, like we got this past spring, look out.
To get that kind of separation, that's crazy in a turf sprint at 5.5 furlongs.
Yeah, if he shows up anywhere like that tomorrow, everybody's running for second money.
That's race 9 on tomorrow's card. And again, Arad Ortiz Jr. will have that call. Javier Castellano, Barkley Tagg, Saratoga. They've given us some big moments in this sport, including a Kentucky Derby winner, Travers winner, and a Belmont winner, and Saratoga Flash. It's had to be fun for him to watch his performance, flying late to get the 3rd win of his career. Let's take a look at how the Pick 5 came back. $410. Echo again. Word was out about that first timer. It was so impressive for Steve Asmussen. Nest was a single for just about everybody. This really, for many, was a Pick 3. And it comes back over $400. Got to say goodbye to those watching on FS2. Coverage continuing on Valley Sports Southern California and San Diego and on SNY. It was Hottie in the Lake Placid. Caravel, impressive with a perfect trip, and that's Smart and Fancy, and the most dominant 3-year-old filly, maybe 3-year-old period in the land. Nest for Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher. We'll see you tomorrow at 1 Eastern.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading 3rd crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front. Late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
There's no place like it, no experience in all of racing like it here at Saratoga. So much history, but so many places to have a great time as well around the racetrack.
Yeah, and I think we saw history today with Ness.
You look back on that performance. We thought what we saw in the Coaching Club American Oaks was special, and then she one-upped it.
Yeah, she did. I mean, we called her Coaching Club American Oaks the best performance we'd seen at the meet. And then we got this. She's going to stumble a little bit right out of the gate, but she's so athletic, it really doesn't even cost her. She recovers quickly, gets back in her spot. Gary, the pace is not very quick here. Ness finds a beautiful spot on the outside, and when it's time to run, she tells these girls that she's running with, I'm a bad, bad girl.
A bad girl. In a perfect spot right now under IRAD. In the meantime, Luis Saez has got Secret Oath settled near the back of the pack. Only has a couple of horses outrun. She's in an ideal position for her style of running. And Luis is just going to bide his time and hope, pray, cross his fingers, whatever he can do, that Nest is going to come back to him at this point.
I mean, the race is over right here. It's a very controlled pace, so advantage to the horses that are up front. Nest has got a half a length to make up on a pace setter that's a long shot that's only won one race. Who can possibly outfinish her here? I mean, you're just not going to outfinish a really good horse like Nest, but not only can they not outfinish her, I mean, she's in a different zip code at the end of this race than the rest of this field.
Yeah, I mean, she's just in idle mode right now. Six tries to skip away a little bit, and IRAD's just letting her refill her oxygen tanks from any exertion she may have had, but there was no exertion. She picked it up slightly right there. In the meantime, Secret Oath is making her move between horses right now.
IRAD knows where Secret Oath is. You think he gets a little cute here going as wide as he did? Kind of taking her out there?
He kind of did the...
Because he goes very wide.
He kind of did the same thing in the Coaching Club American Oaks as he let her float coming into the stretch. She's had a habit of wanting to drift out all through her career. And look, you get those kind, we see Joel Rosario do it often. Just stay out of their way. Don't break their stride. They're moving forward. Yeah, you're losing a little bit of ground, but you're not breaking their stride.
And this is where it becomes something that kind of takes your breath away if you love horse racing. You're just watching, and I know it's an overused term, but it's a tour de force.
Absolute tour de force. Those silks, Mike Rapoli, Eclipse Thoroughbred partners as well, but Rapoli and Pletcher go way back. They won this race together before, stopped charging Maria, and now they do it again with this dominant effort and just a special filly that you look at this and what she's done in these two races here now, and you think the best is still yet to come from her.
No, you certainly do.
Back-to-back grade ones at the meet for the brilliant Nest as we head back to Andy and JK.
There's no question that Ness solidified her position as the top 3-year-old filly in the country and a terrific, terrific racehorse. And in some ways, kind of the star of the Saratoga season, at least at this point. We'll see what happens next weekend. I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, at least on the other set, declaring her the winner of the distaff. There are some very good older fillies and mares, some of whom we're going to see in next week's personal ensign, one of whom is in Todd Pletcher's barn in Malathot. Ness may have more room to improve since then. She may win the distaff. But this is a very tough group overall.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Nest and Malathot worked together a couple works back, and from what I understand, Malathot outworked her.
Right.
So, you know, look, it's fun to be excited about horses,
Sure.
and I'm good with that. I have no problem with it. And
She is exciting.
And to be fair,
she's genuinely exciting.
I think Nest is better longer. So the cut back to the 1 1/8, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that she's the best mare and filly or mare in the country.
Right, it's an interesting point. When they first ran the distaff, it was 1.25 miles. The distance would give her maybe a little bit of an edge. Not to say that she doesn't, have a chance to beat them, but I think this is an unusual year. Clariere has turned to a very good horse. I'm not writing Malathot off yet. Search Results ran a huge race when they ran the Phipps. We'll see if Latrus can come back. She is a player in that race, but by no means does she have to win that race. But I don't care about that, and I don't think we need to worry about that. Let's just celebrate one heck of a racehorse.
Absolutely, and Tom mentioned it just from talking about her worth as a broodmare. I don't think they're going to try to take on the boys. There's no need. There's great races for female horses she can participate in that will enhance her value just as much.
I think it's unfortunate that every time a good filly or mare wins a race, immediately everybody says, well, she should face the boys. No, she shouldn't. There's plenty of important races for her. And if at some point next year she's racing and she's still dominant and they want to take that shot, okay. But it doesn't lessen her if she doesn't take on the boys.
Yeah, I'd love to see it from her next year. But I think this year, let's just point to the distaff. Let's work backwards from there. I'm sure Todd Pletcher's got a plan.
The chances that Todd and Mike Rapoli and Aaron Wellman would want up running the Classic with this horse are 0. She's not going to beat those horses in that race. This is a pretty good year for some older colts. I think Todd has a pretty good horse in his barn, right?
He does.
Greg, what's that horse's name?
Some may have heard of him. He won the meet. Yeah, won the Whitney Life is good. You got Flightline out there as well. Yeah, you would probably think, look, if she already faced the boys. She ran huge in the Belmont. I think if they were going to face the boys, it would have been the Run Happy Travers. They considered it. They ran here instead. But yeah, maybe as a 4-year-old, you would see that happen. Todd Pletcher, 4th win in this race with some pretty good names. And yeah, one of those on there is probably a filly she's going to be tackling in the Breeders' Cup, her stablemate Malathot.
I thought I was having deja vu. I mean, the last time Andy said, let's not get ahead of ourselves, was during the post parade for the Alabama, when we were talking about how good Ness was. What does she need to do for him to say, let's not get ahead of ourselves? I want to get ahead of myself. I want to be on the bandwagon of knowing that Nest is a top, not only 3-year-old filly, but will definitely, as many times as happened in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, whip them when she faces them. She's going to beat those horses.
People were talking about, obviously, it was a lot about a 2-horse race, but the other horse in here, really, it was a 3-filly race. Gerrymander didn't show up really in this spot. So what do you think is next for Gerrymander? Because you would think with that pedigree, the longer for her would have been better.
I think, like any trainer, and I don't want to speak for Gerrymander's trainer, but I think whenever you win a race or lose a race, you're evaluating, what do I do next with my horse? As an outsider looking in, I thought Gerrymander could have been ridden differently in the race. Maybe gotten a better finish. Certainly wasn't going to win, but I don't think you discount Gerrymander going 2 turns and making that transition for 2 turns as she did today.
I just appreciate you having the same confidence in Ness that I did, because I feel like I should be asking Andy if he keeps that dunce cap underneath his desk over there, that possibly he can deliver it over to this side for me, because I am clearly the one that mentioned the Breeders' Cup Classic. And I was just throwing something out there because it's a fun day. There's a horse named Flightline on the West Coast that had a phenomenal workout this morning at Del Mar, preparing for the Pacific Classic. So I'm all about competition in this game. I love a special performance, and we see Ness put 2 of those together in the Coaching Club American Oaks, and then going 1.25 miles today in this beautiful Alabama. So it was a fun, great day for me, and I sort of enjoyed it.
Day to celebrate how special she was, and to get to see 2 performances like that from Ness really was a treat for all of us. As we take a look, the boys get their turn next week. Run Happy Travers, the Midsummer Derby. And right now, the horse to beat, I would think most believe, is Epicenter off that big Jim Dandy performance. But the Derby winner is back. I know he was 80-1 when he pulled it off. Things kind of worked out for him from a pace standpoint. Got that brilliant ride from Sonny Leon. How has he looked to you guys working here at Saratoga?
He looks terrific to me. I mean, they weren't expecting this fast of a workout. Eric Reed had said that he was looking for, 101, 102, and then he goes out there and blasts off of 59 and 4. They're letting him dance right here, and he's skipping over the ground. He looked good to me, Tom.
Yeah, this is my first time to watch this workout with Rich Strike, but I did watch him work in the afternoon during the races at Churchill Downs before the Belmont, and I thought he worked really, really well that day. And this is a very similar workout to what I saw at Churchill Downs. But there's a little bit of urging going on there with the hands, as you can see, Gary. And Rich Strike is responding. So there's nothing wrong with being urged into work. It's a question of whether you respond, and Rich Strike is doing that.
80-1 in the Derby. Can he do that again, produce that kind of performance? Let's hear from his trainer, Eric Reed.
He's got to have everything go just so good, because he's going to leave there and he can 22-2 in a workout. I mean, he could go to the lead in any race he chooses. He just doesn't want to do it. So he's going to put himself behind the 8 ball again, and he's going to need a trip again. And he's matching himself against the best 3-year-olds in the country. It's a tough task that he gives himself. The talent's there. One day he might leave the gate and decide he wants to run the way he's capable of and not spot him and give him a head start. And if he does that, I think we're all going to be dancing in the streets. But until that day, we got to sit and sweat the whole race and hope he finds a trip and finds the holes to get through. But I'm super, super stoked at the work today, because, I know it went a lot faster than planned, but he did it so easy and came back like he hadn't done it.
Tom, why can't you be that honest as a trainer?
Yeah, he did just what we wanted. We got just what we wanted out of that work, Greg.
No, I love what he said.
I do too.
That the fat horse is so quick, but he never goes to the lead. One day maybe he'll do that, but no one believes that he's going to do that next Saturday.
Another characteristic of Rich Strike when he trains, he always sweats a little bit in his shoulders. Yeah. So you saw him sweating this morning. It was a cool morning. He went early right here on the main track behind us, and that's just very typical of him. He looks to me like he's on his game. And you know what he needs to be? I mean, this is a forgotten horse. Is he a one-hit wonder, or is he going to start showing us something since the Kentucky Derby?
Save it for next week, Tom. I know you're getting amped up. We got to wrap up here. Hottie, impressive in the Lake Placid. It's going to be fun next Saturday. That, of course, on Big Fox coverage, 4:30 Eastern start time. But we're back tomorrow on FS2 at 1 Eastern. Caravel, the Smart and Fancy, and Ness, brilliant again in the Alabama.